Bad Ghosts Club by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. I can't believe it's almost Halloween, I said, working to untangle a string of small pumpkin-shaped lights. It feels like we were just putting these away for the season. Someone definitely has their thumb on the fast-forward button of life. Lizzie laughed as she set a trio of ceramic pumpkins beside the cash register. That's because you were lost in wedding planning land for most of it. Smiling, I nodded in agreement. That's true. It's actually our 1-month anniversary tomorrow. Ah, do they have some kind of gift guide for the first month? You know, like how the first year is paper? Working from left to right, I strung the tiny pumpkins along the edge of the front counter, tacking the strand of wire in place with clear tape between each plastic pumpkin. I don't know about that, but we are supposed to go pick up our wedding album from our photographers, so that has to count. I can't wait to see it. Here, I said, handing Lizzie the plug when I reached the end of the counter. She plugged in the lights and the pumpkins illuminated, each of their painted expressions backlit by a soft orange light. Cute! I reached into the bottom of the storage box and quickly recoiled with a startled yelp. What is it? Frowning, I pushed the box away. It looks like we have more than just plastic spiders in here, and now I'm not sure which of the cobweb balls are the real deal. Oh, it's wigging me out. Lizzie cringed and took the box to the back room. A few seconds later, I heard her bang the box against the large metal trash can we used for flower waste. She reappeared a few moments later, wiping her hands on her apron. I'll hose it out before we repack it. Bless you, I exhaled. She giggled and went back to unpacking the second box of decorations. We added a scarecrow to the front door, a variety of pumpkins to the window display, and lastly hung a thin metal cutout in the shape of a witch astride a broomstick on the wall behind the register. Nice to see you again, Broomhilda, Lizzie said, smiling at the painted witch. We'd bestowed the name upon the decoration the year before, possibly after one too many spiked apple ciders. When the last of the decorations were set out, I took a slow twirl, admiring our handiwork. There were moments when it still caught me off guard that the flower and gift shop was all mine, every detail pulled from my daydreams. My smile faltered a little as I wondered if this would be the last time I got the place ready for Halloween. You okay over there? Lizzie asked. Did we miss a spot? Turning back to face my sole employee, I hitched the corners of my smile back in place. It looks great. I guess I should go upstairs and finish packing. Are you sure you have everything you need? Yes, for the 100th time, yes, Lizzie replied, laughing as she made a shooing gesture at me. I promise not to burn the shop down, empty the till into my purse and run away to Mexico, and I will water all of the plants. I sighed. She was smiling and clearly not bothered by my barrage of questions, but I couldn't help but feel a nip of guilt. I'm sorry. You know I trust you with my whole heart, right? 'Cause I do. You're just stressed. Anyone would be, considering what you've got going on. You're the best. I gave her a quick embrace. Over the past couple of years, we'd become friends, in addition to our employer-employee relationship. Lizzie had my back, both at the shop and outside it. Thank you, I said. The bell on the front door twinkled and a trio of middle-aged ladies wandered into the store. With summer in the rearview mirror, it was no longer the peak of tourist season in the small coastal town of Beechwood Harbor, but this weekend there was a wine festival a couple towns over, and our little community was experiencing a slight surge in visitors as people passed through on their way to and from the event. Lizzie greeted the women with a friendly smile, and I placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm going to head upstairs and finish packing. She nodded, then rounded the front counter to go strike up a conversation about the various gift items in the front window display. I took the back stairs up to the small apartment built above the retail space. When I'd originally viewed the property, I'd agreed to lease the apartment, too, thinking it would serve as a temporary crash pad while I built my business. However, a lot had changed since my move to the small coastal town a few years ago. For starters, I'd met and married my husband, Lucas Green. There was some irony in getting a new last name before a new address. In the whirlwind of acclimating to life in a new town, starting my own business, falling in love, and getting married, I hadn't given house hunting more than a cursory glance through the rental listings in the local paper every few months. All of that changed after Lucas and I exchanged our I-do's. We were now knee-deep in the house hunting process, only not in Beechwood Harbor. Lucas's job was in Seattle. He had a plush corporate rental, courtesy of his job with a high-end security firm, but it was more of a crash pad. It wasn't meant to be permanent, and certainly wasn't the kind of place we envisioned spending our newlywed years. We'd started the house hunt prior to the wedding, but nothing had worked out yet. So I spent my time ping-ponging between the big city and the quiet small town. I was beginning to feel like I had a split personality. There was Beechwood Harbor Scarlett, working at Lily Pond and keeping up my personal relationships. Then there was Seattle Scarlett, the newlywed bride trying to soak up every minute with her husband, wishing life came equipped with a pause button. On top of all that, there were the ghosts. Several months back, I'd handed over the reins of the ghost support group I'd formed since arriving in town. My ghost friend and longtime Beechwood resident, Gwen, ran the show these days. I like to stop in and socialize when possible, but beyond that, I'd managed to unentangle myself from most of the ghostly goings-on around town. Granted, my 3 permanent companions came up with more than enough to keep me occupied. Hayward Kensington III was still in the throes of a post-death identity crisis, trying to decide what the future held for him. This exploration rubbed up against Gwen, Hayward's ladylove. Then there was Flapjack. The Himalayan ghost cat had one potent superpower: unending snark. They were exhausting and entertaining and infuriating all at once. In other words, they were family. My family. I found the trio in the living room, sitting on the couch, watching whatever channel I'd left playing before going downstairs to work that morning.
"Good afternoon, Lady Scarlett,"
Hayward greeted, tapping his fingers to the brim of the top hat perched on his head. "Hey, Scarlett," Gwen added. The pair couldn't be more different if they tried. Hayward was an old-world gentleman who died following a performance at the Vienna Opera House. Dressed in white tie, he'd been giving the performance a standing ovation when he tumbled from the balcony seats. Then there was Gwen, a flower child, barely out of her teen years when she died in a tragic stage diving accident at an outdoor concert. Perhaps that was the thread that held them together. Both died in musical events. In any case, Gwen's feather earrings, Farrah Fawcett waves, and floral print romper were in stark contrast to Hayward's coattails, bristled mustache, top hat, and gloves. "Finally," Flapjack said, vaulting himself up onto the kitchen counter. "You've been gone forever." I frowned at him. "I've been downstairs all morning. Don't tell me you're developing separation anxiety after 20-something years." "Hardly," Flapjack scoffed. "I'm just sick of this channel. I'd also like some tuna. You owe me, remember?" I rolled my eyes. A few days ago, I'd struck a bargain with the feline, trading him access to a can of tuna in exchange for his tamping down the rude comments about Hayward's new hobby, opera singing. In an effort to connect with Gwen and find more common interests, Hayward had taken his ladylove to the theater the last few weekends I'd gone to Seattle. Somewhere along the way, he'd met the ghost of a once famous opera singer and had started taking lessons. It was good for Hayward's soul, not so good for our collective eardrums. "I don't have time for that now," I told the cat. "I have an hour before I need to leave, and I haven't finished packing." Flapjack's silver eyes gleamed as he looked at Hayward. "You know, Hayward, there's something I've been meaning to say." "Flapjack?" I growled. The cat flicked his tail toward the drawer where I kept the can opener. His eyes narrowed in challenge. This is why they tell you not to negotiate with terrorists, I mumbled, stalking into the kitchen. Once the fluffy tyrant had his treat, I crossed through the living room, heading toward the small bathroom. As I was saying, I'm leaving in an hour. Are either of you planning on coming with? I hit the bathroom lights, and Gwen materialized on the counter beside the sink, her mile-long legs swinging back and forth. I clutched at my chest. Jeez, Gwen! You scared me! Sorry. Exhaling, I started plucking items from the counter. I'd purchased duplicates of most things, one set to keep at Lucas's rental and one to keep here, to make packing easier. But there were a few key items I hadn't wanted to buy again. My perfume, flat iron, glasses to wear at night after taking out my contact lenses. Remember, I won't be coming back until Wednesday, I said, dumping the items into a small travel bag I kept under the sink. We're coming, she nodded. Hayward has big plans for us. I laughed. Oh, yeah? Something tells me you're not thrilled about them. Gwen looked away for a moment, worrying at her lower lip. I'm sure it will be a fine time. I just hope it's not another foreign opera. The music is always beautiful, but I sure would like it better if I could understand what they were singing about. I tucked away my smile. Just remember, this journey you two are on isn't supposed to be one-sided. If you go to the opera with him, he needs to hold up his end of the deal and do something you want to do. I know! A spark of a grin pulled at her lips. I'm making him go to the wall of gum. Oh, Gwen, you're not serious. I grimaced. She giggled. Why not? It's something new. Blech. I killed the lights and went down the short hall into the singular bedroom. My suitcase was already opened, lying across the bed. I'd started packing that morning, before going downstairs to open the shop for the day. Having spent more weekends away than at home the past few months, the packing was something I could do on autopilot. Gwen floated in behind me and settled at the foot of the bed. I'll bet you'll be glad when all this traveling is over, huh? She said, glancing at my suitcase. Tucking the toiletries bag beside a stack of light sweaters, I smiled at the part she wasn't saying. Don't worry, there's no danger of that being over anytime soon. I still don't have any buyers lined up to take over the shop. So even when Lucas and I find a place, I'll be back and forth. It's not going to be the same, though. I smiled, trying to tamp down the bittersweet pang in my chest. I know. Gwen fell silent for a few minutes, watching me as I finished packing the last few items and zipped up the suitcase. I guess I'd better go get Hayward. Meet you downstairs? See you there. Driving 3 hours into the city was so routine, I could do most of it on cruise control. In a perfect world, I could listen to an audiobook or one of my favorite playlists. However, in my world, I had 3 bickering ghosts in the back seat and would have gladly traded them in for a trio of toddlers. At least the toddlers would have eventually fallen asleep. Hayward insisted on warming up his vocals, which led to Flapjack completely foregoing our arrangement to lay off the mockery, and Gwen sat in between, trying to play interference as Hayward sang louder and Flapjack started caterwauling. They finally piped down after I threatened to chuck a handful of ghost dust into the back seat. But even then, they threw little barbed remarks at one another for the rest of the drive. When we finally arrived at the high-rise condo building, every last one of my nerves was shot. Lucas met me in the lobby with a cup of coffee and a warm smile. Please tell me there's alcohol in here, I said, taking the cup. Lucas chuckled as he leaned in for a kiss. Guess that answers my first question. He took the handle of the suitcase and rolled it toward the bank of elevators. I'm assuming you've got the full entourage in tow? He glanced past my shoulder, though he couldn't see the ghosts. Or hear them. Lucky bastard. A ping sounded, and a pair of silver doors slid open. A well-dressed couple departed, and then Lucas ushered me inside. At least the rain held off for most of the drive, I said, hitching my purse a little higher on my shoulder as I stepped aboard the elevator. Lucas dragged the suitcase in behind him, and the door slid closed. Hayward and Gwen stood opposite Flapjack, the 3 of them scowling.
Perhaps we need to come up with a proper schedule,
Hayward suggested.
Lady Gwen and I could accompany Lady Scarlet into the city every other weekend. Then you, Flapjack, could have her to yourself on the opposite weeks.
I rolled my eyes. This isn't a custody agreement. I get the final say, and if the three of you can't behave yourselves, then none of you will be invited next time. Lucas cringed. That bad, huh? I sipped the hot mocha. You have no idea. Sorry. The trio sulked all the way up to Lucas's floor. Part of me wanted to send them away, but thought better of it and decided to just ignore them as best I could until they got bored and went off on their own adventures. Lucas rolled my suitcase into the bedroom and helped me unpack. My visit would be a little longer this time, and it felt nice to have my things hanging in the closet and properly laid out on the bathroom counter. We caught up with each other as we made quick work of the unpacking. The ghosts stayed out of sight, adhering to the rule I'd laid down about interrupting Lucas and me when we were alone in the bedroom, for obvious reasons. Sighing, I flopped back on the bed. It was 10 times more comfortable than the bargain basement model I had back in Beechwood Harbor. Are you sure we even have to buy a house? I mean, what's so wrong with this place? Lucas chuckled and stretched out beside me. I already got the name of the mattress and have one on layaway for whenever we move into our new place. I laughed. You know me so well. He scooped me in close, and we let our lips do a little catching up, too. When we managed to get untangled, Lucas sat up and brushed a hand over his short hair. He'd served in the Navy in his 20s and still preferred to keep his hair cut short. If you're up for it, there's actually an open house tonight, he said, twisting around to look back at me. My nose wrinkled. It's almost 5 o'clock. It just went on the market, and the sellers are highly motivated. They're showing it tonight and all day tomorrow, but Yvonne said it's likely to turn into a bidding war, so if we want to crack at it, we should try to make it ASAP. Another bidding war? I groaned, rolling out of bed. I know, but Scar, this place, I'm telling you, it could be a real contender, Lucas said, following me back into the main living area. Is it a house? I asked, ignoring the way the ghosts perked up. 2-story, single family in Georgetown. The yard is a little small, but there is a little deck out back for grilling and entertaining. The kitchen was recently remodeled, and the master bath has a soaking tub, which I know was on your wish list. Oh, a yard, Gwen gushed. Maybe you can get a dog. Flapjack hissed. A bubble of excitement threatened to rise, but I quickly stuffed it back down. We'd been here before. The trail behind us was littered with false starts, rejected offers, failed inspections, and blown deals. Following our honeymoon in Hawaii, we'd returned to the mainland just in time to offer on a gorgeous townhome, only to have the deal fall apart a week and a half later when the seller reconsidered and yanked the property right out from underneath us. We can go see it, but remember our deal. I promise to wear my best poker face, Lucas agreed with a grin. All right, but I'm still not going to get excited until the keys are actually in my hands. Something will work out, Lucas told me. I don't see why we can't just keep this place, Flapjack said, stalking along the wall of windows at the far side of the living room. It's big enough. Not if they want to have a baby, Gwen said. Flapjack made a sound that was reminiscent of his hairball hacking days. I laughed. We won't need to worry about that for a while. Lucas glanced back at me, his expression puzzled. Oh, oops, sorry. I waved a hand toward Gwen. Ghosts. Aha. Lucas grinned at me, coming a little closer. You know, we could leave in half an hour and still make it to the open house. We could let traffic die down a little. His grin turned decidedly wicked, and I raised a hand, pointing at the front door. Ghosts, out. Chapter 2. The house was exactly as Lucas described, a perfect starter home in an established neighborhood. The only problem was that the other half a dozen families, mostly couples, touring the place thought so too. I heard more than a handful of excited oohs and "Did you see that walk-in closet?" comments as we walked through. We finished our self-guided tour and stepped out onto the back deck. The yard was small, but appeared well kept and low maintenance. A drizzle of rain pattered against the cover stretching over the deck. I could easily picture curling up on an outdoor love seat with a cozy blanket and a good book, escaping from the world for a little while. "So," Lucas began, slipping his hands into the pockets of his jeans. "What do you think? Should we put in an offer?" I glanced over my shoulder, back through the open French doors. "There are a lot of people here. Do you really think we have a chance at getting it?" Lucas shrugged. "We won't know if we don't try. For the price and the location, I think it's worth risking another letdown. We could actually go a little bit over and still fall within our approved range." I chewed at my lower lip, mulling it over. The hosting agent, a curly-haired woman, poked her head out and asked if we had any questions. Lucas asked a couple of questions about the utilities. I drifted off, distracted as Flapjack slipped through the wall to Lucas's left and took a lap around the deck, his tail swishing. When the three ghosts realized we were going to an open house, they insisted on tagging along. Lucas and the agent finished their conversation and she ducked back into the house, scurrying off to talk to another young couple who were inspecting the kitchen. "Well," I said, glancing down, "what do you think, Flapjack? Does it get your illustrious stamp of approval?" Lucas frowned. "Does the cat really get a vote here?" Smiling, I cupped a hand in front of my mouth. "No, but he gets cranky if we don't at least pretend." Flapjack turned his back on us, his tail swishing faster. "I was going to offer some advice, but if that's how you want to play things, you're on your own." "What advice? When did you find the time to get your real estate license? What with all the channel surfing and begging, your schedule is pretty booked." Lucas chuckled. Flapjack craned around to look up at me, his silver eyes glowing. "I wouldn't get your hopes up. That agent in there isn't playing it straight with you." My smile melted. "What do you mean?" "She's driving up the price, getting people to offer higher and higher. Probably gets herself a bigger piece of the pie that way." "Are you serious?" I groaned. "What? What is it?" Lucas asked. "The agent is whipping up a bidding war," I replied, keeping my voice soft to avoid attracting the attention of the other couple that wandered out to check the backyard. "There's your competition, Scar." Flapjack looked up at the newcomers. "They just agreed to $30K over asking." I blinked. $30K? Flapjack twitched the tip of his tail. The couple offered us polite smiles, but didn't say anything as they stepped off the deck onto the small paver steps that wrapped around to the backyard gate. The woman missed a step and nearly tumbled to the ground. Her partner helped her get steady, and then tucked an arm around her waist as they continued on. "So sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to make sure you had my card before you left." I twisted around just as the agent extended a glossy business card to Lucas. She caught my eye and smiled. "Did you have any other questions for me?" "It sounds like there are already a few offers on the table, is that right?" I asked. The woman clasped her hands together and offered a warm smile. "That's correct. We've had a lot of interest in this property. Surely you can see why. But that doesn't mean it's a done deal. The seller is considering all offers. They're expected to make a decision after tomorrow's showings." Lucas draped an arm over my shoulders. "I think we'll have to pass. It sounds like it's going to get pushed up past our ceiling." "Oh? What were you pre-approved for? Maybe I have something else that might work better. Do you have an agent?" "It's not the pre-approval that's the problem," Lucas replied. "It's more of where we want to land, number-wise." "I see." The woman pulled a sympathetic frown. Lucas and I exchanged a quick glance before he cleared his throat. "We appreciate the help, Miss—" "Oh, please call me Fran," she interjected, her smile firmly back in place. "Listen, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but between you and me, I think you two have the best chance at this place. With a teensy push, this house could be yours." "A teensy push? What does that mean?" I asked. Fran smiled down at her hands, her attention fixated on a gold ring. It was bulky in comparison to the other jewelry she wore, more of a class ring than a fashion accessory. "The top offer is over asking, it's true, but if you were to go a little further, say 40,000, I could almost guarantee you'd come out the winners. 40,000 over asking? I sputtered. I understand your concern, Fran said, her smile growing wider, displaying pearly teeth. It sounds like a lot, but it would only add a couple hundred to your monthly payment, and a property like this is well worth it. Wouldn't you agree? I tugged on Lucas's arm. I'm sorry, we're not interested. Come on, babe. Fran took a swift sidestep, blocking the doorway back into the house. She tapped a finger on the gold ring, and something in her eyes changed. A golden ring showed around her pupils. Hear me out, she said, her tone low and soothing, as though she were talking to a baby. We can make this work. No, we can't, I replied forcefully. Wheeling around, I meant to cut the same exit the other couple had, through the side yard to the gate. But when I tugged on Lucas's arm, he didn't budge. Lucas, are you... Scar, let's see what she has to say, he said, his tone quiet and soft like Fran's. Should I get the paperwork? Fran asked. Yes. Lucas nodded slowly. That sounds like a good idea. Lucas? I yanked harder on his arm. He remained frozen solid. Flapjack, help. What do you want me to do? He asked grumpily. I don't even have opposable thumbs. Oh yeah, and then there's that whole I'm dead thing, too. We don't need any help, Fran told me, her gold eyes sparkling as she shifted her gaze away from Lucas. Everything is fine. Scarlett, are you out here? My heart surged at the friendly voice. Gwen, help! Gwen sliced through Fran. The jolt was enough to knock Fran out of her trance-like state. She shuddered as she whipped around, trying to find the source of the sensation. Scarlett, what is it? What's wrong? Gwen asked, whirling back and forth, trying to identify the source of the panic. The temporary interruption was enough to throw off the glow of magic in the agent's eyes. Lucas blinked a few times before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. Who are you? What are you? Fran stammered. I lifted a finger, stopping just short of jabbing it into the woman's chest. I'm calling the SPA and turning you in, so I hope you get a really good price for this house because it's the last one you'll ever sell. Now, we don't need to escalate things to that level. Come on, we can work something out. Fran gave a nervous laugh and turned to glance over her shoulder, back into the house, where half a dozen other attendees were still milling about. Throwing a false smile, she turned back to me, leaning in close. I can make this deal happen for you. At asking price, not a penny above. I'll even have my clients throw in for the closing costs. Please, let's be reasonable here. Lucas still looked like he was fighting off an ice cream headache. What just happened? She was using some kind of magic to trick us? I may not know much about magic, but I know that mind magic is highly illegal. Gwen gasped. That's horrible! If Fran could see the ghosts, she didn't let on. I can help you, and I promise not to do it anymore. Scout's honor. Take the deal, Scar. Who's she really hurting? Flapjack said. See if she'll throw in a case of halibut or something, too, will ya? Flapjack? Gwen snapped, saving me the trouble of scolding the morally compromised feline. I'm calling the SPA, I told Fran. They need to know what's going on here. Fran's expression twisted, her teeth bared as a snarl ripped from her. Suddenly, she lunged for me, her French-tipped acrylics heading straight for my throat. What she hadn't counted on was the fact that I was accompanied by a professionally trained bodyguard/veteran/husband. Lucas had her restrained before I could even suck in a full breath. He yanked her wrists together, spun her to face the wall. That's enough, he barked. Now do I have to keep hold of you, or can you keep your hands to yourself? Fran swore loudly. Wasn't much of an answer, Lucas replied, but he released her anyway. He kept himself firmly planted between me and Fran, every muscle in his body set on edge, ready to react if needed. The scene had captured the attention of the other open house attendees. Some had their phones out, recording the scuffle, while others held them to their ears, likely calling for help. Fran looked torn between trying to rally the small crowd to her side and just flat out bolting. As soon as the distant sounds of sirens filled the air, she made her choice and sprinted back through the house to the front door. Several of the attendees ran after her, while the others stayed glued in place, gawking at me and Lucas. I supposed from their points of view the whole thing would be hard to understand. "Let's go," I hissed, grabbing once again for Lucas's arm. This time he was willing to follow, and we hurried down the path to the gate and slipped out into the front yard. We'd parked a block down the street. We made a beeline for the SUV before anyone inside the house could catch up with us. I didn't see Fran as we raced away, but I had the home's brochure clutched in one hand. The glossy paper contained a color photo of the woman, along with half a dozen ways to reach her. It wouldn't take the SPA long to track her down. "I have to call this in," I said, scrolling through my phone's contact list before I even bothered to buckle up. "Call it into who?" Lucas asked. "The Supernatural Protection Agency. Cops for supernatural stuff, basically." I dialed the main switchboard. Aha. Lucas turned over the engine. "Well, buckle up. We don't need to hang around here while you do that, do we?" I shook my head, waiting for someone to answer my call. Good, because I'm starving. We drove back into the city. I made a full report of the events over the phone to a junior agent manning the tip line. They assured me they would look into it right away and would call if they needed any additional information. I ended the call just as Lucas was pulling into a strip mall parking lot. Why did that have to happen on the perfect house? I sighed, slumping into the passenger seat of Lucas's SUV. Why couldn't it have been some crazy over-the-top monstrosity that we'd never even consider? Lucas grumbled his agreement. "Here's hoping the owners get themselves a new agent. Maybe we can try again here in a few weeks. And hey, at least we know emergency response times are pretty good." I exhaled a tired laugh. I'll put that in the pro column. Flapjack poked his head between the front seats. "Ooh, is that a sushi joint?" Lucas couldn't hear the question, but what he said next lined up perfectly as though he had. "I thought we'd pick up some tacos and head back home. There's a game on. Since you're here for a few extra days this time, we can take tonight off and start the search up again tomorrow." Works for me. It was creeping up on 7 o'clock, and I felt beat. I'd gotten an early start that morning to make sure everything was in order for Lizzie. Then I'd stuck around to help her decorate the shop, mostly because it felt like tradition now. That and the drive from the coast to the city, coupled with everything at the open house, made the prospect of a lazy night in pretty irresistible. "Oh, goody," Flapjack drawled. "What is it with humans and their obsession with sports?" "Would you like it better if a laser pointer was involved?" I asked, peeking into the back seat. "You complaining about basketball again?" Lucas asked, smirking. "Naturally." We got out of the SUV, and Gwen took Hayward by the arm, dragging him in the opposite direction to do a little window shopping at what looked like a second-hand shop. Flapjack stared longingly at the sushi shop, which turned out to be closed already. With a heavy sigh, he trooped along as Lucas led the way to a hole-in-the-wall taco shop. Judging by the line that stretched from the counter to the doors, it was a solid choice for the evening's meal. A handwritten menu was scrawled on a large chalkboard above the counter, with cute little illustrations colored in the margins, as if the owner's kids had helped with the project. Lucas and I got in line and discussed the options as we shuffled closer to the front. Flapjack swirled around my legs without making contact. "Looks like we made a new friend, Scar." I followed his gaze and glanced over my shoulder. A man in faded blue jeans stood directly behind me, his attention glued to his phone. Just beyond him, I caught a glimmer of silver darting past the glass door. There were too many people around for me to have a conversation with my dead cat. Some things just aren't done. I frowned down at him, hoping he would elaborate. "She's been staring at you for a good 5 minutes. Flapjack said, still looking back toward the door. Want me to get rid of her? I smiled at the idea of the fluffy Himalayan acting as some kind of bouncer. In his mind, he likely had razor-sharp teeth and claws and a license to kill. But the reality was, he weighed 9 pounds in life and had more fluff than muscle. In reply, I jerked my chin toward the door. Lucas frowned at me. What's up? I shook my head. Later. Flapjack took the cue and stalked past the guy behind me. He melted through the glass door and disappeared from my view. Lucas shuffled forward as the couple at the head of the line finished placing their order. I tried not to gawk over my shoulder, but my curiosity was piqued. Was the ghost really following after me? It certainly wouldn't be the first time. I sometimes wondered if I had some kind of ghostly neon sign hanging above my head flashing, "Hey, come talk to me!" The guy with the phone glanced up, his brows furrowed. "Can I help you?" "Oh, sorry. I just thought I saw someone I knew in the parking lot." I flashed an awkward smile and turned about face, my cheeks warm. Lucas chuckled under his breath. We placed our order and then sat at a table to wait. "What's going on?" Lucas asked, keeping his voice low. I looked at the door again. Still no sign of Flapjack. "I'm not sure yet. Maybe nothing." Lucas raised a brow. "Gee, why am I not convinced?" Smiling, I shrugged. "Hey, you knew what you were getting yourself into." He laughed and leaned back against the booth seat. "Fair enough." Flapjack shimmered back into view, and moments later was joined by another ghost. A woman who looked to have died sometime in her 40s. Judging by her outfit, a pair of straight-leg slacks and a well-tailored jacket, it could have been any time in the last couple of decades. Her hair was cut just at the shoulders, with bangs that looked to have grown a little long in between trims. How tragic, to spend eternity with unruly bangs. Flapjack's tail twitched as he padded across the small restaurant. "Didn't exactly go as planned. Apparently, she saw your little performance back at the open house and thinks you can help her. You know, some real, you're my only hope kind of crap." I sighed. The woman was glued in place, wedged between the door and the trash can. Her fingers twisted together as she watched me and Flapjack, her eyes darting back and forth like a spectator at Wimbledon. The room around me was full of people. There wasn't a way to quickly get through a few questions and determine if it was something I wanted to get involved with or not. My instincts told me no, that I should just get my tacos, go home, enjoy the basketball game and a couple of beers. No ghosts, or minimal ghosts, allowed. "I'm going to use the ladies' room," I announced, directed more at Flapjack than Lucas. The cat nodded and tracked back to the anxious woman. With a sigh, I pushed up from the table and headed down a short hallway, sidestepping a yellow mop bucket on the way. As expected, the small restaurant only had one bathroom. It was unoccupied, so I stepped inside and waited a beat. Flapjack and the woman appeared near the sink, and I shut the door. "All right," I said, whirling around to slam the door. "Who are you?" The ghost blinked. "So you can see me." I sighed. "Yes, and before you ask, no, I don't know why, and yes, it's always been like this. Now, name?" Wanda. Wanda Adler. I'm a ghost detective, and I need your help." Chapter 3. "I'm sorry. Did you say you're a ghost detective?" Wanda bobbed her chin proudly. "That's right." I blinked a few times, trying, and failing, to figure out exactly how that worked. That's a new one, even for me. "Does that mean you work for the SPA?" Wanda wrung her hands. "No, not exactly." "Okay," I replied. "So then how does it work?" "I guess I'm more of a citizen detective, except that I'm, well, dead." "Were you a detective when you were alive?" "No." I looked at Flapjack as a pinch of frustration nipped at me. She thinks something bad is going to happen to a woman who lives in the house she haunts, Flapjack said. The SPA won't listen to her because it's out of their jurisdiction, so she needs help from someone in the land of the living. Wanda nodded appreciatively. That's right. No one will listen to me, and I know Tessa is running out of time. Please, you have to help me. I don't know who else to turn to. I held up a hand. I can try to help, but I don't know what I can do. Do you want me to call in an anonymous tip to the police? Or maybe something more direct? Although I'm not sure how that would come across. People tend to look at you a little funny when you start sending them messages from beyond the grave. What kind of threat are we talking about here? Someone has been parked outside her house all night for a week now. I don't know who he is, but he shows up at the same time every night and watches from his car. If Tessa leaves, he follows her. I've seen him writing down notes, everything Tessa does, everywhere she goes. Timestamps. He's stalking her. And who is Tessa to you? You live in her house. I recently moved in, I guess you could say. Wanda glanced down at Flapjack. She's the sister of a friend of mine. A ghost friend. A knock sounded on the door, and I jumped. Be right out, I called, cringing. I have to go, I whispered. Flapjack, you stay here and get the rest of the information. I'll see what I can do. Flapjack started to protest, but I cut him off with a promise of Costco tuna, which shut him up pretty quick. I exited the bathroom, ducked past the guy waiting for the facilities, and scurried out to meet Lucas. He had 2 brown paper bags clenched in one hand, a drink holder balanced in the other. All set? He asked. Mm-hmm. I took the bags, and we left the restaurant. Gwen and Hayward were standing beside Lucas's SUV.
Where did Flapjack wander off to?
Hayward asked as I approached the passenger side door. He's going to hitch a ride home. In fact, why don't you and Gwen hang back and make sure he gets home safely? Hayward nodded.
Of course, Lady Scarlet.
Thanks. I slipped into the passenger seat, deposited the bag of tacos on the floorboard, and buckled up. So you gonna tell me what that was all about? Lucas asked. I sipped at my soda and nestled Lucas's into the cup holder between us. Oh, nothing really. Flapjack made a new friend. That doesn't sound like him, Lucas said, casting me a skeptical glance as he pulled out of the strip mall's parking lot. Listen, after the day we've had, let's just drop it. Everything is fine. No more ooga booga, I promise. Lucas chuckled. I'm not sure you should really make a promise like that, babe. Your track record is a little spotty. True, but hey, sometimes my powers come in handy, like keeping you from blowing our budget to smithereens on that house. I meant the comment in jest, but as tension flickered in Lucas's jawline, I realized I'd hit a nerve. Sorry, I didn't mean that as a dig. There wasn't any way you could have known what was happening. Honestly, I don't know why the magic didn't work on me, too. I know, Lucas sighed. But if I'm honest, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around what even happened back there. It's a little disturbing, thinking how easily someone could get inside my head like that. Reaching over to squeeze his leg, I nodded. Who knows, maybe I overreacted. After all, how powerful could she be if tricking people into making higher offers on mid-range real estate is the extent of her power? I mean, you saw how easily she cracked. If she was really a threat, things probably would have gone a lot worse. Lucas barked out a hollow laugh. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Pep talks had never really been my strong suit. I sighed. All I'm saying is that our magic probably wouldn't have held for long. It wasn't that strong. She could see that we liked the house, so tricking us into upping the offer couldn't have taken much persuasion. Mind magic is scary stuff, but all things considered, that lady seemed pretty benign. Lucas rubbed a hand along the side of his jaw. I guess it's what she thinks she can get away with. Exactly. Even with the help of magic, pulling off something like a high-stakes bank heist is probably a little riskier than most people would attempt. Right. And hey, if she gets a reputation as being one of the area's top agents, that opens doors to higher-priced homes and access to wealthier people. We really don't know what her endgame is. Or was. He glanced at me, his eyes dark. You're sure this, SPA is going to take care of her? I nodded. It's kind of their whole job. Good. Lucas exhaled. So I texted Yvonne while you were off doing your spooky thing. She sent over a couple other listings we can check out while you're in town. I don't want to waste your time. Babe, I said, gently placing my hand on his arm. Spending time here with you is never a waste. I know I complain sometimes about splitting my time between here and the shop, but I don't want you to take that as me being unhappy with you. I know, he replied, smiling at me. We got back to the condo and settled in for the evening, all talk of magic and ghosts abandoned. But when we reached the second quarter of the basketball game with no sign of Flapjack, I started wondering if it had been a mistake to leave him at the taco shop. It was a good 20 minutes from the restaurant back to the condo building, and while ghosts could travel slightly faster than humans, they weren't spectral bullet trains. Most of them were only powerful enough to transport themselves 100 feet in any given direction at a time, and relied on the same methods of transportation as humans to cover long distances. The trio would have to hitchhike back to the condo. Luckily, there were ghosts everywhere, especially in the city, and they'd be able to ask for directions if need be. Even with that in mind, I couldn't fully shake the creeping sense of guilt as the minutes ticked by. So, at halftime, I told Lucas I was going to walk down to the corner market to get more drinks. He offered to go with me, but I turned him down and he settled back into his place on the couch, a fresh bowl of tortilla chips on the seat beside him. It didn't take long to find the trio. As soon as the elevator doors opened, when I hit the lobby, they floated past the doorman. Flapjack was in the lead, his tail high, a sour expression on his smushed little face. Gwen and Hayward were linked together at the elbow as they followed behind a few steps. I fished my phone out of my purse and held it to my ear as I stepped off the elevator. Oh, hello! I was just about to send out a search party for you. How was the trip? Hell on wheels. Flapjack scowled up at me. First of all, that guy who came into the bathroom after you left barely gave any warning before dropping some seriously toxic Flapjack, Hayward scolded. I'm just calling it like it is, the cat protested. After we got out of there, we had to listen to that woman yammer on, and finally, when we got to the bus stop, some idiot gave us the wrong information, and we ended up clear on the other side of the city. Of course, these two were so busy making out in the seat behind me that they didn't realize anything was wrong until it was way too late. Hayward looked thoroughly scandalized by the report, his mustache twitching.
I beg your pardon, but we were doing nothing of the sort.
Gwen giggled. We may have smooched a little when we went through that tunnel. Don't be so shy, Hayward. Flapjack rolled his eyes and began stalking past me. I'm going upstairs, and there better be a mountain of fish waiting for me. I started wheeling around to follow him, then remembered I'd promised to get a couple of drinks. I'll be there soon. I need to run to the Quickie Mart. With that, I hung up the phone and slipped it back into my pocket. You boys go on ahead, Gwen called, breaking away from Hayward to come join me. Hayward blew Gwen a kiss. Flapjack swore loudly. Never a dull moment, I muttered to myself, heading toward the glass doors. Gwen giggled as she caught up with me. It really wasn't all that bad, Scarlet. You know how he gets. I thanked the doorman as I stepped out onto the street. The condo building was near the waterfront and had the benefit of being surrounded by several shops and restaurants, all within a quick walk. As I rounded the corner, heading for the nearest convenience store, I glanced at Gwen. What happened with Wanda? Did you talk to her at all? A little bit. Flapjack was impatient as usual and didn't let me get more than a few words in edgewise. Gwen sighed. Sounds like she's really going through something, though. Are you going to be able to help? I don't know yet. I'll talk to Flapjack after I get back, and he decompresses. Which reminds me I'll need to grab a can of tuna at the shop, assuming they have some. It's too bad we don't have the rest of the support group here, Gwen said. We could maybe help her without having to get you involved. The last thing either Hayward or I want to do is crash your time with Lucas. Was it okay that we came to the open house tonight? Yeah, it's fine. Actually, it worked out well. You threw off that woman long enough to break her spell. I smiled at Gwen. So thanks for that. Gwen shrugged. Happy to help. I'll see what I can do to help Wanda. Hopefully it will just require a couple of phone calls. Maybe I can call the SPA again and see if they will reconsider getting involved, even if it just means them using their contacts with the human police to get someone looking into it. Smart. We reached the small convenience store and went inside to grab a few items. Gwen followed along, updating me on the information she'd managed to wheedle out of Hayward as to their plans while they were in the city. It was a welcome distraction from the twisting thoughts inside my head. I didn't want to tell Wanda to kick rocks, but there was a part of me that felt resentful at the idea of splitting my time with Lucas to dive into yet another investigation. By the time we emerged from the shop, I'd managed to convince myself not to borrow trouble and let Gwen lighten my mood as we made the trek back to the condo. Flapjack and Hayward were both waiting in the living room, but Lucas was gone. I set the paper bag down on the counter and pulled out the drinks and the small can of tuna, the only size they'd had in stock. "Where's Lucas?" I asked Hayward.
"He received a phone call, Lady Scarlet."
"Oh." I glanced at the digital clock on the stove and frowned. It was almost 8 o'clock. I wonder who is calling so late. At my own comment, I smiled. When had I turned into the person who thought 8 p.m. was late? I guess right around the time that I opened my own flower shop and had to be awake at 5 a.m. to get to work. I cracked the plastic seal on my iced tea, and Flapjack shot me a dark look. "Forgetting something?" Grumbling, I pushed aside the bottled tea and went to retrieve the can opener from the drawer beside the stove. "Little tyrant." "Whatever gets the job done," the cat replied, floating over to relish in the plate of stinky fish as soon as I placed it on the floor. "What did Wanda tell you anyway?" I asked, returning the can opener to its rightful place. "Not much more than she told you. She thinks this Tessa woman is tangled up with some bad people. Something about a gambling den, a guy on a motorcycle, and a sketchy bar." "Great. Sounds like my kind of party," I sighed. "What does she want me to do?" "She's going to come here the next time she sees the car outside Tessa's place, and she wants you to send the cops," Flapjack replied, before taking a swan dive through the tuna. Something about the smell still appealed to him, even as a ghost. He couldn't consume the fish, but still relished the scent and begged for fish harder than he had in life. I tended to be something of a softie on the matter, even though I hated the stench of it in the house. Sounds easy enough, I guess, although I'm not sure they'll be able to do much. It isn't technically illegal to park outside someone's house at night. I mean, unless she's got a restraining order or something. "I already tried to tell her that," Flapjack said, rolling onto his back. The whole scene looked strange, seeing the plate of tuna showing through the cat's silvery, semi-transparent form. Lucas came into the room, his expression tense. "Oh, you're back. I didn't hear the door." I handed him the beer I'd picked up for him. Luckily, in Seattle, even the small quickie marts stocked quality craft beers from local microbreweries. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just a work thing." He cracked the top off with the opener he'd left on the coffee table and settled back into his place on the couch. "Looks like you're just in time for the third quarter." "Hip, hip, hooray," Flapjack drawled. "Oh, hush up and enjoy your fish," I hissed at the cat, before giving Lucas an apologetic smile. "Oops, I promised no more ooga booga." Lucas chuckled. "The random plate of fish on the floor kind of tipped me off we weren't alone." "Right," I cringed. "Sorry. I'll clean all that up in 10 minutes. Flapjack started to protest, but I pinched my finger and thumb together and ran them along my lips, silently telling the cat to zip it. Lucas drank deeply from his beer. Sigh. Just another night in ghosty paradise. Chapter 4. Who moved my tuna? "Calm down, drama queen," I muttered, stalking back into the kitchen. "It's right here. I moved it for a whole 5 minutes so Lucas didn't step in it while he was setting up the coffee pot for the morning." Frowning, I placed the tuna back in the center of the small mat before the sink. "But it's going in the trash come morning. You're not going to convince me to leave it out all weekend, so don't even try." Hayward gave Flapjack a disapproving look as he dove through the tuna.
You are far more charitable than is warranted, Lady Scarlet.
Stay out of it, Sir Stuffy Britches.
If it were up to me, I'd say let the little beast go without. See if that wouldn't teach him a thing or two about gratitude.
Flapjack hissed. Is your cravat on too tight again? I said mind your own business. Flapjack? I said, my voice a low warning. Hayward spun away from us, heading for the front door.
Come along, my dear. I could use an evening walk.
Gwen flashed an apologetic look, then scurried after Hayward. What was that all about? I demanded of the cat, once they'd gone. You've been nastier to Hayward than usual, which is really saying something. Flapjack wallowed in the fish, rolling on his back, this way and that, ignoring my question. Rolling my eyes, I tossed my hands into the air. Fine. But if I didn't know any better, I would say maybe you're a tiny bit sad that he's busy now. At that, Flapjack scoffed. Right, that's definitely it. Good work, Scar. I drew in a slow inhale through my nose, regathering my patience. It's okay to miss him, you know. You two have been friends for a long time now. Always there to keep each other company when I'm not around. Friends? Huh. I've never called Signor Stuffy Pants my friend. I crossed my arms. Maybe not directly, but you have to admit you've spent more time with him than just about anyone else these past few years. And now he's moving on, finding new friends, new hobbies, and maybe, just maybe, you feel a little bit left behind. Flapjack rolled to his front and peered up at me, his huge silver eyes unblinking. Scar, let's save the head shrinking for another time, all right? Lucas came back into the room before I could reply to the cat. His brow was creased as he read something on his phone. It was close to 11. We'd been tucked into bed reading when I'd realized I'd forgotten to turn on the dishwasher. What's up? I asked as he crossed through the living room, heading toward his laptop computer. Uh-oh. Babe? He glanced up from his phone. It's work. There's been... A sharp chirp interrupted him. With a growl, he came to a halt. I have to take this. At this hour? Nodding, he grabbed his laptop, then went back down the hall toward the bedroom. I heard him answer the call with a curt, hello, right before the door closed and muffled his voice. What was that all about? I wondered aloud, hitting the button on the dishwasher. Want me to go find out? Flapjack asked, a note of mischief infused into the question. Do I want you to spy on my husband for me? I shot the cat a look. No. Although, if I was honest, a tiny inkling of curiosity did tap dance up my spine, tempting me to take him up on the offer to run a little reconnaissance. But no, it was a slippery slope. Lucas trusted me, and I trusted him. In order to keep that intact, we needed to respect each other. If Lucas thought I needed to know what was going on, he would tell me. As I tussled with the thought, a shimmer caught the corner of my eye, and I turned just as a figure materialized on the small balcony to the right of the large bank of windows. I blinked a few times, not fully believing what I was seeing. Wanda? The ghost rushed forward, only to hit the glass window and rebound like a disoriented pigeon. Unfortunately, there wasn't a ghost version of those safety reflective stickers people use to warn birds. Flapjack cackled loudly, and I shot him a glare. Be nice. I hurried to the balcony door and knelt down to clear away part of the line of salt lining the condo's baseboards and doorways. Flapjack scoffed. You're such a sucker, Scar. Hey, you should be thanking me, I snapped. Maybe you can make a new friend. His whiskers twitched, but he didn't reply, which I considered a slight victory. With the salt cleared, I stood and beckoned for Wanda. The ghost cautiously moved forward, this time able to gain entry through the balcony door. She shook her head as she materialized in the living room and briefly studied her hands and arms. What was that? Some kind of spell? Salt line, I replied. I didn't bother explaining that I kept certain patches unprotected to allow my companion ghost to move freely between the condo and the rest of the world. Flapjack, Hayward, and Gwen all knew where they could slip past the barrier, while unfamiliar ghosts were largely kept at bay. The only trouble I hadn't been able to work out was keeping the floors and ceilings barricaded. If the salt circle encompassed the entire living space, the protection formed would spread to the floor and ceiling, essentially creating a ghost-proof bubble. So far, I hadn't been forced to play spectral whack-a-mole with ghosts trying to enter from the unit above or below, and was content to leave things loosely guarded. "How did you know to find me here?" I asked. Wanda heaved a sigh. "I told you, I'm a detective." "Nice try," Flapjack said. "I gave you the address so you could tell us when to call the cops." "Oh, right." I scrubbed a hand down my face. Fatigue was setting in rapidly. "Did something happen? Should I call?" "I still say there isn't anything they can do," Flapjack interjected. "Like I said, her army Ken of a husband works for a security firm. He could set your friend up with some kind of high-tech system, and then you could go back to whatever it is you like to do in your spare time. Let me guess. Long walks through the antique book collection at the library?" My foot jerked, itching to drop-kick the obnoxious little furball into next week. "Ignore him," I said. "I'd say he's not normally like this, but he is." I considered the ghost before me. She didn't look dangerous, but if there was anything I'd learned in all of my years living life with one foot in the spirit world, it was that appearances were often deceiving. In fact, some of the most ferocious spirits I'd encountered were petite, nerdy, or otherwise unassuming. "I'm sure my husband Lucas could recommend a good home security system, although it might weird your friend out to have a random guy show up on her porch with a bunch of cameras and a referral from a dead person." Wanda shook her head. "I'm afraid it's too late for security systems or restraining orders anyway." "What do you mean?" "Tessa was kidnapped tonight, taken right off the street." Wanda shuddered. "I saw the whole thing. Some guy in a hoodie and a mask pulled her into a van and drove away. I tried to follow, but they were going too fast and I couldn't keep up. So I came here instead." "Oh my gosh, Wanda, I'm so sorry." I was frozen for a moment as the shock rippled through me, but then sprang into action, patting my pockets to find my cell phone. I'll call 911. I'll report it. What was the street? Did you get the license plate number? Was anyone else around?" "Pump the brakes, Scar," Flapjack said. Wanda's expression had gone vacant. Oops. "Sorry. Why don't you start at the beginning?" I opened a new note file on my phone, preparing to type out every detail Wanda shared. "After I left the taco shop, I went to check on Tessa at work. She has a part-time job at the drugstore by the university. She was just getting off her shift when I got there. I watched her punch out, and she stayed to talk with one of her coworkers for a few minutes. Then she left. She got a coffee at the shop she used to work at, and then she left. I'm not quite sure where she was headed, but if I had to guess, I'd say she was going to that awful club." "What club?" I asked. "It's called Serpent's Tongue," Wanda said, her distaste evident. Flapjack snorted. "Sounds like a classy joint." "It's awful." Wanda's expression twisted. "That's when it happened, though. Before she could get to the bus stop, the van almost crashed into her, sending her stumbling off to one side to get out of the way, right at the start of an alley between two shops. She started yelling, cussing out the driver for not looking. The door slid open, and that man grabbed her. She was gone so quick I could hardly believe my eyes." "It wasn't the same vehicle you saw outside her house, was it?" Wanda shook her head. "No, that was a car. This was a van, like a cargo style, not a minivan. White. I didn't see a logo on the side." She gave me the plate numbers and I jotted them down in my notes. It definitely sounds like a planned job, if the guy was wearing a mask and all that. I tapped out the last bits of information. "I'll call the police right away. I can make an anonymous report. Tell them I saw someone pull a girl into their van. I'll give them the address and time and plate numbers. They should be able to find some kind of security footage. There are a lot of businesses and shops in that part of the city." Wanda nodded, but the anxiety lines on her face only seemed to deepen. "I've already called an emergency meeting." "A meeting?" "Yes. There's only 3 of us now, but we hope to grow in numbers. We call ourselves the Bad Ghosts Club. It's kind of a play on that TV show, The Bad Girls Club. Have you heard of it?" Flapjack snickered under his breath. Luckily, to an untrained ear, it sounded like he'd been struck by the mother of all hairballs, leaving Wanda looking concerned rather than offended. "Why don't you go do that outside?" I told the cat, poking him with the toe of my slipper. "We're not really bad," Wanda hurried to add. "It's not the best name. When I started it, I envisioned a lot more, partying, but, well, the party ghosts haven't really seemed to turn up." "Were you really into parties when you were alive?" I asked, struggling to hold back my severe skepticism. You couldn't judge a book by its cover, but unless Wanda had died at a Halloween party dressed up as a mid-40s soccer mom, it was hard to imagine she'd been much of a chandelier swinger. "No," she admitted, "but I always wanted to know what it would be like. I guess I was just never brave enough to try. The bravest thing I ever did was go whitewater rafting at my company's summer retreat. It also happens to have been the last thing I did. I fell out of the raft and hit my chin on a rock. Somehow, in the shock of the cold water and the hit to the noggin, I managed to inhale some water, and the rest of the people in the boat didn't reach me in time to revive me." My chest tightened at her description. It never got easier to hear a ghost's death story. I'd heard dozens, probably close to 100, and each one managed to hit me like a cannonball to the gut. "How awful, Wanda. I'm so sorry that happened to you." Wanda shrugged. "It was 5 years ago. I've moved on, for the most part. The only thing I hate is how helpless I am as a ghost. I mean, tonight I was right there. I was close enough that I could have reached out and snatched that girl back if I had any way to use my arms." She stared in disgust at her useless limbs, then threw them back to her sides. Her eyes squeezed tight, and I knew she must be reliving it all again and again inside her mind. "We're going to figure this out, Wanda. I promise I will do everything in my power to help bring Tessa back home safely." Somewhere over my shoulder, I heard Flapjack faintly sing the lyrics to "Another One Bites the Dust." Chapter 5. The other members of the so-called Bad Ghosts Club arrived shortly after Wanda's recounting of her death story. 2 figures appeared on the balcony, both female. I ushered them toward the balcony door, and they tentatively crossed the threshold into the condo to join their founding member in the living room. "Oh, good. They're multiplying," Flapjack quipped from his perch along the back of the couch. "What a beautiful cat," the elderly woman to Wanda's right said, grinning at Flapjack. "And he talks." "Endlessly," I replied, giving Flapjack a forced smile. Wanda cleared her throat. "I suppose I should make formal introductions. Scarlett, this is Nora Clark. She ran a popular knitting shop here in Seattle, and even appeared on TV a few times after her campaign to knit sweaters for shelter pets went viral." "I just love animals," Nora said, eyeing Flapjack with a dreamy smile. I suppressed the urge to giggle. "Trust me, you don't want that one. He's mouthy and rude and doesn't believe in personal space." Nora laughed. "Aw, he's just a big old putty tat." Flapjack blinked. What did she just call me? The giggles I'd been holding back bubbled forth. "It's from a cartoon. Don't you remember Tweety Bird?" Nora moved a little closer. "Can I pet him?" I opened my mouth to respond, but Flapjack beat me to it, offering a low growl. "Flapjack," I scolded, "behave yourself." "Oh!" Nora shuffled back a step, her expression crestfallen. "I'll bet he feels just like silk. It's been such a long time since I've been able to run my fingers through a cat's fur." I shot Flapjack a pleading look. He jumped off the back of the couch and stalked into the other room, his tail held high. Rolling my eyes, I turned back and offered Nora an apologetic smile. "Sorry about him. He's in a bit of a bad mood tonight. And, well, just about every other night." Wanda gestured at the third ghost. "This is Lydia. She's Tessa's twin sister." I swallowed hard. "Tessa, as in—" Wanda nodded. "Now do you see why this is so important? I didn't realize Tessa was so young. Did you—" She's not, Lydia interjected, speaking up for the first time. She sniffled. I died 8 years ago when we were 17. Tessa is almost 26 now. Oh, I see. Lydia is something of her sister's guardian angel, Wanda explained. I couldn't recall ever meeting twin spirits before, but it made sense that if one were to pass on, the other would remain behind in order for them to cross over to the other world together. Tell me about Tessa. Tessa is the most amazing person I know, Lydia began. She's strong and smart and determined. She's been putting herself through school to become a pharmacist and even got a job at a drugstore so she could learn from the pharmacists there. What about her love life? Any jealous boyfriends or vengeful exes? Lydia looked to Wanda, something hesitant in her eyes. Wanda gave the girl an encouraging nod. With a sigh, Lydia met my gaze. Tessa has fallen in with kind of a rough crowd. It's not her fault. She was put in a bad situation after our dad died. My heart twisted. First, Tessa had lost her sister, her twin, then her father? So much tragedy for someone so young. He passed 3 years ago, Lydia went on, and a few weeks afterward, a man showed up at Tessa's apartment. According to him, our dad owed him nearly $200,000 in bad gambling debts. He told Tessa that if she didn't pay up, he would come back with others and... Lydia broke off, her shoulders shaking as she trembled at the memory. Wanda scooted closer and tucked the young woman under one arm. The whole situation went sideways. Naturally, a young lady like Tessa doesn't have that kind of money lying about. Her father left some money to her in his will, but it wasn't enough. So Tessa managed to arrange a deal with the group. They call themselves the Order of the Serpent's Tongue. Serpent's Tongue? That's the name of the club you said Tessa worked at, right? Wanda nodded. She's working there, for the Order, to pay off the debt. So they're like a gang? They prefer the term secret society, but they definitely get into some shady dealings, Wanda replied, her expression sour. And they're all fully human? I asked. The three spirits exchanged a look. After a moment of silent conference, Nora spoke up. We're not sure, dear. There have been some strange occurrences, Wanda added, but nothing directly magic-related. Okay. I got my phone's electronic notepad open again. Tell me about these occurrences. 2 weeks ago, the leader of the group, Cisco, took Tessa home with him after a night at the clubhouse. Tessa seemed nervous, like she was only agreeing to go because she felt as though she had to. We tried to stow away in his car to make sure she was safe. But it was like the car was made of iron. As soon as we tried to get inside, all three of us dispersed and reset back to our anchor points. Nora eyed me. You know what that is, don't you, Sugar? I nodded. Yes, but I've never heard of it happening quite like that. Usually it's when iron is wielded and used intentionally against a spirit. I'll admit to keeping a small iron omelet pan around for security in case a spirit gets nasty. I guess I never thought about what would happen if a ghost were to touch the pan of their own free will. That's because they wouldn't, Wanda replied. We spirits can feel iron, sense it. This car wasn't made of iron, of course, but something caused it to act in the same fashion. Sounds like it could be some kind of ward or protection spell, which suggests that there's magic involved at some level of the organization. You've never seen magic performed in the clubhouse? Or heard conversations about it? Magic wielders tend to get chatty about their power when they know they're in the company of other wielders. They mostly talk about money, Wanda said. How much they have, how much they want, how they're going to get more. I looked at Lydia. What about your father? What was his connection to this group? My father lived by the work hard, play hard philosophy. He made a lot of money working for an investment firm, and when he needed to blow off steam, he gambled. Poker, mostly. He went to poker tournaments about as often as his colleagues played golf. Whenever we went on a family vacation, it was so he could go play in a high-stakes game. Our mother knew, of course, but she didn't seem to mind. We had a comfortable life. As long as he didn't rock the boat, she was content to let him have his fun. Were you, around when he first got involved with this so-called order? I asked, hoping the question didn't come across as insensitive. From the sounds of things, Lydia had been watching over her family the majority of her afterlife. Still, even as a ghost, it was easy to miss things. Death didn't ease all of the restrictions of physics. Sure, one could move through solid objects or withstand a hurricane, but you could only ever be in one place at one time. I imagined that Lydia would have mostly concerned herself with watching over her twin, not following her father into poker dens and casinos. Lydia shook her head. For the first few years of my time as a ghost, I didn't leave my family's home. Really, I only ventured out on a regular basis when Tessa started college. My father was charismatic and charming. He could capture the attention of an entire room if he was telling a story. But he was also a workaholic. He left for work early in the morning and came home late. On the weekends, he went out. I was so used to it I didn't think much of it. How did he pass, if you don't mind my asking? He had a heart attack. He went away for a long weekend to Vegas and just never came home. According to the police, he died doing what he loved, sitting at a poker table with a stiff drink in his hand and a cocktail waitress in his lap. A timid smile flitted across Lydia's mouth. That probably paints a terrible picture of him as some fat cat playboy, but he wasn't like that. He was the life of a party. Everyone was drawn to him. He was magnetic. I'm sorry for your loss. I offered a sympathetic smile to the young woman. Where is your mother? Does she know what happened with Tessa and the money? Lydia looked down at her hands. She doesn't know. Tessa and she had a falling out a couple of years back. She didn't like how quickly our mother moved on after. Lydia paused. She remarried her personal trainer about 8 months after Robert died. Wanda interjected, while the young woman composed herself. Oh, I see. Tess refused to go to the wedding, and that hurt my mother's feelings. They had a nasty fight. They both said things they didn't mean. I was there when it happened. I wanted so badly to stop them, to tell them they were both being unfair and cruel, but all I could do was watch it unravel. Lydia's voice grew thick with emotion. It was the worst night of my life, before or after I died. Does your mother know about the debt? I asked gently. Lydia shook her head, her eyes still downcast. Tess didn't want her involved. She was always like that, Miss Independent. She thought she could handle these guys on her own. I don't think she realized how deep in over her head she was getting until it was too late. And then the fight happened, I said, putting the pieces together. That kind of familial fracture would have likely driven Tessa further into the order. What if they never get a chance to make amends? Lydia asked, her eyes glossy. Wanda's lips pressed into a thin line as she struggled to hold back her own emotions. She swooped closer to the girl and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Nora placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. I swallowed hard. The despair was so real and raw, it was almost suffocating. Have any of you gone to the Supernatural Protection Agency about this? If Cisco is using magic, or at least has access to it, it seems like it would fall under their jurisdiction, even though it's all taking place in the human side of the city. Nora and Lydia both glanced at Wanda, then looked away. Unfortunately, after a few mistakes, the agency no longer bothers to take meetings with me. I can file a dozen reports, but won't get a call back from them. What kind of mistakes? Wanda's faintly silver cheeks went a shade deeper. Well, let's see, Nora chimed in. There was the time you thought fairies were messing with the traffic lights, when it turned out to be the Department of Transportation doing annual testing. Or when you thought there was some kind of dragon living in the basement of that abandoned textile factory, but you were too scared to go and look for yourself. A dragon? Nora smiled serenely. A bunch of dumb kids broke in and set off a bag of fireworks. Now, to be fair to Wanda, one of them did actually need medical attention, but the SPA wasn't happy to send out agents in the middle of the night just to find some drunk teenagers. In my defense, there had been strange noises from that factory for weeks before the explosions went off. Nora patted Wanda's hand. Wanda tugged her hand away from the woman and pleaded her case to me. I've lived my whole life never even knowing there were such things as magic and witches and ghosts. So, when I was exposed to the truth, I guess you could say I saw goblins and fairies around every corner."
"Literally," Nora said, smiling. "What if you went, Lydia? Surely they would listen to you. You're the victim's sister."
"I'll try, but without knowing for sure that any of this has to do with the supernatural, I'm not sure they'll care."
My heart sank, knowing she was probably right. With the rogue real estate agent, there was clear proof that magic was involved. Tessa's case would be harder to link back to the magic world, and without that link, the SPA might be cautious to get involved. I'll call the SPA myself, along with the human police. In the meantime, maybe go to this club and see if there's any sign of her. Someone has to know something. We all agreed to meet again the following evening, and the 3 ghosts departed into the night. Chapter 6. Gwen and Hayward arrived back at the condo a few minutes after the women left. Hayward seemed more relaxed following the late-night jaunt, or maybe he was relieved that Flapjack had put himself to bed. Lucas was still in the bedroom, talking on the phone. The bags under my eyes were starting to accrue their own carry-on luggage, but I didn't want to interrupt his work. So instead, I finished tidying up the kitchen and caught Gwen and Hayward up on the conversation with Wanda, Lydia, and Nora. "Phew! That sounds just like being back home with the support group," Gwen said, smiling at me from across the kitchen island. "Don't you think? Maybe you could head up this little group of theirs and build it up like the one in Beechwood Harbor. You know, if you want to." "Maybe." "That reminds me, I forgot to tell you what happened at last week's meeting. Do you remember June? She came in for the first time a few months ago. You might not remember her. You were really busy with wedding stuff at the time. Well, anyway, My thoughts drifted as Gwen spiraled off into a story about the woman and the chihuahua who lived in the house she was haunting. I didn't want to admit it to Gwen, but I couldn't deny the sense of dread that accompanied the idea of starting a new ghost support group in Seattle. While I appreciated my time with the regulars back in Beechwood Harbor, I wasn't in a hurry to replicate the experiment anytime soon. I wasn't entirely sure what I planned to do once I started my new life in the city, but I knew what I didn't want to do after the move. In all likelihood, I had plenty of time to figure it out. My efforts to find a buyer for Lily Pond were at a standstill. Still, eventually I would have to make a decision and find a new path for myself. Once the shop sold, I'd be out of a job. The sale of the shop would put a little extra cash into my pocket, and I'd no longer have to worry about paying the lease or the other business expenses. It would free up both my time and my often worry-addled mind. I just worried that in their place, a vacuum would form, and if I wasn't careful, it would be all too easy to slip deep into my work with ghosts, which by itself wasn't a bad thing. But the problem with ghosts and spirit matters was they were unending, like the gushing of a mighty waterfall. There would always be ghosts, and with ghosts came problems. No sooner did I get one spirit situation under control than 10 others swooped in to take their place. It would always be that way, even if I worked to corral things back into something resembling routine and order, as I had in Beechwood Harbor. It had taken some work and discipline, but I'd managed it. Then again, Beechwood was a tiny little town, and while I'd found my share of trouble, it wouldn't even begin to compare with what awaited me in a big city like Seattle. Gwen's voice filtered through my chaotic, twisting thoughts. "Scarlett, are you all right?" I blinked, realizing that I'd mashed the paper towel I'd used to wipe the front of the microwave into a tightly wadded ball. With a nervous smile, I tossed it into the trash and refocused my attention. "I'm sorry. What were you saying?" Gwen and Hayward exchanged a glance. I laughed. "You guys, come on. Please, just don't mind me. Everything is fine." "You know you can talk to us," Gwen said, her tone gentle. "This isn't a one-way street, where only we're allowed to dump all our problems on you." I smiled. "I know. I got lost in my thoughts, that's all." "Speaking of," Hayward said, rising from his seat beside Gwen, "I think it's time for me to retire for the evening. Lady Gwen, thank you again for accompanying me tonight. It was quite a nice stroll."
"You don't have to be so formal," Gwen replied with a little giggle. She planted a kiss on his cheek and he shuffled out of the room. No sooner had he gone than Flapjack came back in.
"Is it safe out here?"
he asked, poking his head in through the wall. I rolled my eyes. "Yes, Flapjack, the super scary septuagenarian is gone now." Gwen hid a snicker behind her hands. Flapjack wandered into the living room, the tip of his tail twitching as he strolled past the bank of windows. Ignoring him, I returned my attention to Gwen. "I'm glad you and Hayward had a nice time tonight." Gwen's smile faded, and she intertwined her fingers together on the countertop before her. "Actually, I was hoping you could speak to Hayward for me." "Oh? About what?" I glanced at Flapjack. He couldn't keep a secret to save his 9th life. If something was going on with Hayward, he would have told me. The cat yawned, then stretched his body in an arch.
"This sounds like girl talk. I'm out."
Gwen rolled her eyes as we watched his fluffy hindquarters disappear through the front door. "He has the emotional range of a turnip, doesn't he?" I laughed softly and went to the fridge to fill a glass with water. To be fair, he had to endure my teenage angst years. All the sleepovers, teen heartthrob posters, and collages from magazine clippings. The fretting over prom dresses and dates. It's a wonder he still hangs around, really. Gwen sighed happily. "Oh, how I would have loved to be there. I'll bet you had a killer prom dress." I snorted. "Not really. My mom hated the one I picked out, so she went out and bought me this royal purple dress made from some kind of silky, shiny fabric. It didn't photograph well at all. I'm pretty sure I've burned most of the evidence of that night." Gwen gasped, as though I'd just confessed to going streaking in my spare time. Of course, the fact that my so-called date wound up ditching me for a shot at the prom queen once she got tipsy off the spiked punch, that might have had something to do with the mini bonfire. "I hope you kicked him in the shin," Gwen exclaimed. "Or worse." I laughed. "If Flapjack had been alive, he probably would have tried to claw his face off." For all his complaining, he's more of a softie than most people realize. Gwen smiled. "Anyway," I said, taking the glass of water back to the living room, "what's going on with you and Hayward? I thought things were going well with all the new activities." "Oh, it is. But he said something tonight while we were out on our walk, and it's got me worried." Gwen floated closer and settled onto the coffee table, crisscrossing her legs underneath her. "I think he's having second thoughts about staying in Beechwood Harbor with me, after you move here full-time." "Oh?" "He's enjoying being in the city with its museums and operas and theaters. Beechwood Harbor can't really compete on that level." "The annual community center production isn't quite on par with the Paramount, huh?" Gwen's lips curved into a rueful smile. "I guess it depends on what you're looking for. Personally, I like the Beechwood players, especially when they forget their lines midway and the whole thing devolves into bickering." I snorted. "They do put on a pretty good nativity scene, though." Gwen laughed softly. "Remember 2 years ago when the baby Jesus spit up all over the guy in the sheep costume? It was a not-so-silent night, if I remember correctly. That Williamson's kid had a set of pipes on him." We giggled at the memory. But when Gwen's laughter faded, the spark went out in her eyes. "I know Hayward and I come from different times, different worlds. And maybe I was just blind, but for a long time it seemed like it worked. You know, against all odds, we had something special." My heart clenched at her use of past tense. "I just want him to be happy, you know?" Gwen frowned down at her hands, lying limp in her lap. "I used to make him happy, didn't I?" "Of course you did. You still do, Gwen. He's crazy about you. I don't think that's changed." She looked up at me through thick lashes. "What do you think I should do?" "I think he needs a little time," I replied, my voice soft. "I know he's dead, but this whole thing almost feels like a midlife crisis." "A mid-afterlife crisis? Maybe that's a thing." Gwen smiled and wiped at her eyes. "Goodness, look at me, falling to pieces. And after what those other women are going through." She tossed her head. "I shouldn't be complaining about my circumstances." "You can't do that, Gwen. Don't downplay your feelings or try to stack them up against someone else's to see if they're valid or not. They are. You have every right to feel scared and uncertain and sad. There's a lot going on, a lot of changes, and that's hard on just about anyone.
Thanks, Scarlett. I appreciate that, she sniffled. Anyway, I was hoping you could talk to him and see if you could figure out what's going on. He confides in you.
What did he say when you brought up your concerns? Gwen looked down at her hands again. I frowned. You have asked him, haven't you?
I haven't found the right time, she replied, peeking up at me.
Gwen.
I know. It's just we've been going out every night and he's been in such a good mood. I haven't wanted to bring the mood down, you know?
I smiled at her. Tell you what, I'll agree to do a little digging, but you have to promise me that you'll sit down with him and really hash this out. It's not something that needs an immediate yes or no. Lucas and I aren't any closer to buying a house than we were 6 weeks ago. And even when we do, it's not like Hayward has to decide right away. I'll be traveling back and forth for the foreseeable future, and he can always hop a ride, to or from the harbor. But I hate to see you so twisted up. I really think the sooner the better, for both of you.
You're right, Scarlett. Thank you.
Rising from her perch on the coffee table, she nodded. I guess I'll go do that now. Good. You know I'm always here for you.
I do. Thanks, Scarlett. Try and get some rest.
What time is the open house? Lucas asked, checking his watch as he came into the living room. He was dressed for work, slacks, a button-up shirt, and a tie. It was a far cry from the black cargo pants and t-shirt he'd worn as the head of security for the reality TV show he'd worked on when we met. Personally, I liked him a little scruffy. But I was getting more on board with the clean-cut version every day. I still can't believe they called you in on your day off, I grumbled, reaching up to adjust his tie as he got closer. I mean, really, what's the point of having you put in a formal time off request if they can just yank it away at the last minute? They know we're trying to go look at houses. Lucas frowned and took over fixing his tie. It's complicated, but it should only be a half day. As a result of his late-night phone call, he was now going into the office. He sometimes worked on the weekends, but had requested this particular one off so he could focus on the house hunt and get in some much-needed quality time. But there was no point complaining about it. He couldn't refuse the order to go in. The open house starts at 3, I told him, going to the kitchen to fill his travel mug with fresh coffee. Do you want me to pick you up on the way, or should we take separate cars? Lucas considered it for a moment. Let's play it by ear. I'll call when I'm wrapping things up and we'll go from there. Works for me. I handed off the coffee cup, and he dropped a quick kiss to my lips before turning to grab his lunch bag off the opposite counter. What are you going to do today? It's supposed to be cold, but it doesn't look like rain if you wanted to go check out the waterfront. I shrugged. I'll probably call the shop, check in with Lizzie, and see if there's anything I can do remotely. Lucas chuckled. Somehow I knew that was going to be your answer. You know Lizzie has things under control. Why not just enjoy the peace and quiet? I laughed. What's peace and quiet? Your TV has 300 channels. I'll probably wind up refereeing Hayward and Flapjack's bickering over what to watch for at least half of the morning. Hence my suggestion to escape, Lucas said, tossing me a wink as he headed for the door. I'll take that under advisement, I told him, before stealing a final kiss and wishing him a good day. Hayward's not even here, Flapjack said, when I closed and locked the door. Which means I get to watch fishing shows all day. I rolled my eyes and bypassed the remote control on my way to the kitchen for a coffee refill. I'll turn it on before I leave. In the meantime, let's give this peace and quiet thing a try. Flapjack scoffed. Hey, I'm not the one insisting on hobnobbing with a bunch of sad sack ghosts who want you to call the milk company and plaster some chick's face on the cartons. Do they even do that anymore? I asked, frowning at the cat over the rim of my mug. I'm pretty sure that's what social media is for now. Which I suppose isn't a bad idea. There's got to be some kind of forum or group where I could post Tessa's information. Someone has to know something, right? No comment, Flapjack grumbled. I set my mug down and stared at him. Why are you so grumpy? Hayward and Gwen are out for the day, keeping themselves busy. You don't have to listen to them making out or cooing at each other. You should be happy. Since this mood you're in has nothing to do with feeling excluded. Your sarcasm is not appreciated, Flapjack said. Now turn on my fish show. I cocked my head. You're really going to mope around all day watching TV? Flapjack snorted, another hairball-esque sound. I have no interest in haunting museums or spending 4 hours at the opera. I'd rather slam my tail in a door. I held up my hands, surrendering. All right, fine. It was just a question. A stupid one, he mumbled, jumping onto the arm of the couch, settling down with his back to me. I shot him a look, but didn't fire a return shot. There was no point. In times like these, it was best to ride it out and not provoke him, tempting though it may be. With an exhale, I reached over and snagged the remote control. What channel? Flapjack twisted around and looked at me. What are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe I'll take Lucas's suggestion and go down to the waterfront. I need to learn my way around. Maybe find a little cafe for some lunch. Flapjack narrowed his eyes. Uh-huh. Likely story. I sighed. What else is there to do? Is this you hinting about going to the fish market? Because we could do that. We both know you're going to snoop around in this business with the missing girl. Scooping my mug back up from the coffee table, I leaned back against the thin cushion. I honestly wouldn't know where to start with this one. I barely know my way to the grocery store and back again. It's not like Beechwood Harbor, where everything is contained and I could ask around to see if anyone knows anything. I called the SPA and the Seattle PD. They're looking into it. And that's exactly what I'll tell the others when they come by later tonight. You could see what the security cameras picked up. Maybe there's something the detectives missed. A clue of some kind. I frowned at the cat. Wait, you want me to go Sherlock on this one? Flapjack rolled his shoulder in a feline version of a shrug. It's probably more interesting than sitting around here watching fishing shows. I laughed. Well, yeah, but then that's a pretty low bar. For some, Flapjack countered. And how do you think I'm going to manage to get access to the security footage? Again, we're not in Mayberry anymore. I think it's going to take more than a smile and a pretty please. It's almost like you don't know someone who has access to security footage from around the city, Flapjack replied sarcastically. I glanced over my shoulder, back toward the dining room table, where Lucas had left his work laptop. Quickly, I whipped around and shook my head. No, it wouldn't be right. And besides, I don't know any of his passwords. Flapjack flashed his teeth. I do. Flapjack? What? It's not like it matters whether I do or not. I can't hack into his account and go on a catnip-fueled shopping spree or something. Small mercies, I muttered. Still, you shouldn't be snooping around like that. It's a violation of Lucas's privacy. Flapjack launched himself onto the dining room table and tap-danced over to the laptop. Yeah. You want the passwords or not? Chapter 7. Now I'm remembering why I invited Hayward to come travel with us in the first place. He's the angel to your devil, I told Flapjack, as soon as I keyed in the swiped password and logged in to Lucas's work laptop. From there, I navigated to his employee dashboard, and with another stolen key code, logged in. Flapjack laughed, the sound a wheezy purr. Oh yes, the Honorable Sir Stuffy. He's available for all moral quandaries, ethical reviews, and has an impressively boring array of cravat advice in case you ever need it. I ignored Flapjack's taunting and took a moment to orient myself. I'd seen Lucas use the program before, but I wasn't entirely sure how to find what I was looking for. It took a few minutes, but I found a map of Seattle, dotted with red pins, marking the locations throughout the city that used the security firm's services. There was a search bar at the top, and I entered the cross streets Wanda had provided, noting the location from where Tessa was kidnapped. Pressing enter, I sucked in a breath and waited for the results to populate. The map zoomed in closer to the address,
and noted 4 buildings. Okay, so let's start with these. I clicked on the first one, and a new window opened. It was a database of all the footage from the cameras posted at that business's address. Everything was stored digitally in the firm's encrypted cloud, and more high-tech and accessible than cheap cameras used by a lot of companies that only held a short window of data and could easily be overwritten or manipulated. Lucas's firm was internationally renowned for a reason. This one is the closest, but it's still a couple of blocks away from where Wanda said she was taken. I frowned. Let's see if it caught anything at that time. The van had to come from somewhere. Maybe we'll catch it. With a few clicks, I entered in the time I wanted to search, and a video filled the screen. There were multiple camera angles, each showing in its own frame. Another click, and I was able to filter through them one at a time. I clicked away from the ones showing the building's lobby and concentrated on watching the street. Wanda hadn't been able to tell the exact time of the kidnapping, but she'd gone to alert the other 2 ghosts and then came straight to Lucas's condo from the University District. If I had to guess, I'd say Tessa was kidnapped somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. So that was where I started the replay, slowly moving the video forward, intently studying every detail, every car, every pedestrian. I didn't know exactly what Tessa looked like, but the ghosts had given a detailed description, including what she'd been wearing that night, and I'd seen what she'd looked like at 17, reflected back in her twin sister's ghost. My heart jolted when I spotted her on the street. The same light blue puffer coat with black slacks, her sandy blonde hair pulled back into a high pony. "That's her!" I exclaimed, tapping my finger against the screen. Tessa emerged from a small coffee shop, wedged between the hotel and a bank. Wanda said she'd seen her leaving the coffee shop. This is right before she's taken. I glanced at the timestamp, 9:48. Kind of late for an espresso, I commented. Could be tea, Flapjack replied. She worked nights, I said, remembering what the ghosts had told me. Wanda said she would sometimes go to the club right after working her normal job at the drugstore. Maybe that's where she's headed and needed the caffeine jolt to get her through a shift at the bar. We watched the video for as long as we could, before I had to back up and find the next camera and zero in on the time she walked past its line of sight. It was a little frustrating, bouncing around, but after some trial and error, I managed to jot down the timestamps and camera numbers for her entire route. She vanished between this shot and the next camera on this hotel, I said, gesturing at the pins on the map. There are a few other buildings between the 2. Hopefully, the detectives will be able to pull more footage. So, next stop, coffee shop? Flapjack asked. I glanced over at him, my brow creased. If she was a regular, someone there might know something. I don't know, I said, logging out of the laptop. I have to be ready to meet Lucas at the open house we found last night. That's the whole reason I'm in town. You don't have to be there for hours, Flapjack insisted. I held up a hand. Let's wait and see what the detectives find. The SPA should be calling me back soon, too. For all we know, this is some kind of extreme hazing or something to do with that snake tongue thing. I don't know much about secret societies, but the whole idea sounds pretty sketchy to me. All right, suit yourself. In the meantime, let's go see those flying fish. I laughed. The fish don't actually fly, you know. The merchants just toss them. I don't really care how it happens, Scar. I just want to see it. All right, fair enough. Let me get ready. We should have time to cruise around Pike's place before the open house. Flapjack leaped off the table and did a swirl around the table. Dinner and a show. The SPA did call to follow up, right as I was putting the finishing touches on my makeup, preparing to go and meet Lucas at the open house. Flapjack and I had spent the morning and early afternoon walking around the market. Well, I walked around the market. He mostly stayed glued to the fish vendors, watching them work. I picked up a few trinkets and a new scarf, then circled back and retrieved the mesmerized feline. I set my powder brush aside and picked up the phone. Hello, this is Scarlett. Yes, hello, Miss Sanderson. This is Esme with the Supernatural Protection Agency. I was calling to discuss the tip you called in yesterday. Which one? I asked, cringing slightly that I even had to ask. I didn't want the SBA to think I was turning into some kind of alarmist.
Oh, this is in regards to the suspected kidnapping?
Esme cleared her throat.
The case does not appear to be supernatural in nature. And according to our contacts, the local law enforcement has already begun investigating. We will defer to their efforts.
But what about the ghost repellent? That isn't something that just anyone could come up with. Most people don't even believe in ghosts, let alone seek out ways to repel them.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sanderson, that's all I know. I'm only relaying what the agents told me.
I sighed. Right, okay. Well, thanks anyway. Oh, and while I have you, can you change my name on record? I recently got married. It's Sanderson Green now.
Now that is something I can help you with, Esme chirped.
After a few minutes, we ended the call, with my name change sorted, but the pit in my stomach remained. Unless I could prove there was something funky going on, the SBA wasn't going to be my safety net on this case. All I could do was hope the SPD would unearth a lead. "Flapjack," I called, slipping the phone into my purse. "Are you coming to the open house? I'm leaving in 3 minutes.
Scar, we got company."
What? I left the bedroom and walked into the living room just as Nora, Wanda, and Lydia swooped in through the still unprotected balcony door. I hadn't bothered to restore the salt line before going to bed. I glanced at my watch. I needed to leave in a few minutes if I wanted to meet Lucas on time. Ladies, I'm really sorry, but I have another appointment I need to get to, so if we could— "We just came from the station," Wanda interrupted, the edges of her tone a little sharp. "They sent out a pair of detectives to follow up with business owners in the area to check their security cameras, but couldn't get anything solid enough to act on." I briefly told them about what I'd seen on the security footage. There'd been no sign of the white van, and I hadn't been able to get a shot of the actual kidnapping. Whoever grabbed her must have known where the blind spots were. I sighed. We knew she was being followed by whoever it was you saw parked outside her house. They probably followed her when she was away from home, too, noting her routine. They likely knew she would stop in that coffee shop, then where she would walk afterward. Then it was just a matter of finding the vulnerable spots on the route. Nora swore. "If I ever catch up with them, I'll stick a knitting needle where the sun don't shine." I blinked, surprised by the elderly woman's colorful commentary.
Maybe I misjudged this one,"
Flapjack said, inching closer as he peered up appreciatively at the woman. Nora grinned at the cat. "What about the license plate?" I asked Wanda. "Couldn't they pull up the registration information?" "They tried," Wanda said, giving a shake of her head, "but the plates were stolen, pulled off a station wagon in Bellevue a few weeks ago."
Oh!
A sinking ball of dread landed hard in my stomach. What are the next steps? Surely they can do something. "They're supposed to check in with Tessa's employer later today," Wanda replied. "They went to her house and looked around, too," Lydia added. "Not that there was anything to find. It's not like the Serpent's Tongue crew hands out bumper stickers and membership badges. They don't even give her a pay stub. Everything there is off the record. There's nothing linking her to them." "Did you hear back from the SPA?" Wanda asked, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Cringing, I nodded. "I did, but they're staying out of the SPD's way. Maybe I can try again, now that it looks like the detectives are coming up a little short on clues." An alarm chimed on my phone, a little reminder I'd set up for myself. I gave the 3 women an apologetic smile as I turned it off. "I'm really sorry. I do have to get going. I'll call the SBA just as soon as I get back and give them an update. If I have to, I'll go to the Seattle Haven myself and speak with someone in person. This isn't over yet, so don't give up hope." The 3 women nodded in agreement, though none of it was particularly convincing. There was an aura of despair swirling through the room. Not that I could blame them.
"Thank you for trying, sugar," Nora said, already turning to leave.
Lydia and Wanda followed, and the 3 slipped out the balcony door and whisked away before I could even attempt to find more comforting words.
"Well, that sucked," Flapjack said.
And for once, I couldn't disagree with him. Chapter 8. The open house was a total bust, just with less voodoo this time. Lucas and I quickly toured the cramped 3-bedroom home, mentally racking up all of the things we would have to change
and then scooted out. It was a case of creative photography angles and focusing on the home's exterior in the real estate listing. Whoever owned it had taken great care to pump up the curb appeal, but upon closer inspection of the interior, it was far less up-to-date than we'd expected. Afterward, we went for an early dinner at a nearby soup and sandwich shop. It was just past 4 o'clock, but I'd forgotten to eat lunch, and Lucas was one of those guys who could always eat. "What's the plan for tonight?" I asked, as we got situated at a cozy table for two. Lucas paused, rolling up his sleeves, a guilty look on his face. "Are you serious?" "I'm sorry. I tried to get everything wrapped up, but we have this high-profile client who is planning this crazy last-minute trip, and we have to get everything arranged. I should only need a couple of hours." I sighed and planted one elbow on the table. "Guess I'll just have to do more retail therapy then." Lucas chuckled. "Uh-oh." I told him about my trip to Pike's Place Market with Flapjack. We laughed together over my impression of the cat's wide-eyed stare at the fish counter. Luckily, the cat in question had opted to stay home and watch his bass fishing tournament, so he wasn't there to bristle at my impersonation. It actually felt a little odd, being on a ghost-free outing. Gwen and Hayward were off together, exploring the city, or perhaps taking in a show. I was sure to hear all about it when they got back home. A bell chimed at the counter, and Lucas went to retrieve our meals. He placed a tray in front of me, a classic grilled cheese and tomato soup combo. Nothing like pure comfort food on a rainy afternoon. "Agreed," he said, sliding back into his own seat. He'd ordered a massive bowl of corn chowder and dug in happily. We ate and talked about the other house listings we were considering. Yvonne, our real estate agent, was lining things up for the next few days. Assuming Lucas's work gave him a minute's peace. When we finished, Lucas cleared the table and I popped into the ladies' room. The rain had picked up a little since we'd stepped into the cafe, and I was reluctant to leave the cozy atmosphere behind. "See you at home?" Lucas said, turning to me. I kissed him. "See you at home." With that, he pushed open the door and we both made a mad dash through the rain to our respective vehicles. I arrived back at the condo, halfway expecting a full house again, but Flapjack appeared to be flying solo, still propped up on the couch, glued to the TV. "Hello," I called, shrugging out of my waterproof jacket. I hung it up in the closet and then kicked out of my low-profile heels. "Did you get yourself into any more shenanigans?" Flapjack asked, not bothering to look at me as I made my way into the living room. It was a shenanigan-free outing, but the house was a no-go. Sighing, I sagged back against the couch. The condo was a corporate rental, and a high-end one at that, but the decor and furnishings skewed modern and cold, nondescript. Whoever had selected the furniture had clearly placed design above comfort. I missed my sagging second-hand sofa back in Beechwood Harbor. It wasn't much to look at, but it was one of those couches that was hard to get up from once you sank into the cushions. Plus, it had colorful throw pillows, and in my opinion, every couch needed a good 3 or 4 throw pillows. On the TV screen, 2 men were wrestling a massive fish onto the deck of a boat. The poor thing flopped around violently as it struggled to get free of them. My nose wrinkled. "This is awful, Flapjack. Why do you like this stuff?" "What am I supposed to watch?" he replied, still not taking his eyes off the large flat screen. "Ugh, I don't know. Anything but this." I surged up from the couch and wandered into the kitchen. I was still full from the late lunch/early dinner with Lucas, but I found there was always room for a block or 2 of dark chocolate. I pulled a bar from the cabinet. Lucas always surprised me with a new variety each time I visited. This time he'd selected a 60% cacao with a hint of orange oil. Salivating, I broke off 2 squares and then replaced the bar back into the cabinet. Nibbling one corner of my treat, I paced back into the living room and hit the power button on the TV remote. "Hey," Flapjack protested, craning around to glare at me. "I'm bored." His tail twitched in response. "Why don't you go read a book then? Play a game. Something. What's that one all the humans are obsessed with? Candy Crush. Try that." I laughed. "I already have it on my phone, but I'm not in the mood to sit around tonight." Sweeping toward the window, I stared down at the city below. bustling with activity. Come on, Gwen and Hayward are out there. We should go too. Aren't you supposed to be meeting your new pals tonight? I kind of like the old one. You think she'd really stick someone with a knitting needle? Rolling my eyes, I turned away from the windows. Yes, the two of you would make quite the pair. Flapjack smiled. I don't know if they'll come back tonight, but I was kind of thinking we could swing by the coffee shop after all, since the other leads seem to be drying up. Wanda said she was a regular there, so maybe someone knows something. Flapjack bounded off the couch. Let's go. I raised a brow. Why are you so eager to get there? Normally you try and talk me out of getting involved in things like this. The cat flashed his teeth in a wide smile. I saw a sushi place a few shops down when you were looking at it on the video. I slapped my hand against my face. I should have known. The interior of Cuppa matched the image I'd created in my head based off the exterior. It was cozy and homey, opting for comfy chairs and low tables, designed for lounging and relaxing. A wall of bookshelves dominated the right side of the shop, and from the looks of the spines, most appeared to be second-hand. The dining area was close to capacity, with nearly every chair occupied. A lot of them looked like students, hunched over laptop keyboards, not taking their eyes off the screen as they sipped from ceramic mugs. A blonde with a pixie cut chirped a greeting from behind the counter. She held a broom in one hand and a dustpan in the other. As soon as she finished saying hello, she disappeared from view, squatting down to sweep up whatever debris she'd corralled with the broom. Seems like your kind of place, Flapjack noted as we strolled to the cash register. I think you have that same chair. I followed his gaze and realized he was right. I'd picked up a similar recliner at a yard sale the previous summer. The fabric was sort of funky, and it had been one of the last remnants in the Hendersons' driveway at the end of the hot August afternoon. Yes, I believe you called it my old man Fraser chair, I reminded the cat, before realizing we were in public and that I was casually chatting to air. Oops. Luckily, aside from the barista, everyone in earshot had earbuds or headphones and didn't notice me. Sorry about that, the blonde said, straightening. She took the dustpan to the garbage and thumped it against the side, knocking the dust and coffee grounds into the large can. With that finished, she set the broom and pan aside and quickly washed her hands. How are you doing tonight? Hopefully you didn't get too soaked out there. I smiled. Not too bad. Good. She tapped something into the register. What can I get for you? I glanced at the menu, then back at the young woman. She looked to be in her 20s, maybe the same age as Tessa. Wanda said that Tessa had worked at the coffee shop before moving on to her job at the drugstore. Hey, this is probably going to sound weird, but do you know Tessa Landis? The girl nodded. Sure, she used to work here. I think she came in here last night. It was kind of late. Did you happen to see her? Oh, I wasn't working last night, but it wouldn't surprise me. She comes in here all the time. The blonde laughed to herself as though she'd told a little joke. You know, when she first started coming in as a customer, we all thought it was kind of a screw you to the management. She'd come in with designer purses, flashy jewelry, and make a big show out of throwing 20s in the tip jar. My brows furrowed. Why would she want to send a message to management? The blonde blew her wispy bangs out of her eyes. Because they fired her? Accused her of stealing. From the till? No, she replied. From customers. I blinked. Oh. The blonde shrugged. They never could prove it, but things would go missing when she was around. People would get their phones swiped, tablets, wallets. What made them think it was Tessa? She just kind of had this sketchy thing about her, you know? A vibe, I guess. I frowned. There had to be more to the story. Firing someone for stealing seemed like a massive liability if management didn't have the proof to back up their claim. Like, I guess some customers complained. Said they'd ask Tess to watch their stuff while they used the bathroom or whatever, and then stuff would be gone and she'd apologize and say she hadn't been paying attention or that she'd had to go take an order. That kind of thing. Anyway, she didn't seem to care, she continued. She comes in here and laughs the whole thing off, and judging by her clothes and bag, she's found a way better gig.
The barista moved toward a tower of upside-down cups. What did you want to order? I'd recommend the almond mocha. It tastes like one of those fancy chocolates that comes wrapped in gold foil. Ferrero Rocher? I asked. The blonde snapped her fingers. That's the one. I really need to write that down one of these days. I always forget. She laughed to herself again and grabbed a large paper cup. It's really good, I swear. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that. I paid for the drink, slipped a couple bills in the tip jar, and then wandered to the other end of the counter. As I waited, disappointment rolled in like a fog, obscuring my next steps. Flapjack jumped up and wove around a sugar shaker and cup of straws as if they'd been placed there solely to serve as his own personal obstacle course. In life, he hadn't been allowed on the countertops. My mother squirted him with the houseplant mister anytime he got caught doing something naughty. Sometimes I got the feeling she would have liked to use it on me as well. Smiling absently at the mischievous cat, I didn't catch the moment the barista started speaking to me again. Might be able to tell you where to find Tessa. I straightened, giving the young woman my full attention. I'm sorry, what did you say? She jerked her head toward the front of the shop. A young man in a black athletic jacket stood to one side, removing his motorcycle helmet. He tucked the helmet under one arm and used the opposite hand to rake through his thick dark hair, making it stick out a little in the front as he approached the cash register with a half-cocked grin aimed at the blonde. Hey, Felicity. How's it going? The blonde, Felicity, waved him over. Trevor, this lady is looking for Tessa. Any chance you know where she might be? Trevor studied me for a moment, his eyes a little more guarded than before, even as his easy smile remained intact. Tessa? I have her number. I extended my hand. My name is Scarlett. Tessa's family is worried about her. They haven't heard from her lately and want to make sure she's all right. So any information you have would be helpful. Trevor glanced at Felicity. The young woman didn't seem to share his skepticism, as she happily passed me the sugar bomb in a cup drink I'd ordered. You her cousin or something? Tessa doesn't talk much about her family. I started to shake my head, and Flapjack groaned. Oh, come on. Just lie. We both know it makes this whole thing go down a lot smoother. Trevor's eyes narrowed at my hesitation. I'm just a friend, I answered. A concerned friend. Tessa was here just last night. I'm trying to retrace her steps. Trevor pivoted away from me, handed Felicity a paper card. I'm cashing this in. My usual when you get a chance. Felicity licked her lips as she took the card. You got it, Trev. Let's step out of the way here, Trevor instructed, gesturing toward an unoccupied table just to the right of a small, dimly lit hallway. He placed his helmet on the table and then took one of the seats. Flapjack sailed across the coffee shop to join us, just as I sat down in the opposite chair. This place is a drag. I'm going down the street to see what they have in that sushi place. Ignoring the cat, I folded my hands on the table. This all probably seems a little odd, but I promise I'm just trying to get Tessa back in touch with her family. Trevor leaned back in his chair, bringing one ankle to the opposite knee as he reclined. The relaxed nature of his body seemed at odds with the intense look in his eyes. Something about it irked me. I could understand being a little wary. If someone came around looking for one of my friends, I might think twice before dishing out all of their personal information. This felt different, like there was something he wasn't willing to tell just anyone, that he was somehow guarding Tessa. The question was, from what? When was the last time you saw Tessa? I asked, before taking a casual sip from my drink. The sickly sweet drink hit my taste buds like a rock candy explosion, and I gagged. Oh, sweet mother! Trevor laughed. Let me guess, Felicity talked up her Ferrero Rocher drink. Nodding, I resisted the urge to wipe my tongue with a paper napkin. Yeah, those things are pretty killer. Not in a good way. Still chuckling, he got up and crossed back to the counter and helped himself to a cup of ice water from a silver water dispenser near the espresso machine. Felicity handed him his drink, and he carried both cups back to the table. He handed me the water, and I chuckled. Thanks. I washed the sugar overload from my mouth, downing the cup in 2 gulps.
You need another? Trevor offered, still grinning.
No. I shook my head and wiped my lips with the napkin. Thank you, though.
I used to work here, he said,
nudging his chin back toward the cash register.
When Felicity was trying to perfect her recipe, she used the rest of us as her guinea pigs. Eventually, we all just got so nauseated trying her various concoctions that we agreed to land on this one as the winner for her signature drink,
he explained, using air quotes.
She's a sweet girl.
When she's not trying to poison people, I quipped. Trevor chuckled.
Most of the regulars know to steer clear when she's handing out sampler cups.
Well, maybe you should consider putting caution tape on her back or something, so we tourists can get a heads up too.
Trevor tossed his head back and laughed. That's a good one. I'll take it to the committee.
Thank you. I laughed and set the empty water cup aside.
I saw Tessa about a week ago, Trevor offered. She tends to come in once a week or so. I guess you already know that she used to work here too.
I nodded. Felicity said she was fired for stealing. Do you know anything about that? Trevor exhaled as his smile twisted into a pained frown.
Tessa was stealing from customers, he said. I was the first one to catch her. I was coming back from break and saw her swipe a guy's wallet when he was looking the other way, getting his laptop out of his bag. Guy didn't even realize it was gone. He came in the next day trying to retrace his steps.
Did you confront her about it?
Not right away.
Trevor scratched his jaw.
But when the guy came in asking if we had a lost and found, I made a point of asking Tess about it. She played dumb. We took our break at the same time that night, and I told her flat out I saw her steal it.
How'd she take that?
Trevor twitched one shoulder. She lied, said I was crazy, that she wouldn't steal. I held my ground, and she crumbled pretty quickly. She started to cry and told me about her situation.
He considered me for a moment.
I guess you know about that already?
My nerves fluttered, unsure of how to answer. Was it best to stick to my flimsy cover story that I knew Tessa's family? It technically was true to a degree. I knew her sister. She just happened to be dead. I also had no way of knowing what story Tessa had given Trevor. Had she told the truth about her father and the gambling debt? Or had she woven together some alternate backstory as a rationale for the theft? I know she's had some money trouble, I said, leaving the specifics open to Trevor's interpretation. From the quirked jerk of his lip, it appeared he took my answer as a bit of coded messaging.
And do you know where the money's been going?
The conversation was beginning to feel like a verbal game of chicken. Neither of us wanted to be the first to spill the full story, for fear the other didn't know what we perceived as the truth. I trusted my version of events, seeing as they'd come directly from an eyewitness, but I also wanted to know what Trevor knew. Or thought he knew. I exhaled. Listen, let's just cut through the smoke and mirrors. Does serpent's tongue mean anything to you? Trevor blinked. He hadn't been expecting that curveball.
You know about that?
I nodded, not providing more information. He took a long sip from his to-go cup, eyeing me.
Have you ever been?
No, but it's my next stop after this.
How are you going to get in? You have the right code?
Blast. I hadn't considered there would be some kind of password. But in hindsight, it made sense. Whoever was running it clearly wanted to keep it invite only, and what better way than to use a secret password? Trevor smiled, seeming to anticipate my answer was no.
Tell you what, I can take you right now. If something's happened to Tess, I want to find out too.
I glanced around the coffee shop, wondering when, or if, Flapjack planned on coming back for me. If I left with Trevor and he came back to find me gone already, I was going to have one cranky cat on my hands later tonight. On top of that, it probably wasn't the best idea in the world to run off with some stranger to an even stranger secret clubhouse without anyone knowing about it. You're sure you don't mind? I asked Trevor in an effort to stall for time. He rose from his chair.
Not at all. Let's go now before the rain gets any worse.
Okay. I followed him out of the coffee shop and started to retrace my steps to where I'd parked my car.
Trevor whistled, the sound short but loud. I turned. "This way." The club was within walking distance of the coffee shop? Frowning, I turned around. Trevor took us right past the sushi shop. I paused when I caught sight of Flapjack. He stood atop a glass fish tank, eyeballing the poor souls who were biding their time before they'd find themselves enveloped in rice and packed into seaweed. The moment his silver eyes met mine, I jerked my chin to the right. He gave the fish another longing look, then jumped down and floated from the shop. "While I was in there, I had a brilliant idea," Flapjack said, appearing on the sidewalk at my ankles. He jogged ahead a few steps, his fur swaying. "Since you're giving up the flower shop, you should branch out and try something new. I'm thinking you should open a sushi joint, or maybe one of those cart things. That way we could still get out and about, see the sights, all from the comfort of our own fishy nirvana." Up ahead, Trevor had stopped and was sitting astride a hulking black motorcycle. He pulled a matte black half-helmet from the saddlebag and held it out to me with a grin. "You feel like having a little adventure?" Flapjack stopped walking. Scar, what's going on?" "Just go with it," I hissed, trying to only use one side of my mouth. If I looked spastic to Trevor, he didn't comment. Smiling, I approached the rumbling bike and grabbed the helmet. "Let's go." "Does G.I. Joe know about this?" Flapjack asked. Ignoring him, I climbed onto the back of the bike. It wasn't my first time on the back of a motorcycle. In fact, I'd learned to ride while backpacking around Europe. I'd spent a chunk of time in Florence, staying at a hostel. The owner's son was an enthusiast and offered to teach me. He was tall, olive-skinned, and handsome, with an accent that made my knees go weak. One thing had led to another, and by the time I set my sights on my next adventure, I'd learned how to drive his motorcycle and developed a rather intense case of puppy love. Flapjack jumped up into my lap, settling himself awkwardly between my front and Trevor's back. "Let's just all be glad Gwen isn't here for this. She'd probably drool on my fur. Seriously, what is it with women and guys on a bike?" A shiver rippled up Trevor's back as Flapjack awkwardly poked into him. He glanced back. "You ready? I think it might be getting ready to downpour. I just got a weird chill. Better hold on tight." I frowned down at Flapjack, silently willing him to try a little harder to keep from entangling himself with the unsuspecting man. Spirits tended to have a chilling effect upon contact with humans. I used to have the same issue, but thanks to an expansion of my own powers, I was able to make physical contact with spirits and avoided that brain freeze feeling. Trevor revved the engine, and I grasped his waist, holding fast as he peeled away from the curb and sped into the night. Chapter 9. Trevor took us on a wild ride through the city, winding through the streets like he'd spent time as a stunt driver on one of the Fast and Furious movie sets, which, for all I knew, he had. As we whipped around a corner, I reminded myself to maybe ask a few more questions next time I was presented the opportunity to hop on the back of a virtual stranger's bike. Oops. We wound up in an industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The place was mostly vacant lots illuminated by large floodlights. The majority of the mills and factories appeared closed for the day, or possibly running a smaller overnight shift. Trevor slowed and took a right turn into a lot which, unlike most of the buildings in the area, wasn't blocked by a chain or gate. A large warehouse sat toward the back of the lot. A handful of vehicles were parked in front of the building, but they didn't strike me as belonging to people who worked blue-collar factory jobs. Trevor parked between two luxury SUVs and killed the bike's motor. Flapjack shot off my lap as though he'd just been scalded with hot water. Grinning, Trevor removed his helmet and waited for me to disembark before following suit. "You're tougher than you look." I laughed. "Oh, yeah?" He chuckled and planted the helmet on the seat of the bike, clearly not worried about anyone swiping it.
It's a compliment. It felt like you were barely holding on. I handed him my borrowed helmet. I actually have a little experience with bikes. Granted, this one is bigger than the one I learned on. Trevor took the passenger helmet and stashed it away in the side saddlebag. He flashed a grin at me as he zipped the bag. Play your cards right and I just might let you take the reins on the ride back. Something flipped in the pit of my stomach. Was Trevor flirting with me? Didn't he care that I was married? Of all the... I glanced down at my left hand and realized my wedding ring was missing. Cringing, I remembered taking it off before bed the night before. My hands tended to get dry in the winter, especially given that they were often wet and cold while I worked. The night before, I'd put on some thick lotion and a pair of old socks to help keep my knuckles from cracking, and had forgotten to put the ring back on again in the morning. "Everything okay?" Trevor asked. "I was just kidding about the whole driving thing. I mean, unless you want to." No, it's just that..." I frowned up at him. "Trevor, I'm married, so if you were thinking that maybe there was something going on here..." Trevor's eyes went wide for a moment, recognition dawning. Then he glanced down, fidgeting with the helmet on the back of the bike. "Oh," he said, coughing out an awkward laugh. "No, I mean, it's cool." Flapjack cackled to himself from a few feet away. "Classic. I can't wait to tell Hayward and Gwen about this one." I rolled my eyes. Well, at least the three still had some common ground, making fun of me. Trevor, misinterpreting my eye roll, hitched a thumb over his shoulder. "Did you still want to check the place out?" "Absolutely." I nodded. A smaller smile appeared on Trevor's lips, and some of the awkward tension fizzled. "All right, let's go. Maybe Tess will be there and put the whole thing to rest herself." I wished that were possible. Trevor led the way around the side of the building, past two large bay doors, to a simple metal one. He rapped at it with the backs of his knuckles, and a small window opened. "Evening. Can I help you?" a male voice greeted. I couldn't see the man's face, but my mind conjured up the image of a stereotypical bouncer, thick, bald, and a little rough around the edges. Trevor leaned closer and whispered, "Anguisse." "Anna what?" Flapjack said, suddenly at my side again. At least he'd gotten his giggle fit under control. With a grunt of acknowledgement, the man slammed the metal window shut. My gaze flicked to Trevor. He flashed an easy smile and held up a finger. Before I could ask what was happening, the door opened. And sure enough, the man holding it open pretty well matched up with the vision in my head, give or take a bulging muscle or two. "Welcome to Serpent's Tongue," he greeted, though there was no trace of warmth in his steely eyes. He was almost robotic in a sense. "Thanks," Trevor said, nodding his head toward me. "She's with me." The security guard grunted and gave a tiny inclination of his head, silently granting us entrance. Trevor placed a hand on my arm and steered me inside, breaking the contact as soon as we were inside. The interior of the warehouse was a far cry from its simple utilitarian exterior. Were it not for the bar, it would almost look more like the lobby of a high-end boutique hotel. A huge chandelier hung over the center space, illuminating a tile mosaic of a twisted snake. "Man, they take the whole snake theme pretty literally around here," Flapjack said, skirting around the image of the snake. The luxury of the space continued throughout. Everything from the chairs and tables to the bar stools and gleaming bottles of liquor were high-end, polished and plush. Trevor jutted his chin, directing my attention to the bar. "Shall we get a drink?" "Oh, I don't..." He didn't wait for my full reply before he approached the bar, his swagger firmly back in place after its momentary embarrassment out in the parking lot. He flashed his smoldering eyes at the young brunette woman standing behind a row of platinum taps. "Hey, Sarah, how's it going?" Sarah smiled, but there was something guarded in the look she gave Trevor. "I thought you were so done with this place." A muscle jerked in Trevor's jaw, and he slid a sideways glance my way before replying. "What can I say? I'm having a hard time finding someone who makes an old-fashioned like you do." "Smooth,"
Flapjack mocked. Sarah considered Trevor for a moment, then looked at me. And what about your friend here? Oh, right, this is his cousin, I interjected. I'm in town for the weekend, so little Trevi here thought he'd take me out to one of his favorite places. I'll do a club soda with lime if you've got it. Trying to watch my sugar. The reservation in Sarah's eyes dialed back a few degrees, but didn't completely vanish as she set about making the 2 drinks. Trevor climbed onto one of the metal stools, and I took the one beside him. Cousin, huh? He whispered, as Sarah turned to start making his drink. Didn't want her getting all jealous, I replied, matching his low tone. She'll be more willing to share information if she doesn't see me as a threat. Trevor nodded slowly, his dark eyes narrowing. Are you some kind of spy or something? That all felt way too easy for you. I rolled my eyes, laughing off the suggestion. In truth, given what I knew about Serpent's Tongue, I figured it best to keep my real name out of it. On top of that, I'd prefer if Trevor was the one to ask about Tessa. It made more sense that he would come looking for her as a friend, instead of some stranger showing up asking a lot of questions. That was the kind of thing that could attract attention, which was the last thing I wanted to do. At least until I got a firmer grip on just what the so-called security society was all about. Trevor swiveled on his bar stool and propped his elbow on the polished walnut bar top. Hey, Sarah, is Tessa working tonight? I haven't seen her around the coffee shop lately. I was hoping to say hello. I thought I saw a tiny slip as Sarah poured a shot of whiskey, but if she faltered, she recovered quick enough that I wondered if I'd been mistaken. After she finished pouring the shot, she looked up at Trevor. Tess doesn't work here anymore. Trevor's thick brows arched. Oh? What happened? Sarah shrugged. I don't know. The Duchess proclaimed it so, and you know how she feels about questions. Contempt dripped from the statement, piquing every ounce of my curiosity. I looked to Trevor, even though I knew he wasn't presently able to explain. Oh, man. I'll have to text her, I guess. Is she okay? Sarah slid a tumbler in front of Trevor and leaned forward. I don't know anything about it, okay? Trevor reached for the glass and forced a smile. Got it. Thanks for the drinks. Sarah gave me another look, then caught a group of patrons at the opposite end of the bar, her expression almost relieved at the distraction. She flitted off without another word. What was that all about? Who is the Duchess? I asked, keeping my voice low. Trevor followed Sarah with his eyes for another long moment before answering. She's the boss's girlfriend. Or maybe it's ex-girlfriend this week. We never really know. We? I repeated. Trevor, what is your connection to this place? You know everyone. Know what goes on behind the scenes. Trevor's dark eyes flitted towards Sarah. Then he gently took me by the elbow and led me to a trio of sleek armchairs situated around a polished coffee table a few yards away from the bar. Once we sat down, he leaned in close, still speaking in hushed tones. What do you know about this place? Not a lot, I replied, which was the truth. I'd assumed this was the club where Tessa and Lydia's father had gotten into trouble. But looking around, there were no roulette wheels or poker tables. It looked more like a lounge or a swanky bar. It's like an underground club of some kind. Trevor raked a hand through his hair, casting another nervous glance around the room. He leaned in a little closer before he began speaking again, this time the words coming fast and furious. It's more than just a club or a gambling den. It's a secret society. The Order of the Serpent's Tongue. This is their clubhouse. So he did know. I took a breath, reminding myself to play along. I needed to glean as much information as quickly as I could, and the best way to do that would be to play dumb. My nose wrinkled. What, like the Illuminati or something? Flapjack groaned. Leave it to you to drag us into a real-life Dan Brown novel. I ignored him. Although, if Tom Hanks were to pop out of one of the mysterious doorways and save the day, I wouldn't have minded. Not exactly, Trevor answered. The fact that it wasn't a resounding no made my stomach go a little squishy. There's a leader, Cisco. I don't know if that's his real name, but it's what everyone here calls him. At least that's what Tessa told me. She's been involved a lot longer than me. So wait, you're a
A member? Trevor's mouth twisted to one side as he debated the answer. Yes and no. They let you in, no questions asked. Right, I had the password. The only people with the password are members. It changes every night. There's an app. They installed it on my phone when I joined. It's not on the App Store or anything. So what, you open an app and it gives you the password? Trevor nodded. Exactly. What's the point of it all, the secret society thing? What do they do? Trevor shook his head. I don't really know all the ins and outs. I mostly just come here because it's a cool place to drink. Everything is free for members, except tip. There are rooms in the back for different things, mostly poker and blackjack. I don't get invited to those games yet. Too rich for my blood. I come to the open table stuff they do every other weekend. It all sounded harmless enough, if perhaps not entirely legal. What was the catch? What was I missing? Listen, Trevor, I wasn't completely honest with you back at the coffee shop. I swallowed. Tessa is in trouble. Possibly the deadly kind. She was kidnapped last night, taken right off the street a few blocks from Cuppa. Trevor's eyes widened. What? Why didn't you say so? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. Can you think of anyone who would want to hurt her? Did she have a nasty ex, or... I paused and glanced around the expansive room. Or was there someone here who would have wanted to scare her? I don't know. Like I said, Tess and I aren't that close. She invited me here, and now I come once a month or so, just to drink and hang out. He's sweating a lot for someone who doesn't know anything, Flapjack noted, jumping up to perch on the arm of my chair. Trevor hopped up. I'll be right back. Let me go ask around a little more. It will be easier if I don't have to introduce you around. Exhaling, I leaned back in the chair and gave a resigned nod. Okay. He wandered off, leaving his tumbler behind. I sipped at my favored club soda. The club was mostly empty, with only 2 other small clusters of patrons. It was likely too early for most people, especially on a weekend. You think he's lying? I asked Flapjack, moving my lips as little as possible in case someone was watching. Hard to say, but the whole story is a little weird. I mean, why would he pledge himself to this so-called secret society without knowing exactly what they're all about? I inclined my head. It was a fair point. Then again, if he saw it as a way to get free drinks and chat with pretty girls, like the bartender Sarah, maybe that was all he needed to know. I glanced over my shoulder at the bar. Sarah was slicing lemons and limes, likely prepping the garnish bar for the evening in expectation of a surge. Was she like Tessa, forced to work at the club in exchange for debt repayment? I was about to go and attempt to strike up another conversation with her when the table across the room burst out in an uproar of laughter. 3 of the 4 men wandered off, still chuckling and joking amongst themselves. In their wake, 1 young man remained. He was slim, with a mess of shaggy hair that fell across his face as he considered the contents of his tumbler. He barely looked old enough to have legally purchased the amber liquor. There was something about him that made it hard to look away. It wasn't that he was particularly striking. If anything, it was an almost pitiable feeling that swept over me as I watched him being left behind by the others. Suddenly, he threw back the last gulp of his drink, slammed the tumbler back to the table. When he looked up, his eyes met mine, then darted down and to the right of my face. My muscles froze. The man quickly glanced away, rummaging in his back pocket as he made a beeline out of the room. Scar? Flapjack said. I blinked. Did he just? Yup, Flapjack said. He definitely saw me. Chapter 10. Nearly 45 minutes ticked by before Trevor came back to the table. I'd been tempted to go wander around and see the place for myself, but decided against it. The whole situation was starting to give me Alice in Wonderland vibes, and not in the wonky, fun Disney way. The guy who'd spotted Flapjack hadn't returned with some kind of ghost-busting force, so I figured we were safe, at least for the time being. Trevor dropped back into his original seat and raked a hand through his hair, his eyes distracted. Well, I prompted, trying to keep my general impatience out of my voice. I asked around. Everyone is sticking with the same story. Tess got fired last week. Some people think it was a jealousy thing. Tess is a pretty girl, and Cisco noticed. Some people say that's why he agreed to let her work off the debt in the first place. Anyone else, he probably would have roughed them up a little and demanded they find a way to get the cash.
My nose wrinkled. Sounds like a real winner. Trevor grimaced.
Yeah.
So you do know about the debt, then, I said. Back at the coffee shop, I wasn't sure.
It's like I said. After she got caught red-handed swiping that wallet, she broke down and told me. She said her dad racked up a crazy expensive bill and some guy with a gun came to collect a few weeks after her old man kicked it.
And she was working here to pay it back, I added. Trevor nodded.
Well, at least at first.
What do you mean? Trevor met my gaze.
If she was so in debt to Cisco and working 2 jobs and trying to go to school, how was she able to buy all of those designer clothes and fancy purses? I don't know much about handbags, but some of the girls at Cuppa said the one she carried had a resale value of $5,000. How does a college student afford that on a retail salary? And why would she drop that kind of cash on a bag when she could use it to get herself out of here?
Unless she wasn't trying to get out from under the debt, I said, connecting the dots as Trevor arranged them. Maybe she'd already paid off what she owed, and now she was just here because she liked it. When did she steal that wallet? Trevor shrugged.
I don't know. I haven't worked at Cuppa in over a year, so it's been at least that long.
I recalled a detail that Lydia had shared about Tessa going to Cisco's house after working a shift. Had she said it was 2 weeks ago? So a week before she got the axe. Maybe the girlfriend found out that Cisco was stepping out on her, and he letting Tessa go was a way to salvage the relationship. Trevor, do you think there is any truth to the rumors of her being with Cisco?
I never saw anything, at least not from her. He would stare at her, make comments. Like you said, he's not exactly in the running for Man of the Year.
Nodding, I ran my tongue over my teeth. The events were all starting to swirl together in my mind. I could feel everything linking, but there was still at least one missing piece in the chain. The thing that tied it all together. It had to be Serpent's Tongue. I wished Wanda, Nora, and Lydia had tagged along. I needed their input to know which questions to ask next.
Listen, Trevor started, leaning in again. I think we should get out of here. I'm really sorry to hear about what happened to Tessa, but I don't think anyone here knows anything. And I don't want to wear out my welcome.
I frowned, unsure as to his meaning, but he rose from his seat, leaving me no choice but to follow. He led the way out of the club. We slipped past the security guard, back into the parking lot. The temperature had dropped several degrees in the last hour, and I frowned at the motorcycle, knowing it would be a bone-chilling ride back to where I'd left my car. Why hadn't I insisted on following him here? If I'd taken 3 minutes to think it through, I would have my own car and wouldn't be out in some strange parking lot of some strange building full of strange people.
I wish I could help find out what happened to Tessa, Trevor said, as he dug the passenger helmet out of the saddlebag.
Handing it to me, he offered a wry smile.
Maybe we can swap numbers? That way, if I hear anything, I can call you. And no, this isn't a sneaky way of trying to get your number. You're married, I get it, he said with a chuckle.
I smiled. Sure, we can do that. As I buckled the helmet into place, a dark SUV rolled up, its brights blasting Trevor and me right in the eyes. Trevor swore under his breath.
All these rich guys think they can just...
A door opened.
Scarlett?
I raised my hand to shield my eyes. Lucas? Lucas slammed the driver's door and hurried toward me, his eyes locked on Trevor with an intensity I'd only seen on a few other occasions, all of which had been disastrous. Lucas, this is...
Who the hell are you?
He growled.
Everybody get your popcorn, Flapjack squealed giddily.
Oh, shut up, I snapped. Trevor and Lucas both looked at me. Sorry, I wasn't... I exhaled. Lucas, this is Trevor. Trevor, this is Lucas, my husband.
Trevor who?
Lucas demanded, shifting his glower back to its original target. He's a friend of Tessa's, I said, silently pleading with him to pick up the hint and play along. Lucas frowned.
Who is Tessa?
Well, so much for that plan. Flapjack started cackling, and it took all my resolve not to boot his fluffy rear end straight into the other world. Trevor looked at me, his expression dark. What's going on? You said you knew her family. Who are you, really? I held up a hand. Trevor, listen, I can explain. You know what? Save it. I don't want to know. The young man backed up a step. I've been meaning to get out of all this mess anyway. He gestured toward the warehouse as he stalked back to his bike. This is just the final straw. Trevor, please. I took the spare helmet off my head and extended it out to him. Let me at least give you my number like we talked about in case anything turns up. He grabbed the helmet, slammed it back into the bag. You're on your own. With that, he slammed his own helmet on and slung one leg over the seat. He revved the engine and peeled out of the lot, not bothering to stop at the end of the driveway before whipping onto the main road right in front of a sedan. I cringed, sucking a sharp breath in through my teeth at the close call. Scarlet? My heart tumbled back into a normal pattern, only to spike again as a new realization surfaced through my tangled web of thoughts. Rounding on Lucas, I crossed my arms. How did you know where to find me? Lucas looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. You used that stalker app again, didn't you? I scoffed. Unbelievable. It's not a stalker app. It's designed to locate a lost device. I cocked my head, giving him my best, really, face. Lucas heaved a sigh. I didn't install the app to spy on you, Scarlet. The software comes preloaded. If you wanted to know where I was, why not just call me? I've been calling for the last hour. They all went to voicemail. I tried texting, too. I started to get worried, thinking maybe your battery died and you were lost in the city. The app works even if the device is dead, so I figured I could find you and see if you needed help. He scoffed as he ran a hand over the back of his neck. You can only imagine the thoughts that went through my head when I saw your phone signal out here in the industrial area at 10 o'clock. I didn't feel my phone buzz. I slapped at my back pocket and then dug through the front ones. Lastly, I checked my purse, muttering to myself, it was just here. The anger coursing through my veins simmered as I glanced up and caught the pained look on Lucas's face. I gave up searching for the phone and gently placed a hand on his arm. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I must have dropped my phone somewhere inside. What is this place, anyway? You applying for welding night school or something? He grinned, though a cloud of uncertainty lingered in his eyes. He didn't ask specifically about Trevor, but I could feel the unspoken question pulsing off him in anxious waves. I'll explain on the ride home. Let me just pop back inside and see if anyone found my phone. You didn't drive here? He asked, glancing around the lot. No, I'll explain. Lucas gave a begrudging nod. All right. I backtracked to the club's door and used the password Trevor gave when we'd first arrived. Luckily, it didn't appear the code changed on the hour. I made a beeline for the bar and asked Sarah if anyone had dropped off a phone. She checked the small basket of lost and found under the cash register, but my phone wasn't among the misplaced items. I gave her my name and the number to Lucas's cell before leaving to rejoin him in the parking lot. He'd pulled the flashlight from the SUV's emergency kit and was using it to search the parking space where Trevor's bike had been parked. He glanced up at me, keeping the flashlight beam low. Any luck? I shook my head. I'm not seeing it either. I checked the GPS signal and it still shows this as the location. Do you want me to go inside with you and take another look? It's got to be here somewhere. They'll call if they find it, I said, taking one more sweeping glance along the walkway to the club's front door. Let's just get out of here. Lucas gave me a strange look, but didn't argue. He clicked a button and snuffed out the light. Why do I feel like Ricky Ricardo right now? I laughed as I headed for the passenger side door. I know, I got some splaining to do. Any spooky friends we need to wait for? Lucas asked as we buckled up. I glanced into the back seat. Flapjack sat in the middle, still grinning. We're good. Lucas checked the rear view. Right. Well, I guess at least you weren't completely alone out here. I feel marginally better knowing the ghosts were with you, even if they can't come and tell me when something's gone amok. Amok, amok, amok.
Flapjack cheered from the back seat. I sagged back against my seat. Gosh, I just love my life. On the ride back to my car, I got Lucas up to speed. He wasn't thrilled that I'd taken off with some random stranger, especially without letting him know where I was going. But he seemed to understand. At least, as best he could. I had to remind myself that he'd only been part of this world for a few years, whereas I'd been in it most of my life. There were few things that surprised me anymore, but for Lucas, it was all new. On top of that, he couldn't speak to or see the ghosts. It was all a few steps removed from him, like he was performing in a musical while wearing noise-canceling headphones, left to bumble about, wondering what the heck everyone else was singing about. Granted, I still would argue that he was the lucky one of the two of us. I was comfortable with my powers, mostly, but there were still plenty of times when I wished I could turn it all off, even just for a night. As time went on, it became clearer and clearer that there was no valve to turn off the fire hose of ghost problems that pelted me in the face every time I turned around. My life had changed dramatically in the last few years, from being single and independent to having a fiancé, now husband, from living in a tiny apartment to touring pricey real estate in one of the country's most expensive cities. I wouldn't change any of it, but there were times when I wasn't sure how to square up my independent, go-anywhere-at-a-moment's-notice self with the newlywed version who had a husband waiting and worrying about me. I supposed I could start by not hopping on the back of random strangers' motorcycles. Baby steps. Lucas dropped me off at my car, and I followed him back to the condo building. He pulled into the underground residence lot, while I passed off my keys to a valet to be taken to a private visitor's lot. Flapjack followed me into the lobby. Well, now that you've gotten that out of your system, I say tomorrow we spend the whole day at that fish market. It's even better than watching it on TV. I stepped into an empty elevator car and waited for the doors to slide closed before addressing the cat. You're the one who wanted to get involved in this, remember? Yeah, because I was bored. Tomorrow we can go to the fish market and problem solved. Voila! So what, you don't care about finding out what happened to Tessa? I mean, you were at that place too. Didn't you get major creepy vibes? Flapjack shrugged. Tell the Ghost Nerd Squad what you found out and move on. You're unbelievable. You know that, right? Thank you, he purred with a self-satisfied smile. It wasn't a... Oh, forget it. I sighed. Chapter 11. Shortly after dinner, Lucas got a call on his work phone. He excused himself, even more agitated by the interruption than he had been the night before. I frowned over the rim of my wine glass as I watched him stride out of the room. Something was definitely going on, and whatever it was, he wasn't offering up the details voluntarily.
Lady Scarlet, I must say I'm still quite shocked by this evening's events,
Hayward said, his mustache twitching. I swigged back a mouthful of wine. Upon our return to the condo, Flapjack had been delighted to find Hayward and Gwen, which was definitely a first, and had immediately launched into a full retelling of our little adventure. I'm just bummed we didn't get to tag along, Gwen said. It sounds exciting to me. A secret society, a hot guy on a motorcycle, and a... I don't remember calling him hot, Flapjack bristled. Gwen tapped the side of her head. Maybe not, but in my version he is. Hayward's mustache went into double time as he muttered something under his breath. I think I heard the words hooligan and reprobate. I'm sorry you're both disappointed, I replied. Gwen swooped over and took Lucas's abandoned chair. He was hot, wasn't he? She asked in a hushed voice, unable to contain her giddy smile. Oh, tell me the name of the coffee shop. Maybe I can catch him there one night and hop a ride. It's been so long since I rode on a motorcycle. It's exhilarating, isn't it? Especially when you can wrap your arms around a set of washboard abs and... Gwen? I sighed. Okay, she giggled. If you'd rather have a lecture, then I'll say that Hayward is right. It doesn't sound like the safest of plans, running away with a stranger, no matter how dreamy he might be. I didn't run away with him. He offered to help me get information about Tessa, and I took it.
Why are you all forgetting about the part where there is a kidnapped woman out there who needs our help?" "Why does she need our help?" Flapjack asked, his tone bored, as he rolled to his back and stared up at the ceiling. "The way I see it, you did your part. If you really want to go out of your way, then call the SPA back, tell them magic is involved, and get around their whole not our jurisdiction thing." Gwen and Hayward both looked at me. "There was magic?" Gwen asked.
What type?
Hayward added. "I don't know for sure, but there was at least one person there who could see Flapjack. I didn't get a chance to talk to him, though. He bolted as soon as he realized I'd noticed him noticing Flapjack."
And there was no sign of the missing woman?
Hayward asked. Shaking my head, I exhaled. "No, the bartender knew her, but she said she'd been fired a week ago." "Something fishy is going on," Gwen said. "If only," Flapjack sighed. "Wouldn't Wanda and the others, the, Bad Ghosts Club?" Gwen's lips twitched as she tried to hold back a laugh. "Wouldn't they know if Tessa got fired from her job? It sounds like they followed her pretty much everywhere." "It does seem weird they didn't know about it," I agreed, glancing up at the silver clock on the wall in the kitchen. In true contemporary minimalist style, it didn't have numbers, just the minute and second hands. Obviously, I knew how to read a clock, but for whatever reason, the absence of the numbers threw me off for a moment and my gaze ping-ponged to the digital readout on the stove. 8:45. What could be so important at this hour? I wondered aloud, my mind shifting gears back to Lucas. Blinking, I refocused. My brain is fried. It's been a weird day. We can hash all of this out in the morning. For now, I think I'm just going to take a shower and go to bed. "Very well," Gwen said, rising from her chair. "I think Hayward and I are going to go out for our evening stroll. Isn't that right, handsome?" Hayward swallowed. If he'd been in full Technicolor, I had no doubt his cheeks would have warmed to a ruddy shade of pink.
I suppose so, my dear. That is, unless you'd rather have this motorcycle scamp accompany you."
Gwen giggled as she floated across the room and hooked her arm through Hayward's, tugging him up from the couch. "Oh, come on. You know you're the only one for me." She batted her lashes, and all was clearly forgiven. A smile broke out across Hayward's face, and he reached up to ensure his top hat was secure before guiding his lady love through the door. Flapjack, still on his back, made a gagging sound. Those two really need to get their own place. Sighing, I took the glass of wine and my empty dinner plate to the kitchen, depositing both on the counter beside the sink. Then, thinking better of it, I downed the last gulp of wine and replaced the glass. "You'll get your wish soon enough," I told the cat as I passed back through the living room. "But don't worry, I'm sure you'll find something new to complain about as soon as they do." Now who's the grumpy one? I'm not grumpy, I'm just tired and confused. I stared down the short hallway that led to the main bedroom. And I'm really starting to get annoyed about this whole emergency every night thing. Seriously, what is going on with Lucas? Is this how it's going to be all the time once I move here? It's bad enough that he's ping-ponging all over the country for various assignments. When he's home, he should be home. Amen, sister. I glared at the cat. Are you done yet? He considered it, his head tilted to one side, then nodded. I think so. Good. I rolled my shoulders and marched from the kitchen. I think I'm about to start my first argument as a married lady, and I'd rather not have the pint-sized peanut gallery tagging along. Flapjack snorted. You think this is about to be the first? Did you just mind wipe your entire honeymoon from your memory? We didn't fight on the honeymoon, I insisted. We squabbled. Whatever you say, Scar. I'm sorry, but I doubt we could find a marriage counselor that would understand the whole she talks to ghosts thing. Flapjack followed me down the hall, cackling to himself. If you find one, you have to promise I can come watch. Ignoring the cat, I knocked lightly on the bedroom door, then opened it. Lucas was sitting on the bed, his laptop opened in front of him. His phone lay discarded on the nightstand. He glanced up. Sorry, I just have to. Lucas, what is going on with work? This cannot be normal. He closed the laptop lid. It's complicated. Try me. With a sigh, he set the laptop off to one side.
There's been a situation brewing for a few months now, and it all kind of came to a head this past week. And I know this is the worst kind of timing ever, but it had to be done.
What had to be done? You're not making any sense. I took a seat on the foot of the bed and cast a quick glance at the door. Flapjack had decided against intruding. Start at the beginning. Lucas scrubbed the palm of his hand along his jawline, his eyes unfocused for a moment, as though trying to decide where exactly the beginning was.
To put it simply, think of it like two teams. I'm the captain of one, and this guy, Jimmy, is the captain of the other. We all work for the same company, but at the same time, it's competitive. There are plenty of jobs, but only a handful of really good ones, so we all end up fighting a little to get awarded the top contracts.
I nodded. Okay.
Well, a few months ago, I started noticing that Jimmy's numbers looked a little inflated. I followed the trail and found out that he and his team had been lying on their reports to squeeze the clients for more money and therefore make their team look like they were more valuable based on sales and caseload management.
I frowned. And no one else saw this? Lucas scowled.
I'm sure it will all come out in the audit at some point down the road, but I wasn't willing to wait. I debated about it for a few weeks, trying to decide how to handle it. Should I confront Jimmy directly or go straight over his head to our mutual boss? Before I could make up my mind, I was the one who got confronted last week. My boss came to ask why my team wasn't performing like Jimmy's, and I had to lay it all out. Yikes. How'd that go over? Not great. My boss was angry that I hadn't immediately come forward. Since then, there's been a bit of a purge. Jimmy's whole team got fired, and I ended up getting demoted. And with Jimmy's team gone, there is now a lot of slack that needs to be picked up by my team and some of the others in the office. Hence the late-night calls and weekend work, I said, bobbing my head. Why didn't you tell me about any of this? I didn't want you to worry, especially since we're trying to find a house. A demotion doesn't exactly bode well for securing a mortgage. My brows lifted. Are we in trouble? Money-wise, I mean. Lucas shook his head. It's a demotion in title only, for the moment. My boss is giving me time to quote-unquote prove myself. Lucas scoffed. It's pretty screwed up when you get in trouble for blowing the whistle and doing the right thing. I scooted closer and took his hands. I'm sorry. It all sounds like a giant mess. I wish you would have told me sooner. Maybe I could have come out sooner and helped cheer you up. That drew a smile. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm still feeling a little bummed out, so maybe you could start now. Laughing, I let him pull me down on the bed, and for the first time all day, hit pause on the worries swirling through my mind. Chapter 12. There was a note on Lucas's pillow when I awoke the following morning. Good morning, sunshine. I'm heading to the office to wrap up a few things since I got distracted last night. I'll see you at the showing. Oh, and someone called about your phone. Said you can pick it up any time after 3. L. I folded the note and set it on the nightstand. With Lucas gone and the house showing not set until noon, I decided to reset my alarm and take advantage of a rare, lazy morning. When I awoke the second time, I climbed out of bed and set about getting ready to leave. We were scheduled to meet our agent at a property in a suburb to the south of the city. Seattle traffic was a nightmare, even on the weekend, especially in comparison to Beechwood Harbor. Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack decided to tag along for the showing, and we all piled into my car and headed out. The house was in a nice neighborhood, and while the homes looked to be on the older side, they were all well-maintained and had nice, well-kept yards. The GPS alerted me as I slowly rolled down the road, and I spotted the home I was looking for, a sage green, ranch-style home on the corner lot. There was a single-car garage and a split-rail fence surrounding the small front yard. I didn't see Lucas's SUV parked on the street and assumed he must have been running late. I parked behind a green sedan I recognized as Yvonne's and exhaled. Well, what do we think? I think it looks cute, Gwen replied. Look at the little flower beds. I'll bet they look great in the spring, bursting with color. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked,
and Flapjack frowned. Oh, goody. Sounds like the neighbors like mutts. I smiled and glanced at Hayward, who agreed.
It's quite nice, Lady Scarlet.
All right, let's go take a look around the inside. Lucas should be here soon. We piled out of the car and stepped onto the driveway just as the front door of the home opened. Yvonne appeared, wearing a floral print dress and a wide smile. She was a lovely woman, with a penchant for bright prints, even in the gloom of the long Seattle rainy season. She was a single mom and had to work her real estate business around her family. I couldn't imagine the struggle to try and balance it all. I had a hard time striking a work-life balance as a business owner, and I didn't have so much as a pet rock. I wasn't really sure what life would look like when Lucas and I had children of our own. Granted, I had some time to figure it out. It certainly wasn't something on the docket for the next few years. Hi, Yvonne. You look great. I swear I need to come follow you around the next time you go shopping. You have such a good eye. She laughed, waving me off. Oh, you're too sweet. She peeked past me. Where is that handsome husband of yours? I'm not sure. I stepped up onto the porch and glanced out at the street, looking for any sign of him. He knew we were meeting here. We confirmed it this morning. He probably just got stuck in a meeting or something. Work's been a little tough lately. Lots of after-dinner calls. And he even got called in yesterday, even though he'd requested it off. Yvonne offered a sympathetic frown. That's rough, especially when you two have such limited time together as it is. Yeah. How are things going at the flower shop? Any interested buyers yet? I shook my head. A few nibbles, but nothing serious. I'm beginning to think I should just keep it and hire some more help. My one employee, Lizzie, is a really quick learner. I could see her stepping into an assistant manager position if I could find someone who wanted to handle the more technical stuff like payroll and ordering. It's certainly an option, she agreed. Although I'd run it by Mitchell first. It could be a factor in securing your home loan. But then that side of things has never been my forte. I can tell you about the differences between a butler's pantry and a walk-in pantry, or the regulations when it comes down to which rooms can be counted as bedrooms, or tell you what kind of paint to use to sell your house faster. But ask me about prime mortgages or which terms get you the best interest rates, and I'm lost. She chuckled and opened the front door. Should we get started, or would you like to wait for Lucas? Without my cell phone, I couldn't call and see where he was, so I had to assume he was running a few minutes behind. Let's get started. I don't want to take up your entire afternoon. I don't mind waiting, Yvonne assured me. It's fine. He trusts my eye. Let's take a look. All right. Yvonne went ahead, leaving the front door open for me to follow. Stepping inside, I took a small half-circle turn. It wasn't a terribly large or fancy home. The front door opened directly into the living room, with a small space to the left for hanging coats and hats. The family currently living in the home had placed an upholstered bench by the door, likely used to stow away shoes and seasonal items. The home looked like it had been updated recently, with wide plank wood floors, or really convincing laminate, a soft grayish paint on the walls, with white baseboards and trim around the windows. The layout was open concept, with the living room seamlessly blending into the dining room and then kitchen. There were a few signs of the current owners in the home, a few personal photos still hung on the walls, and I spotted a stash of kids' toys in a basket tucked beside the longest of the two sofas. Yvonne gestured ahead. I think you'll really like this kitchen, Scarlett. They remodeled it 3 years ago, so the appliances and everything are still in great shape. There's a small pantry through there, and then this door leads to the garage, which is also where the laundry is located. Yvonne continued ticking off facts about the property as we walked through. It was a perfectly fine house. Everything was neutral enough that it made it easy to picture what it would look like if Lucas and I bought it and added our own furnishings and personal touches. There was plenty of space and a nice backyard, perfect for weekend get-togethers with friends. Granted, I didn't have any friends in Seattle, at least not yet. The ghosts, for their part, also seemed to approve. Hayward and Gwen wouldn't be moving into the house with us, but I had no doubt they would come to visit when they could get the chance. Flapjack would be coming along, but as long as there were adequate sunspots to bathe in, he was pretty much all set. In comparison to my tiny little apartment in Beechwood Harbor, nearly any home would be a massive upgrade.
although I had a feeling he would complain and demand more store-bought fish once we lived more than a few miles from the nearest cannery. Personally, I wouldn't miss the fish cannery, but I would miss waking up to the smell of the ocean in the summer when I slept with the windows open. I'd miss siren songs, coffee, and pastries, the music piped in via speakers scattered down the main strip, the faces of my regular customers, especially the handful of elderly gentlemen who came in every week to buy a fresh bouquet for their wives. I tried to shove all the bittersweet memories down, but apparently didn't do a good enough job of concealing my thoughts. "You're not loving it?" Yvonne said, once we'd completed the walkthrough and circled back to the kitchen. I glanced around again, still torn. Yvonne chuckled. "You can tell me, I won't be offended." "I'm sorry, I just have a lot on my mind this afternoon, I guess." "Tell you what," Yvonne said, plucking a page from a small stack on the counter. "Take one of the flyers home. Talk to Lucas. We can always make another appointment if you want to come have a second look and then show him around too." Smiling, I took the page from her carefully manicured hands. "Thanks, Yvonne. We really appreciate all of your help." "Of course, that's what I'm here for." She placed one of her business cards on the counter beside the others, then hung back a step, waiting for me to lead the way out of the house. Out on the porch, she reconfigured the lockbox, and we exchanged a quick hug as we said goodbye. Flapjack, Hayward, and Gwen slid into the back seat as I climbed behind the wheel. "What was wrong with the house, Scarlett?" Gwen asked. "I really liked it." "I don't know," I replied. "I guess it's just hard to imagine living somewhere else." And I was worried about Lucas. I glanced in the rearview mirror. I know he's got a lot going on with work, but he said he would be here. I don't have my phone, and that's throwing me off too. "You should eat a Snickers, Scar," Flapjack chimed in from the back seat. "A Snickers? You're cranky." I rolled my eyes. "Fine, yes, I'm cranky. A candy bar isn't going to solve it." It was getting close to 1 o'clock. Maybe a little food wasn't a bad idea. I could grab a quick bite and then head back to Serpent's Tongue, to get my phone. Then at least a small piece of the chaos would be settled. Luckily, my car had a GPS system that worked independently of my phone. I plugged in a search and found a chain burger joint not too far away. It wasn't my favorite type of food, but I could order a salad and maybe a small thing of fries on the side. Yeah, I was definitely getting the fries. It was that kind of day. I would never admit it to him, but Flapjack turned out to be right. A little food did elevate my mood substantially. We finished at the restaurant and piled back into the car. I vaguely remembered one of the street names from the night before and figured if I could get back there, I could find my way to the right warehouse. Hopefully. Once the GPS was set, I pulled away from the curb and headed back toward the city. It took a little trial and error, and more than a few empty threats to keep the peanut gallery in check, but I finally found the warehouse Trevor had taken me to the night before. As I pulled into a spot, I glanced around, wondering if he'd be back again tonight. I felt bad about lying to him, but it wasn't like I could explain the full story, at least not without sounding crazy. "How are you planning on getting inside?" Flapjack asked when I cut the engine. "What do you mean?" Flapjack scoffed. "You don't have the password, remember? Seemed like that was kind of a big feature in the whole secret society bull hockey." Cringing, I mentally slapped myself upside the head. Of course I'd need a password, and it wouldn't be the same one as the night before, at least according to the information Trevor shared. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" I asked the cat. "Oh, well, I beg your pardon, but I was told not to speak, under pain of tuna withdrawal," he replied, mustering every ounce of sarcasm in his fluffy little body. I scrubbed a hand down my face. "However," the cat purred, "I have a workaround, and I'd be willing to share it for the low, low price of a Costco pack of albacore." "Honestly, Flapjack, why does everything have to be a haggle with you?" Gwen exclaimed, her feathered earrings swinging as she scowled down at the cat sitting between her and Hayward. "As if Scarlett hasn't done enough for you." "What's she done for me? When I was alive, she wasn't old enough to work the can opener. Up until I died, all she wanted to do was try and dress me up in doll clothes and put me in her toy stroller." Hayward's thick brows lifted as a smile of sheer delight peeked out from under his bushy mustache.
Oh my. Lady Scarlet, tell me there are photographs of baby doll Flapjack.
Gwen giggled. Aw, baby Flapjack. Flapjack's tail flicked as he narrowed his eyes at me. Hey, dude, that was an unforced error, I told him, trying to contain my own smile. I wasn't going to bring any of that up, mostly because I figured you'd find a way to tear my face off while I slept. Gwen's shoulders shook as she surpassed another peal of laughter, while Hayward chortled, smiling down at the cat.
Tell me, Lady Scarlet, did the baby bonnet have frilly lace on it?
A snort slipped out, and I slapped a hand over my mouth. Hayward took that as confirmation and dropped his head back, one hand resting on his slight belly as he laughed heartily. I hate all of you, Flapjack declared, floating from the car, giving Gwen's face a slash of his tail before vanishing. It took a moment for the three of us to get control of ourselves, but we wiped at our eyes and caught our breath before exiting the car to join Flapjack on the sidewalk. Flapjack, being the annoyingly clever little bugger that he was, had seen something the rest of us missed. A man in a forest green SUV, some kind of boxy thing, got out of his car and made a beeline for the door. Flapjack slipped up and overheard the password and then returned back to the car. And, judging by the grin on his face, he was very impressed with himself. You're turning into quite the Nancy Drew, aren't you? I teased the feline. You're one to talk. He glanced up at me, his eyes sparkling. Do you want the password or not? Groaning, I agreed to his terms. Tonight's password is Draco. Like Harry Potter? Gwen squeaked, her inner fangirl ready to burst forth. I chuckled. They're using Latin words for snake. I Googled it last night before bed. Draco is Latin for dragon or serpent. Last night's was anguis. Same thing, serpent. Oh, the interwebs. Such a fascinating invention, Flapjack said. So are we going in or what? Let's get this over with, I said, pushing open the driver's side door. Flapjack's reconnaissance worked like a dream. I got past the security guard without so much as an extra glance. It was still early in the day, and as expected, the action hadn't started yet. The bar area was virtually empty. Sarah, the girl I'd met the night before, was working on prep. I approached with a warm smile. Hi there. I don't know if you remember me, but I lost my phone here last night. Someone called and said it had been found. Oh, right. You were here with Trevor. That's right. Sarah set down the small paring knife she'd been using to slice lemons and brushed her hands off on a white hand towel. Let me go get it. They locked it in the safe. Be right back. Thank you, I replied, sliding onto one of the bar stools. I spun around, considering the room. The man who'd entered ahead of us was nowhere to be seen. But then, according to Trevor, there were other rooms set aside for the high rollers. Judging by the guy's car and the tailored suit he'd been wearing, money was probably not an issue for him. This place is so cool, Gwen crooned. Oh, I wonder what the bathrooms look like. I'll bet they're really fancy.
I'll bet they have individually wrapped soaps,
Hayward added.
Proper linens, too.
Flapjack bristled. What is it with those two and toilets? Hush, I told him. Let them have their fun. 2 fingers tapped roughly on my shoulder blade. I jolted and twisted around, expecting to see Sarah, but instead found myself looking up at the young man from the night before, the one who had seen Flapjack. His hazel eyes narrowed as he stared down at me. You shouldn't be here. Chapter 13. Excuse me? The young man leaned closer, his words coming quicker. You shouldn't be here. You need to leave. And why is that? I asked, shaking his hand off my shoulder. He glanced around, his eyes bouncing from corner to corner in a way that reminded me of a small rodent trying to discern the best escape route. What was he afraid of? Or was it a matter of who? Please, I'll explain, just not here. Explain what?
I asked. "I don't even know who you are. You can't expect me to follow you without any hint as to what this is about." The man scanned the room again. I tried to follow his nervous glances to determine if there was a particular subject giving him pause. He worried at his lower lip. "My name is Elliot. Most people around here know me as Eli. I don't want to hurt you. No, that came out wrong. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm trying to help you." Flapjack materialized on the bar beside me. "What's the plan here, Scar?" Eli jolted, trying and failing to recover and play it off as though he hadn't noticed the ghost. "You can see ghosts. I thought you could last night when I was here, but I wasn't sure."
"Does that mean he can hear me too? Because if so, I want him to know that he should invest in a Costco-sized pack of breath mints."
I slid a glance at the cat. "What is it with you and Costco lately? It's become your only quantifiable measurement. Everything is a Costco pack of this and a Costco size that. It's getting weird." Eli's already bulging eyes went even wider as he witnessed the exchange.
How are you doing that?"
"It's a long story." He blinked.
Right. We don't have time for that anyway, please. You can bring the, cat. Just come with me."
I didn't bother pointing out that if Eli had a tire iron with my kneecap's name on it, the ghost cat would be about as useful as a butterfly. If Eli was new to the spirit world, it was possible he attributed more power to ghosts than most of them deserved, which for the moment was a blessing. If things went sideways, maybe I could tell him I was a reaper and really blow his mind. "Fine," I said, sliding down from the bar stool. I hoisted my purse onto my shoulder and set my jaw. "Where are we going?" Eli was already moving.
"There's a back door."
"Is there something wrong with the front door?" I asked, following after him.
"He's in the skybox. He'd see us."
"He who?"
I'll explain. We just have to get you out of here first."
I swallowed down half a dozen other questions and followed along. Eli wound around the bar and veered into a darkened hallway. There were several doors on either side, each framed by sconces, but none of them appeared to bear a label or number. I wasn't sure what the warehouse had been built for, but it appeared some pretty significant remodeling had been done. Warehouses typically had big open spaces, with a few smaller offices or storage areas. This one had been transformed into something cloistered and confining. Eli took the second to the last door on the right, and a cool breeze slapped me in the face as I followed. It was darker than the hour alluded to, thanks to a thick layer of dark rain clouds. We were in another parking lot, on the other side of the building from where I'd left my car. No quick getaway route. I didn't like that. I considered Eli's profile as he pressed up against the building. His chest was rising and falling quickly as though he couldn't draw a full breath. Was he on something? Or was this pure adrenaline and fear? And if it was the latter, what exactly had I just stepped into? Eli pointed up at a silver security camera.
"This way,"
he said quietly, as he began scooting along the exterior of the building. Flapjack started humming the Pink Panther theme song. I shot him a glare. "Are you done?"
"It just seemed to fit the moment."
The cat sashayed through the open lot, clearly not worried about getting picked up by the camera.
"You know me, Scar. I love a good soundtrack."
Eli stared at the cat as we rounded the corner of the warehouse.
"I'm a trained ninja,"
Flapjack told the young man.
"You ever hear of death by 1,000 cuts?"
Eli's gaze quickly bounced away from him, like a student who'd been scolded for glancing at their neighbor's test sheet. Flapjack flashed his claws. I rolled my eyes. We reached the middle of the building, and Eli came to a stop.
"There aren't any cameras back here."
He flung a desperate look at me.
"Who are you? Who sent you here?"
"No one sent me here," I replied, my own pulse rising in reaction to the anxious energy pouring off Eli. "My name is Scarlett. I was here last night with a friend, and I lost my phone. Someone called today and told me it had been found." Eli smiled. The expression surprised me, and I suddenly felt like I'd missed a step.
"Wonder who it was. Probably Cat."
I shook my head. "What difference does it make who called?"
No, not that called you. I mean who swiped your phone in the first place.
I blinked. What makes you say that? It probably just slipped out of my pocket. I was distracted.
He doesn't like newcomers. He probably had Kat swipe your phone so they could figure out who you are.
Eli swallowed, his eyes shifting back and forth as though he couldn't quite decide where to start.
How do you know Trevor?
Eli, please, just tell me what's going on. I'm completely lost. All I want is to get my phone and leave. The young man's gaze wandered to a small outbuilding at the corner of the lot, 100 feet or so from where we stood in the shadows.
I can get you the phone, but first, I need your help.
With what? I asked, hesitating.
Follow me.
Without waiting, Eli glanced up, checked the security camera mounted on the far corner of the building, then tore off across the asphalt. He was lean and lanky, and moved like he'd been a runner in school. I glanced at Flapjack. What do you think?
This is a tough one, Scar. Here you are, no phone, no friends, no backup, and there's a random stranger trying to lure you to some random shed. What could go wrong?
Your sarcasm is noted and not at all appreciated, I told the feline. Eli reached the shed and glanced back. He waved, beckoning for me.
I guess I'm the backup, Flapjack sighed. Wait here.
He surged forward, covering the ground even faster than Eli had. Eli glanced down at the cat and said something I couldn't hear. After what looked like a few moments of debate, Eli gave me one more look, then slipped into the shed. Flapjack melted into the side of the wall half a second later. A cold wind kicked up, and I tucked my chin, burrowing a little deeper into the collar of my coat. I'd forgotten my gloves in the car. I couldn't go back for them now. Glancing around the corner, I wondered if anyone inside noticed I'd disappeared before getting my phone. Then I considered what Eli had said, that it hadn't been an accident it went missing. Lucas got all of our phones and devices through his work, and they all came preloaded with security and encryption software. Even if a stranger got a hold of my phone, they wouldn't be able to get into it to steal any of my personal information. The question was, why would they want to try? What were they looking for? I waited for a few minutes, bouncing on my heels to try and keep warm. Finally, Flapjack reemerged and skated across the lot. He came to stand next to me, his expression grim. Gone was the jubilant and taunting feline, which for once was not what I wanted.
You're going to want to see this, Scar, he said, glancing up at the camera on the wall above my head. Come on. The kid said the security guy takes his smoke break back here in about an hour. We don't have time to wait around.
What is it? I asked. What's in there?
You remember that case where a ghost got a hold of a body and was feeding on the souls of other ghosts to keep himself corporeal?
My stomach turned at the memory, afraid to ask a follow-up question. Yeah?
Well, it's like that.
I started to ask another question, but stopped myself. Okay. I exhaled, my breath forming a white cloud in front of my face as the temperatures continued to plummet. Let's go. Flapjack led the way, and I followed at a tiptoed jog. The ghost slid through the metal security door half a heartbeat before I pulled it open and slipped inside. Steeling myself for what I was about to see, I tugged the door closed behind me and then slowly turned around. The building wasn't huge, not much bigger than the RV storage shed on my parents' property in Arizona. There weren't any windows, leaving most of the narrow room engulfed in darkness, concealing its contents. A ring of fluorescent light started from a central industrial-looking metal fixture hanging 10 feet from the ground in the structural rafters of the shed. Shelves lined one side, holding neatly organized rows of boxes. A bank of metal lockers lined the other side. Eli stood in the center of the shed, beside a towering orb of blue light. The young man's expression was pained as he looked at the figure suspended in the pulsating light. It was definitely a spirit. A man who appeared to have died in his mid-50s, if I had to guess. He wore a pair of slacks and a button-up shirt, though he was missing a necktie and the top 2 buttons were undone. He still had a thick head of hair, and it was combed to one side. With ghosts, it was hard to tell what color everything had been in life, but it looked dark, with maybe a few streaks of silver at the temples. He was clean-shaven and wore a fancy-looking watch on one wrist. At the sight of me, the man recoiled.
"Who are you?"
he asked, his voice raspy, as though he hadn't spoken in some time.
"Please, don't hurt me."
I lifted my hands. "I'm not here to hurt you, I promise." The man backed away until he bumped into the edge of the spell holding him in place. From the way he flinched, there was some kind of charge layered into the magic. My heart squeezed tightly, even as my pulse continued to kick up its tempo. "What is going on here, Eli? Who is this?"
I don't know the full story. I don't even know why I can see this... him. He's dead. I saw..."
The young man's voice broke, and he squeezed his eyes shut tightly.
"I saw it happen."
"What happened to him? Who is he?" I glanced at the door, wondering how much time we had left.
"He used to be a member?"
Eli said, his eyes open again, though they looked haunted and hollow.
"He was one of the high rollers who came to the casino nights. He got in over his head, owed a bunch of money, and couldn't pay. They threatened me. They said they would kill me and force my family to turn over the life insurance money. I didn't believe them. I thought it was just a threat. I tried to pay it all back. I thought they'd forgiven me. They invited me to this tournament in Vegas. We were all having the time of our lives. It was like nothing had ever happened. I knew I wouldn't get to keep my winnings, but I wasn't complaining. I was back in the game, and I thought my family was safe."
The spirit cringed, coming closer to me.
"But I made a mistake. I bet it all and lost big. They said it was fine. I'd get the next round. Someone got me a drink. Next thing I know, bam! I'm having an out-of-body experience right there at the poker table."
The ghost hooked a thumb at Eli.
"This kid says they slipped me something. He saw them do it. Paperwork says I had a heart attack, but I know it was that dirty crook Cisco. So I hitched a ride back here to confront him. And I found out the truth."
Something clicked in my head. It was too big of a coincidence. "What is your name, sir?"
"Robert Landis." My heart raced.
"You have 2 daughters."
"Yes, Tessa and Lydia. But how did you—"
"I met your daughter, Lydia. She's still here, in between this life and the other world." Robert choked out a sob, momentarily burying his face in his hands.
"After all this time?"
"She's been watching over Tessa. That's how I know her. She and her spirit friends are worried about Tessa. You said you knew the truth now. What does that—" Flapjack moved closer and made a circle around the exterior of the spell. With a puzzled look, he twisted and extended his tail toward the fragments of light. Immediately, he was thrown backward, nearly plowing through one of the lockers on the other side of the room. "Flapjack!" I exclaimed, already moving toward him. The cat sat up, blinked, then glowered and hissed at the orb. "Are you okay?" I asked, kneeling beside him.
Yeah, he said, his tone grumpy. "Nothing a little tuna won't fix."
With a sigh of relief, I rose to my feet. I guess curiosity can't kill the cat when he's already dead. Returning to Robert. "Do you know what happened to Tessa?"
"My daughter is in danger," he said. "I don't know where she is, but the kid told me she's been working here for that ghoul."
I looked to Eli. "What else do you know about Tessa? No one else will tell me what's going on." A chime rang, and Eli jumped before pawing furiously at his wrist to silence the sound. Panic etched into his face as he looked from the watch to me, to Robert, and back again.
"We have to go. Cisco called a meeting."
Robert swore loudly.
"Tell him to come in here and face me like a man."
I hesitated. "We can't just leave him like this. We have to do something."
"Not now. There's no time."
Eli yanked on my arm, displaying more strength than I would have imagined, and pulled me back toward the door.
"If we get caught, he'll kill us all, and probably trap us just like that."
With a final desperate glance back at Robert, I let Eli pull me out of the shed, though the defeated set of the ghost's shoulder was an image that would forever be burned into my mind. Chapter 14. How did you wind up here? I asked Eli as we made our way back to the side door.
My story is more or less the same as Tessa's, Eli began. Only I wasn't working off my dad's debt. I racked up my debt on my own. One of my college friends invited me to a private poker tournament at some fancy hotel downtown. I played well enough to get another invite. That went on for a few months, sometimes in clubs, sometimes in hotel suites. They were high-stakes games, and I loved every minute of it. It got to a point where I was going every weekend, sometimes losing tens of thousands of dollars, only to turn around and go right back to playing the next week. Eventually, a handful of us were invited to play here, and invited into the order. He paused, then looked back at me. You know about that, right? I nodded. Trevor told me. Right. Eli took a few more steps. At first, I thought the whole secret society thing was sort of hokey, but it was the gateway to even higher stakes games, and by that point I was hooked. So I joined. I met a bunch of people, even found my last long-term relationship through the club, but then, well, things started changing. Changing how? I started noticing that long-term members weren't coming around as much. Some not at all. At first, I assumed there was some hot new game in town and a little bitter that I hadn't been invited. I mean, I'd known some of the members for over a year at that point, so I thought it was kind of crappy they would move on and leave me behind. But there were new members here, and the games continued, as they always had, so I guess I didn't worry about it too much. Not until Cisco started holding these weird seminar things. He's the leader, right? Eli scowled. Supposedly. Tyrant is more like it. He controls everything. The club, the games, membership. He has 2 goons that handle any kind of friction, but he's the one calling all the shots. I was there, in Vegas, when he told one of them to spike Robert's drink.
I thought about asking why he hadn't gone to the police, but didn't want him to feel like I was accusing him of something. It was clear he was scared out of his mind and in way over his head.
I have family here in the city, he said, glancing back at me. I can't put them at risk, and the police won't be able to protect them all.
I didn't...
Yeah, but you were thinking it, he said, his tone neutral. I know, it seems like the smart way out, but Cisco has connections all over the city. Friends in high and very low places. It wouldn't be safe. I'd have to live the rest of my life on the run. So, it's crappy, but it's best if I keep my head down and just wait out my time.
We stopped at the door. Eli reached for the handle, but I stopped him.
Tell me about the ghosts. How long have you been able to see them?
Eli hesitated, his expression pinched.
I don't really like to talk about it.
I drew in a quick breath through my nose, taking the beat to get a handle on my temper.
Eli, I've gone along with everything you've said up until this point.
I think I've earned a little bit more information. I'm not going to judge you or think you're crazy. As you can see, I waved a hand at Flapjack. I clearly don't have any high ground to stand on. Eli's gaze snagged on Flapjack.
Right.
I've been seeing them since I was 8, I told him. And even after all this time, I don't have a good explanation as to why. Eli combed his fingers through the strands of hair that hung into his eyes, shoving them back to the side.
It started about a year ago. Like I said, Cisco runs these seminars. He talks about weird stuff, magic and ghosts. At first, I thought it was crazy. But then, after one of the sessions, I was walking home from the bus stop, and this guy just flew out in front of me. I cussed at him, and he stopped. That's when I realized he wasn't human. Or at least, not anymore. I blinked.
I'd never heard of someone getting the sight so late in life.
What had happened in this so-called seminar? And why? A dozen questions bounced around my mind like balls in a bingo number generator. I wanted to know more about Robert, both how and why he was trapped in the shed. I wanted to know what Cisco did or said in the seminar prior to Eli's first ghost encounter. I wanted to know why someone at the club would have swiped my phone the night before. But there was one question that rose above the rest. Still keeping my hand on the door handle, I asked, "What happened to Tessa?" Eli shifted uncomfortably. "Eli, please. She could be in grave danger. I have to find her." He sighed. "Last time I saw her was a week ago. She came in on her day off to pick up her paycheck. Cisco had me bring her into his office. What happened after that, I don't know. She left in tears and everyone said she'd been fired." "How can she get fired if she's working off her debt?" "Her debt had been paid off for a few months now. Call it Stockholm Syndrome, but she wanted to stay. Everyone is saying Cisco and her had a thing, romantically or whatever. I never saw it, but I try to keep to myself as much as possible." "What about his girlfriend? They call her the Duchess?" Eli's expression darkened. "She might be even worse than Cisco. They're a real match made in hell. She probably heard the same rumors I did about Cisco and Tessa. I wouldn't put it past her to force him to cut Tessa loose." "Do you think either of them would want to hurt Tessa?" Eli considered it for a brief moment. "They're not above violence, clearly. But I don't know why hurting Tessa would help them. And at the end of the day, that's all either of them cares about. How to get more power." He tilted his head to one side. "What happened to Tessa?" "She was kidnapped off the street near the university on Friday night. I'm trying to find her." "What did Trevor say?" "Not much, really. He brought me here to see if anyone knows where she might be." I narrowed my eyes. "Why do you ask?" Eli's watch chirped again, and he cringed. "I have to go." He moved my hand aside and yanked open the door. Before slipping inside, he offered a final warning. "Be careful around Trevor. I know he's charismatic and charming, but he's slippery too. Everyone here is." With that, he disappeared down the hall, almost breaking into a sprint to get to wherever he needed to be. "Well," Flapjack said, swirling around my ankles, "that wasn't ominous at all." Sarah was waiting for me at the bar, an annoyed expression on her face. "There you are. I've been waiting forever. I do have a job to do, you know." She slapped my phone onto the bar and slid it toward me. "You're welcome." I blinked as I collected the device. "Sorry." There was a scratch in the corner of the screen protector that hadn't been there before. But then if I'd dropped it out of my purse or pocket, it could have sustained the damage in the fall. It didn't necessarily mean someone had been tampering with it. Though I had a tendency to believe Eli. He had no reason to lie to me. Did he? Glancing around, a sinking feeling tugged at me. I wanted to run like hell and get out of there as fast as I could. But Eli's warning came back to me. This Cisco person didn't seem like someone I wanted to get to know. And if I stuck around, I'd only be putting myself more firmly on his radar. With that in mind, I started for the door, only to stop short. Where are Gwen and Hayward? I'd nearly forgotten they'd come with us. They couldn't still be playing around in the bathroom, could they? I glanced down at Flapjack and jerked my chin. "I'm going to go wait in the car. Round them up for me, will you?" Grumbling something about not being my butler, he turned and winked out of sight. I continued on my path, left the warehouse, and scurried to my car, only realizing how fast my heart was beating once I was behind the wheel, enveloped in silence. My thoughts were racing every bit as hard as my pulse. The more I tried to clear my mind, the more the questions seemed to scream out at me. Squeezing my eyes shut, I nearly jumped out of my skin when my phone rang. Fumbling for the device, I saw Lucas's name on the screen, accompanied by a picture of him taken the day of our wedding. The image brought a momentary smile to my face, long enough for some of the panic to subside. "Hey, handsome, I'm back on the grid." He chuckled. "Glad to hear it. I'm sorry I was late to the showing." Oh, right. I'd forgotten all about the showing. "Late?"
I said, smiling. You no-showed. Technically, I did get there, but you and Yvonne were already gone. I cruised the neighborhood a little. It looks nice. What did you think about the house? I shrugged, though he couldn't see the gesture. It was all right. It would work. Lucas laughed. Wow, calm down. You might hurt yourself with all that enthusiasm. Sighing, I reclined the driver's seat a few degrees. It's a nice house. We wouldn't have to do much more than maybe paint a few walls and add our own decor. The yard was great, too. Yvonne said we can go take a first look for you whenever we want. Anything else? He asked. I rolled my eyes up to the sunroof, studying the rain clouds for a long moment before speaking. I'm worried about your job situation. After our talk last night, it seems like you aren't really happy there. But maybe you feel trapped, and adding a mortgage on top of that, especially if and when I sell the shop and lose my source of income, it just seems like that might only make things worse for you, which is the last thing I want. It's just a season, Lucas said, but the tension in his voice told a different story. There's a lot going on, but I know what I want, and that is for you and me to finally be in the same zip code on a permanent basis. However we get to that goal, I'm good with it. That's what I want too, of course, but not if it means sacrificing your happiness. It's been a hard adjustment for you to go from working for yourself and running your own crew to the corporate world, with all of its lovely red tape and piles of paperwork. It's been an adjustment, sure, but right now I don't have an option to go back to working for myself, at least not the way I was before. I know. I closed my eyes. This wasn't going the way I wanted it to. We can go look at the house. Maybe tomorrow morning? I'll call Yvonne. Sounds like a plan. You heading home soon? I should be leaving the office here in a few minutes. How does Thai food sound? There's a great spot right around the corner from here. That works. You know what I like. I'll meet you back at the condo. Okay. I love you. Love you too. I hung up the phone with an even heavier heart. Why was everything so difficult? It felt like every decision was like pulling teeth. We'd only just gotten married. This was the part of our life where we were supposed to be building on top of a super firm foundation. Instead, it felt like we were working on top of quicksand. As soon as we put up a stick frame, the whole thing came crashing down again. It was frustrating and scary, not to mention exhausting. Part of me wanted to put in an offer on the house I'd toured earlier, simply to have one thing checked off the never-ending list. Gwen, Hayward, and Flapjack appeared in the back seat, and I wasted no time turning over the car's engine. About time. What happened? Did you flush yourselves down the toilets? Flapjack chuckled. I'd pay to watch that.
Lady Scarlet, whatever would make you think such a thing?
Hayward asked, wholly offended. Actually, Scarlet, I think we met your friend with the motorcycle, Gwen said, though she wasn't smiling. I don't think he's as nice as you think he is. I put the car in reverse, then paused, my foot on the brake. What happened? We were just looking around, checking the place out. They have like 6 poker tables in there, Gwen began. Anyway, we were in one of the rooms, and I heard a motorcycle engine. I figured it had to be your guy, and I... She slid a glance toward Hayward. You wanted to drool over him, Flapjack interjected impatiently. Gwen's semi-transparent cheeks flushed. I popped out into the parking lot, and a guy was getting off his bike. Some woman came up to him, and they started talking. About you. I looked at Flapjack. It was him, the cat confirmed. They were still out there when I came to wrangle these two. What were they saying about me? Scarlet, I think Trevor is the one who took your phone last night, Gwen said, her tone hushed. He asked this woman, Cat, if they'd gotten anything off it. She said they didn't, but that you'd come back for it and that Cisco would get the information out of you one way or another. They think you're undercover police. I blinked. That was a new one. But thinking about it from their point of view, I guess the whole thing was a little odd. I knew Tessa had been kidnapped. I'd admitted it to Trevor. How else would I know about it unless I was working the investigation? Tessa's family, at least her immediate family, were either dead or estranged. I squeezed my eyes closed.
What a disaster. Gwen poked her head between the two seats. What are you going to do, Scarlett? Glowering at the warehouse through the rain-splattered windshield, I set my jaw. I'm going to march myself straight to the SPA's headquarters and refuse to leave without getting them to open an investigation into this whole place. Chapter 15. I'd been to the Seattle Haven on a couple of occasions, most recently to visit my friend Holly Bolt at her potions shop. Getting there was easy enough. I hopped a streetcar and rode to the stop nearest the Magic Beans Coffee House. The quaint little shop blended right in with the other shops and cafes on the street. Any human walking past would never know that everyone working behind the counter was a supernatural being, of one variety or another. They'd have no clue that you could walk in and order a latte with an extra shot of confidence before going on a first date or a job interview. And they really wouldn't believe you if you told them that if you walked past the restrooms, a portal to a whole other world would open up if you had the right spell. I'd been granted access to the Haven world a handful of years ago, shortly after moving to Beechwood Harbor and meeting Holly and the other paranormal residents at the Beechwood Manor. I wasn't entirely sure how it all worked, but the Supernatural Protection Agency had spelled a small token, a smooth blue stone, and given it to me with the instructions. As long as I was carrying that stone, I would be able to pass between the human world and the Havens. So, I ordered a small cup of coffee, shared a knowing smile with the barista who made it for me, and then headed down the hall. I passed 2 restrooms and a door that likely led to a small supply closet, but then again, who knows? Maybe it went to Narnia. As soon as I took a step past that door, a blue outline appeared in the wall, the same shape and size as the other doors. With a glance over my shoulder, I muttered the password, and a doorknob appeared. I braced myself for the strange, swooping sensation in my stomach and stepped through the door. It felt a little like the initial descent of a roller coaster, the fall that provided the momentum for the next part of the ride. Blinking, I let the weird feeling wash over me. The inside of the portal was a little bit like a train station, with 12 different gates, each leading to a different part of the secret community. There were more than 12 havens, of course, but each station seemed to center around those in the region. I could go to the Portland Haven, to the portal into Beechwood Harbor, to BC Canada, etc. All with the speed of a blinking eye. It was equal parts incredible and bewildering. I'd spent the majority of my life outside the magic world, even though I'd been a reluctant member of the spirit realm since I was 8. Through my travels, I'd learned about different kinds of magic and met some bona fide practitioners. I'd heard whispers of another world, but never got close enough to be invited inside. Even now, walking into the Seattle Haven felt strange, almost forbidden, as if I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I exited the portal into the lobby area of the SPA headquarters building and glanced around, halfway worried someone was about to pounce and demand identification. Of course, no one did. I left the small lobby and wandered into the main foyer. One of the receptionists spotted me and offered a polite smile as she listened to someone on the phone, occasionally nodding along. Beyond the huge glass double doors lay an entire city of supernaturals. It wasn't as large as the non-magical version of Seattle, but it was a bustling, active place all the same. There were restaurants, shops, office buildings, condos and homes, parks and boutiques. As much as I would have loved to lose myself in a day of window shopping, I zeroed in on the reception desk and waited for the woman on the phone to finish her call. When she hung up, she glanced up at me. "Hello, can I help you?" "I need to speak with Agent Bramble." "Oh." The woman's brows lifted. "I'm not sure if she's in her office. Let me call and find out for you." "Thank you." While I waited, the doors behind me opened, and a group of 3 came inside. They wore black jackets with SPA printed on the left side of the chest. The 3 were lost in conversation,
not seeming to notice anything around them as they crossed through the foyer toward the large bank of magically activated elevators. As they went, I wondered who they were and what their powers were. Some irrational part of my brain wanted to run after them and hound them until they agreed to go break Mr. Landis free from his prison and then to lock this Cisco character up in a dark cell for the rest of his life. The receptionist placed her hand over the phone and looked up at me. "What's your name?" "Oh, right, Scarlett. Scarlett Sanderson. I'm a friend of Holly Bolt's." At that, the receptionist's expression changed. "Oh, Merlin, help us," she muttered, before relaying the information to whomever was on the other end of the line. Within minutes, I was whisked upstairs by an SPA agent and ushered into an office. The woman behind the desk rose and offered a quick smile. "Good afternoon, Scarlett." Agent Agatha Bramble was a statuesque woman, a hawk shifter, if I recalled correctly. There was something definitively bird-like about her face, but then it might have just been my imagination playing tricks on me. She was one of those women that was hard to peg as far as age. I would have said late 40s, but it was equally possible that she was older than she looked. She didn't wear a stitch of makeup, and her hair was kept neatly out of her face. She gestured at one of the two chairs opposite her desk, silently inviting me to take a seat. So I did. "I have to say, I'm a little surprised to see you here, especially on your own," she began, still smiling pleasantly. "What can I do for you?" I drew in a breath. "Thank you for making time to see me. I really appreciate it." Agent Bramble inclined her head. "Is this about the report you made concerning the real estate agent you encountered?" "Oh!" I'd completely shoved that whole fiasco to the back of my mind, which was a testament to the amount of spookiness I'd run in since. "No, actually. But now that you mention it, did you find her?" Agent Bramble nodded. "Her magical artifact was confiscated, and she will face a trial before the Haven Council. As it was her first reported offense and a relatively minor attempt at mind magic, it's likely she will serve probation and be assigned a warden to keep her on track." The news surprised me. According to Holly, mind magic, of any kind, was highly illegal. What Agent Bramble described sounded more like a slap on the wrist. I didn't press for more details, choosing to focus on the task of the day. What I'd stumbled into since really couldn't compare to sketchy real estate agents on the menacing magic scale, if there was such a thing. "This isn't about that, though?" Agent Bramble asked. I shook my head. "No, this is something else." Agent Bramble's expression shifted, concern pinched between her brows. "Go ahead." I recounted everything that had happened since Friday evening, keeping as much detail as I could while still moving along at a good pace. Agent Bramble listened through until the end, not stopping or interrupting me to ask questions along the way. When I finished, she asked about the location of the warehouse and jotted the address down on a notepad. I don't know what kind of magic they're using. I've never encountered anything like it before. I shook my head, trying to clear the memory of Flapjack being blasted across the room after he'd touched the light. "It's something powerful." "All right." Agent Bramble paused her note-taking. "And this is the case that Wanda Hargreaves asked you to look into?" "Yes." "Mm-hmm. About the kidnapped young woman?" "Yes. I called in a tip right when it happened, but someone called the next day and told me it was up to the local police. The, normal police." "Correct. We try not to get involved unless there are supernatural elements to the case. Things we'd rather not have the non-magical world finding out about, or for the times when they would be going up against something out of their depth." "I understand that, but there is magic going on. At least one ghost, and Eli, the guy I talked to yesterday, he can see ghosts now, as an adult, when he never could before. That can't be normal. I think this Cisco guy is a wizard or a warlock. Is that a thing? Not to mention he murdered Tessa's father over some gambling debts." Agent Bramble smiled politely. "I'm not trying to dodge the case, Miss Sanderson, but I don't want you getting your hopes up. At the end of the day, we might have to stay on the sidelines and let the SPD recover the girl." A shudder wormed its way up my spine at the word recover.
as if Tessa were already gone. But what about Robert Landis? He's a ghost, and he's being held against his will. I can't really think of a case that would be more deserving of the SPA's help. He doesn't have anyone else. The non-magical police won't even know he's there. Agent Bramble laced her fingers together. I will send a pair of agents to the warehouse. They will look around. If they find Mr. Landis and confirm he is being held against his will, they will take action. I nodded, even though I didn't feel entirely relieved. When do you think they will leave? I could go with them and show them where he is. That won't be necessary. You've given me the address. I'll take it from here. My mouth opened, but I realized any further questions would only make it seem like I didn't trust the agent to do her job. Holly had vouched for Agent Bramble on multiple occasions. If anyone could handle Cisco and his gang, it was her. Thank you for seeing me, I said. If you or the team need anything else, I'm here. Thank you, Scarlett. Let me have Ramona walk you back downstairs. I left the SPA building and wandered the streets of the Seattle Haven for an hour, replaying the conversation with Agent Bramble, wondering if I'd missed some detail. I knew it was the right thing to do, to turn the investigation over to those who actually had the power to do something, but it was also hard to be patient and metaphorically sit by the phone waiting for a resolution. I'd left the ghosts at home. It had taken some convincing, but they agreed to stay behind. No matter how hard they promised to be good, I knew that as soon as we got into Bramble's office, the four of us would all start talking over one another, and the whole thing would devolve into chaos. But as I wandered through the Haven, checking the window displays of the various types of shops, it felt a little lonely. For better or worse, their chaos was my normal, and the world was quiet when they weren't around. I'd see a necklace and think to ask Gwen for her opinion, or some melody would hit my ear, and I'd think of Hayward. I wondered what Flapjack would say about the children running around the park, pointing toy wands at one another, in some magical take on cops and robbers. Sometimes I wondered what it might be like to live in the Seattle Haven full-time. Obviously, it wasn't an option. Lucas would never be allowed entrance, even though he knew about witches and magic and ghosts. I'd brought him into that part of my life as much as I could over the years, but there were still corners he couldn't fully tread. I'd mostly made peace with it, as had he, but there were times when our two worlds felt like they couldn't be further apart. After an hour or so, I returned to the SPA building and used the portal system to get back to the non-magical side of Seattle. The Magic Beans Coffee House was open normal business hours, but supernaturals using it as a portal could slip out the back door if they arrived after the shop had closed. Wards blocked off access to the actual restaurant portion of the building to keep any troublemakers from getting into the till or supplies. When I returned, it was still early afternoon, and the shop was bustling with activity. I ordered a latte for myself and a black coffee for Lucas before heading back to the condo. I expected Lucas to be home, possibly still in bed, taking advantage of an actual day off. But instead, I found Wanda, Lydia, Nora, and Flapjack in the living room. Nora was knitting what appeared to be a scarf, while Lydia and Wanda sat on opposite ends of the couch, Flapjack between them. As soon as I closed the door, he surged up and zoomed across the room. "What are they doing here?" I asked. "I was going to ask you the same thing," the cat replied, clearly perturbed. "What took you so long? They've made me sit through at least 3 episodes of this show and nothing ever happens. All they do is talk." I glanced past him. Wanda twinkled her fingers in a wave. Veering around him, I joined the others in the living room. "Morning, ladies." "Good morning, Scarlett. Your cat said you were meeting with someone at the SPA this morning," Wanda said. "Excuse me, but I'm not Scarlett's cat," Flapjack interjected. "I am not a pet." Nora held up her knitting work. "I'm knitting him a sweater." Flapjack wheeled around. "You're what?" Nora smiled at him and then resumed her work, the needles clacking together in a soothing rhythm. "Oh, I know, with all that glorious fur, you probably don't need one, but I think you'll look so dashing. I couldn't help myself." Flapjack sputtered for a moment, then whipped back around to face me. "Are you going to tell her to stop?" I shrugged. "You know, I might,
But then you're not my cat, so really I think you're on your own here." Flapjack hissed at me and swooped from the room. Rolling my eyes, I wandered further into the living room and took a seat. "Ignore him. I promise it's not personal." "Did you find anything at the SPA?" I recapped my conversation with Agent Bramble and assured the trio that she was one of the best, and with her on the case, there was sure to be progress. The three seemed relieved that there was finally an official investigation, but it went unspoken that it might be too little too late. Lucas strode into the room, fully dressed for the day in his favorite pair of jeans and a button-up shirt with a checkered print. "There you are. I thought you got lost on your way to the coffee shop." I smiled and gestured at the coffee cup I'd set on the kitchen island for him. "No, just got distracted with a little window shopping." "Aha. We talking jewelry or clothes?" He lifted the cup and studied the label for a moment before taking a sip. This is good. New place?" "Yeah." "So I talked to Yvonne. She can meet us at the house at 2 o'clock. I sent a couple other listings to your phone. If any of them look good, we can add those on. Yvonne said she's free for the afternoon." I smiled and reached for my phone. "Man on a mission. We only have 2 days before you have to get back to Beechwood," Lucas reminded me. "Unless you think you can stretch it." I shook my head. "We have a big order for the fall festival. I can't dump all of that on Lizzie." Lucas nodded, though he looked a little crestfallen. "Speaking of work overload, I do need to send a couple quick emails to my team." He paused and looked at his watch. A simple black band with a silver face. Nothing flashy. "Tell you what, let me get that out of the way and we can go out for brunch before the showing." I laughed. House hunting is probably a little more fun with a mimosa buzz. "Absolutely." Lucas stopped to kiss me on his way back into the bedroom. When he'd gone, I realized all three of the ghosts were staring at me, stars in their eyes. "Aren't you two just the sweetest?" Wanda said. "How long have you been married?" "Just a month." "Well, sugar, you did a good job," Nora chimed in. "That one's got a nice caboose on him, as they said back in my day." "Oh, well, thank you," I laughed. Lydia stifled a giggle. I wandered into the kitchen, my phone in one hand, latte in the other. Brunch sounded great, but my stomach was rumbling already. I found a package of bagels in the cupboard and slid one into the toaster. While I waited, I started scanning through my email for the listings Lucas had sent. It would be nice to knock 2 or 3 showings out in one swoop. As I flipped through the listings, a cute blue bungalow caught my eye. I flipped through the photos, falling a little more in love with each one. I was about to run off and show Lucas when I stopped cold, my excitement popping like an overfilled balloon. The house was in Beechwood Harbor. Somehow, the app still thought I was interested in properties in Beechwood zip code and occasionally showed me the listings. With a frustrated snarl, I closed the app. "House shopping?" Wanda said, appearing over my shoulder. I jolted hard enough to slosh some of my latte out the tiny drinking spout. "Oops, sorry," Wanda said. I waved a hand. "It's fine. I was just about done." The toaster popped, and I set my phone down. Glancing at Lydia, I lowered my voice. "Wanda, I found out something else while I was at the club. I didn't want to say anything until I talked to you." "Oh?" "Would you say that Lydia is in a good place? Emotionally, I mean?" Wanda cast a quick glance at the young ghost as she thought about the question. "She's not a super bubbly kind of girl. But then that's to be expected, isn't it? Considering all she went through in her short life. I've worked with a lot of spirits over the years, and it seems that, as with the living, there are some who are a little closer to the edge than others." Wanda's brow furrowed. "The edge?" "I've found that strong emotions can trigger something in a spirit and drive them into madness of one kind or another. I found out something about Lydia and Tessa's father, but I'm afraid that telling Lydia might be the breaking point." "What is it?" I leaned in a little bit closer. "He's still here. He's a ghost too, and right now, he's in a whole heap of trouble." Chapter 16. After a quick discussion, Wanda and I decided to keep Lydia in the dark a little bit longer. The SBA would be on their way to the warehouse soon, and they were Robert's best chance of getting free. There was no point in upsetting the girl when a resolution could be so close. I'd much rather wait until we could reunite the girl and her father. Lucas took me to brunch at a nice little restaurant near the water. It wasn't fancy, but the food was tasty, and the mimosas were bottomless. It was the perfect distraction from all of the trouble percolating under the surface. Somewhere past the fourth mimosa, I launched into the story about how I'd accidentally fallen in love with the wrong house and wound up showing Lucas the adorable bungalow in Beechwood Harbor. I giggled through the entire thing, and Lucas chuckled along, but when I put the phone away, another wave of anxiety threatened to suck me back under a full-blown panic riptide. I shut that up real quick with mimosa number 5. A little too tipsy to drive, we wandered through a touristy part of the city and stopped at a bakery. Nothing soaks up mimosas like fresh-baked croissants and hand pies. We shopped a little, each buying a small present for the other, thinking we were being sly when the other wasn't looking. Lucas gifted me with a Himalayan figurine, which Flapjack would absolutely hate, and I gave him a joke pen that told dad jokes when you clicked the top. By the time we walked back to the SUV, we'd sobered up and were just in time to leave and meet Yvonne for the house showing. As expected, Lucas liked the house. He was a touch more enthusiastic than I'd been, but we both agreed to hold off on filling out any paperwork until we'd seen the other listings we'd saved. Yvonne took us to a townhouse near the University District. It was a little bit of a fixer-upper, but it would be a great property to flip in a couple of years, or even keep as a rental if we were in the position to do so. After that, we saw a 2-bedroom home closer to downtown. It had a postage stamp backyard overrun with weeds, but the inside was half decent, if not a little cramped. It's too bad that one we saw in Georgetown didn't work out, Lucas said idly as we circled the living room. It was perfect. I think maybe that's why I'm having a hard time. I keep comparing every house we see to that one. Turning to Yvonne, he asked, "Do you know what happened to it? Is it pending?" "I'm not sure. Let me take a look." Yvonne consulted the tablet she usually carried with her, tapping at the screen as she searched for the information in the official MLS database. Her brows lifted. "Actually, no. It looks like the homeowners recently pulled it off the market and then listed it again, this time with a different agent. Wonder what happened there." Lucas and I exchanged a glance. Slipping his hands into his back pockets, Lucas wandered a little closer. "Do you think we should?" I guess. It really was a beautiful home. I especially liked the back deck. Super cozy. And I stopped myself before saying ghosts. "You know our friends would like it," I finished. Lucas grinned. "I'll bet." Yvonne looked at us expectantly. "We're really doing it? Time to pull the trigger?" After one more quick glance, we both turned to her and nodded. "Let's do it." We headed to a nearby coffee shop and went over the offer paperwork with Yvonne. Luckily, everything was digital and it didn't take too long to put together our offer. Yvonne sent it off to the new listing agent and gave each of us a handshake, promising to call just as soon as she heard back from the sellers. "Phew," Lucas exhaled, leaning back in his chair as though we'd just completed a half marathon. Which in some ways we sort of had. "I can't believe we just put in an offer," I said, still a little dazed. We've been here before, but this time feels different, doesn't it? Lucas draped an arm over the back of my chair, and I leaned into his side, still holding my glass of iced tea. "It does. We've got as good of a shot as any. We put in a little over asking." "Not $40K, I teased, needling his ribs a little bit. He shook his head, his expression bemused. "Seriously, what a crazy turn of events. I wonder what happened to that agent." He looked down at me. "Do you know?" I twitched one shoulder. "The SPA said she was going to have a hearing before the Haven Council. That's like magic court." Lucas chuckled at that description. "Somehow I'm picturing a unicorn in a judge's robe with a sparkly gavel." I laughed. "I don't think it's quite that colorful." "Just let me have my fun," he insisted, laughing along with me. All right. The bailiff is a leprechaun, the judge is a unicorn, and they have witches who ride broomsticks as bounty hunters if you skip bail. Perfect. Someone should call Netflix. It would beat the hell out of Judge Judy reruns. We lingered over our drinks, then decided to go home, cook a nice dinner, and pop some preemptive champagne. However, those plans got all shot to the other world as soon as we stepped through the door. Wanda swooped toward me, her eyes wide with alarm. It's Tessa. She's back. Back? What do you mean back? I whispered, having cloistered Wanda in the master bathroom while Lucas got started on dinner prep. I don't know. But we decided to hold our weekly Bad Ghosts Club meeting at Serpent's Tongue tonight, to see if we could be there for the big bust. If only we'd had a tub of popcorn, Nora bemoaned, popping up beside Wanda, though that stuff used to stick like the dickens in my falsies. Flapjack groaned. If he had hands, I imagined that would have been the point he started massaging his little kitty temples. Was she, or was she not, kidnapped? Typically, kidnappers don't just catch and release. Whoa, did he just use a fish metaphor and not spin off into a rant about wanting tuna? Gwen nodded. I'm impressed.
Perhaps there is hope for you after all, little scamp, Hayward added. Scamp? Flapjack whipped around, fur raised. Enough, I shouted. Wanda, please continue. I'm not sure what else there is to say, Wanda stammered, her hands wrung together in front of her. She was just there, back at the bar, as if nothing happened. I squeezed my eyes closed. But wait, that doesn't make sense. Everyone said she got fired. So even if the kidnapping thing was some kind of mistake, what would she be doing working at the bar? Oh, no, she wasn't bartending. She was drinking. With this guy named Trent, Lydia chimed in. He's one of the big sharks. They've flirted before, back when she was working the bar, but he's way older than her. I never thought she actually liked him. I figured she did it to get bigger tips. Hold up. I lifted my hand, my mind straining to put the pieces together. Had all of this been one big misunderstanding? The SPA had tried to warn me about Wanda's tendency to exaggerate or jump to conclusions, but I never stopped to consider that all of this was some elaborate fabrication, dreamed up by a sad ghost desperate to be useful in her afterlife. So no one thought it was weird when she showed up. No one said anything? I asked, looking at all three of the women in turn. None of the other patrons, no, Lydia said. That one bartender was shooting daggers at Tess, but she's always been like that. She's jealous that Tess always gets the attention. Sarah? I asked. Short brown hair, round face, a little bit of a snaggletooth. Lydia nodded. That's her. They used to work together all the time. When was this? I asked, glancing at my phone. It was getting close to 6 o'clock. Lucas and I had been gone longer than I thought, but then it had been a pretty productive afternoon. Just now, maybe 40 minutes ago. It took a little while for us to get back here. It's not exactly a convenient location to access without a vehicle. Buses and streetcars don't go out there, so we have to hoof it. Wanda looked at the other two for confirmation. They both nodded. We came straight here to get you, sugar, Nora boomed. You're the only one who can talk to the girl, see if she needs help. Tension swirled in my chest, tightening with each passing second. Don't you have her phone number or something? Maybe I could call her and talk to her? Or I could go to her house and wait for her to get back. I don't know her number, Wanda said. It's not something ghosts pay much attention to. Right. I pressed my fingers against my forehead, willing a better idea to emerge. The last place I wanted to go was back to Serpent's Tongue. I had a feeling my welcome had officially worn out. Hayward began fidgeting with his top hat. Never a good sign. Lady Scarlet, I really must insist that you let the SPA handle things from here. It sounds terribly dangerous to go charging in.
Gwen nodded her agreement. I have to say, I'm usually one for charging in, girl power. But Scarlet, these people sound really dangerous. They're right, I said. The SPA is still going to investigate. They want to help Robert get free. Lydia's eyes lit up. Crap. Open mouth, insert foot. Did you say Robert? That
That's my dad's name. Wanda hung her head. Just tell her. Tell me what? Lydia said, panic rising in her voice. You know something about my dad?
He's a ghost, just like the rest of us, Flapjack said. Turns out his heart had a little help when it decided to stop working. Cisco ordered the hit. And when he came back around, asking questions, the dude trapped him in some kind of supercharged ghost trap and keeps him in a storage shed out in the back of the property.
I scrubbed my hands down my face. Technically speaking, he'd hit all the data points, but his delivery deserved a 0 out of 5 stars. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. I wanted to wait until after the SPA's raid to reunite you with him. I promise I was going to tell you just as soon as he was safe. A tear rolled down Lydia's cheek as she struggled to process the information. But he's okay? I think so. He's worried about Tessa, and I told him about you, that you're still here. He'll be so happy to see you again. The young woman's shoulders rolled forward and she dissolved into body-racking sobs. Wanda and Nora each took a side, trying their best to comfort her. When she looked up at me, her lashes were stuck together as even more tears poured down her face. Please, Scarlett, you have to help my sister. It will kill my dad all over again if anything happens to her. I drew in a deep breath. Okay, we'll go. But this time, I'm bringing backup. Chapter 17.
You know, baby, one thing I really appreciate about you is that you throw one hell of a date night,
Lucas said, as we sat idling outside the Serpent's Tongue warehouse. Considering there are 6 pairs of eyes on us, it was probably doomed to fail as a sexy date night, I told him, glancing over my shoulder. Although from the look in Nora's eyes, she wouldn't have minded if we kicked things up a notch.
Easy there, Grandma, Flapjack quipped, seeing the same half-crazed look. Save some of that for your next Sean Connery movie fest. Personally, I'm more of a Selleck fan when it comes to the Battle of the Mustache, Nora informed us.
Ooh, Tom Selleck is dreamy, Gwen swooned.
You know, Scarlett, your man would look good with a mustache, Nora said, poking her head into the front seat.
Awesome, I mumbled. This is off to a great start.
What's the plan here?
Lucas said, ignoring my one-sided ghost chit-chat. Exhaling, I straightened my shoulders. The ghosts are going to get us the password. Lucas raised one brow.
You need a password?
This will go faster if you don't overthink it. Just accept the fact that this place is creepy-crawly and loaded with weird stuff.
Got it. So we get in, find the missing/not missing girl.
I bobbed my head. I'm going to try and get her alone so I can tell her who I am and then let Lydia relay her message.
Okay. And after that?
After that, we run like hell before the creepy guy in charge tries to throw me in a magic prison cell. Lucas's jaw flexed.
This doesn't seem like a very good plan. Why do we have to do this tonight? We need more time.
Because the SPA is planning on showing up. Could be any minute now, and when they do, it's entirely possible that Tessa will be seen as a loose end and... I trailed off, letting Lucas fill in the gaps. I didn't need to spell it out while Lydia was in earshot. Mainly, I just need you to watch my 6. I still don't know what all is going on here, but if Eli was telling the truth, they think I'm some kind of undercover cop, and I get the feeling they don't take too kindly to someone poking around in their business, especially someone who might have a badge. Lucas made a subconscious gesture, reaching for his concealed weapon. I didn't think he would have to use it, but it was better to be prepared, in any case. Swallowing, I forced my hands to stop shaking. Ready? I asked, glancing in the rearview mirror.
Let's go!
Nora bellowed, leading the small herd out of the SUV. Lucas stayed close to my side as we stood at the front bumper, waiting for the ghosts to come back and tell us the password. There were a dozen or so cars in the lot, the busiest I'd seen it, and it didn't take long for a new car to pull up. A woman in a Merlot-colored dress got out from behind the wheel and strutted up to the door. She gave the security guard the password, though we were too far away to overhear. As soon as she was ushered inside, Flapjack materialized at my feet and relayed tonight's code.
Asclepius. We've moved on from the Latin theme, I noted dryly, already moving toward the door. Sounds like we're feeling Grecian this week. Is that supposed to mean something? Lucas asked. I shook my head. I don't think so. My best guess is that it's something else they can use to give them this air of mystique and something almost sinister. I mean, serpent's tongue on its own sounds evil. It plays with the original sin, and what could be more fun than a secret club where all of the 7 deadly sins are not only allowed, but encouraged? Lucas looked impressed. I waved a hand, dismissing it. I fell down a Google rabbit hole last night after you went to sleep. He chuckled. I see. Secret societies have a lot in common with cults, it would seem. Especially this one. One leader, he sets the rules, and he benefits the most from the organization. With cults, the leaders are usually after one of 2 things, money or adoration. In Cisco's case, I'm thinking he wants both. Either that or he's a total sociopathic nutjob who just likes toying with people. Lucas exhaled. What could go wrong? We reached the door, and I gave the man the password. He opened the door, and we entered the club. Gwen and Hayward stayed close to us, while Flapjack went on ahead with the trio of ladies. The 3 ghosts immediately swarmed to a couple seated on a plush love seat, a few feet away from the bar. I recognized Tessa from the security footage, though she was styled quite a bit differently this evening. She wore a black cocktail dress with gold hoop earrings, and her lips were painted with a bold shade of red. It was the kind of look a woman wore when she was trying to send a message. The question was, what was she trying to say? And to whom? Whatever it meant, it seemed to be working. The pair had everyone's attention, with more than a few people whispering in clusters, shooting them dirty looks. Sarah was at the bar, shaking a martini with an angry scowl. The customer she was waiting on, a man in an expensive-looking suit, was also glancing over his shoulder at Tessa and her new beau. There's your friend with a motorcycle, Lucas noted, using his chin to point across the lounge area. Trevor was seated at the same table we'd used the night he brought me to the club. This time, in my seat, was a thin brunette with straight, sleek hair pulled back into a high pony. Her cheekbones looked like they could cut glass, and her smoky makeup only intensified the glare she had pointed at the couple. What in the other world was going on here? The one good thing about all of the tension was that no one seemed to notice Lucas and me walk in. There were probably 20 people in the lounge area, scattered across the various seating options. I was looking around for Eli, my one, maybe, ally, when Lucas tugged on my elbow. Leaning in, he dropped his voice to a whisper. Hey, isn't that the woman from that first house we saw? You know, the one with the ring and the woo-woo power? What? I followed his gaze. Everything in my body went ice cold. I hadn't noticed the elevated seating area overlooking the rest of the lounge. The other times I'd visited the club, it had been darkened. Tonight, a small secondary chandelier was illuminated, spotlighting a table for 8. A dark-haired man sat in the center, holding court with 3 other couples. Nestled against his side was the frizzy-haired woman who'd tried to enchant us into buying the Georgetown property. What was she doing here? She laughed at something the man said and pulled away slightly, patting him once on the chest. She turned her head ever so slightly, and I gasped. He's watching from the skybox. Eli's words came back to me in a rush, and my heart rate spiked even higher. It was Cisco. I was sure of it. Which made Fran... She's the Duchess. Lucas frowned. I'm sorry, did you just say... Oh my gosh, she's the girlfriend. She's the one who... Before my legs could get situated underneath me, the man looked out across the room, and his dark eyes found me. His laughter faded, the edges of his mouth turning cold and jagged as his eyes bore down into mine. And then he smiled. Chapter 18. Well, Cisco boomed,
his voice supernaturally loud.
"It would appear we have a special guest tonight."
Everyone in the club turned to stare at Lucas and me. I darted a glance at Trevor, hoping he would speak up. He relaxed back in his seat, swirling his tumbler. We were on our own. Cisco vaulted over the rungs of the railing surrounding the skybox, landing on the tile floor below as gracefully as a cat. In the box above, Fran slipped through a blood-red curtain and disappeared. I didn't have long to worry about her. My focus immediately snapped back to Cisco as he strode toward me, every step infused with a predator's silent grace.
"Tell me, what brings you back to my fine establishment?"
he purred, though his voice was still loud enough for the entire room to easily hear. The security guard who manned the door stepped up beside me, his muscles bulging like he was ready for a fight. Cisco waved him off with a cold stare of dismissal.
"What's this? Cat got your tongue?"
he asked sharply, flicking a glance at Flapjack as the guard shuffled away. I opted for the truth. "I'm here to speak to Tessa," I replied, proud that I managed to keep my voice from shaking.
"Ah."
Cisco's jet-black brows arched.
"Well, as you can see, she's right over there. I understand you had some concerns about her welfare. But to me, she looks fine. Quite fine."
The man seated beside Tessa bristled, putting a possessive arm around Tessa's shoulders, clutching her a little too tightly. Something was off. "Scarlet, her eyes are all glassy," Gwen shouted, swooping nearer to the girl. "I think they drugged her." Cisco looked at Gwen, and my heart stopped for a full beat. The ghosts weren't safe. What had I been thinking, dragging them into this lion's den? Not taking my eyes off Cisco, I called out, "Flapjack, I need you to get them out of here. You know what could happen." Flapjack scoffed. "We're not leaving you, Scar." Lucas spoke up, extending one hand, palm up.
"Listen, we're not here to cause trouble. We're not looking for a fight. All we want to do is talk to the girl and make sure everything is okay."
Cisco whipped his sharp gaze to Lucas, and my stomach clenched.
"Silence."
Lucas didn't flinch.
5 minutes, that's all we're asking for.
With a move so quick it barely registered, Cisco flicked his hand toward Lucas. A swirl of glittering purple light hit him in the face. I screamed. Lucas's eyes went wide, and he blinked wildly. His lips were sewn together with tiny threads of pulsating magic. "Lucas!" I cried, checking him all over for other damage. Gwen and Hayward surged to Lucas's sides, while Flapjack raced to mine. He made a low growl, baring his teeth. Cisco smirked.
"Oh my, what big teeth you have,"
he mocked in a sing-song voice. His smile widened, and 2 fangs formed where normal-sized canines had been a moment before.
"Good thing mine are bigger."
"Vampire," I whispered, another shockwave of fear reverberating through me.
"Ding, ding, ding! We have a winner!" Cisco cheered.
If anyone else in the lounge was surprised, it didn't show on their faces. Were they all vampires? I'd met Trevor in broad daylight. It had been overcast, but that didn't matter. Did it? Cringing, I kicked myself for not digging more deeply into Holly's knowledge of the beings when I'd had a chance. She'd lived with one for years, after all. There wasn't time now. Beside me, Lucas was still struggling to speak.
"Now that I've got your full attention,"
Cisco continued, the mocking tone gone,
"it's time to make a little deal. Leave now, and I won't kill your bodyguard."
Every nerve in my body pulsed in rapid succession with my heartbeat. "It's okay, Scarlet. We understand," Wanda said, still hovering over Tessa. "We'll find another way. We never wanted you to get hurt."
"Scarlet,"
Cisco repeated, his head canted to one side. Wanda blanched. "Oh no, I'm so sorry." I held up a hand. "It's okay." Then, with every muscle fiber trembling, I took one firm step forward, closer to Cisco. "I know what you are," I hissed. Cisco chuckled.
"Well, my dear girl, I should hope so. I've laid it all out. What with the fangs and the magic show, I'd be disappointed if you hadn't sorted it out."
"No," I replied firmly. "I know what you are. And what you are is a narcissistic bully who has to pay people or threaten them in order to get attention. But it's never going to be enough, is it? It doesn't matter how many people you have bowing at your feet, you're never going to fill the empty void in your soul. You'll die craving it, never able to slake your thirst for power and glory." Cisco's dark irises vanished, the black centers expanding until the whites were reduced to tiny slivers at the corners.
"You don't know what you're talking about, stupid girl. You can see ghosts, and so you think that makes you special?"
He lifted one hand. Every finger was adorned with a thick gold ring, each bearing a different precious stone. He lowered his fingers, leaving only his index finger pointed. An onyx stone rested in the prongs of that finger's ring.
"This stone contains all the power I need to do anything I want in the spirit realm. I believe you've seen my work firsthand."
"Oh, yes. You're so powerful you have to trap ghosts in cages. Why even bother with someone like Robert? You already killed him. Are you so sick that you need to keep his spirit here to cower and fear you? Does that make you feel special? Does that make you feel big?" Cisco lowered his hand, a snarl forming on his upper lip.
"I don't need him. I was using him. The fate of a father can prove to be quite powerful leverage when used properly. He's my ace in the hole."
He cut a glance to Tessa. If the young woman was surprised by any of these revelations, it didn't show in her blank expression. Lydia's spirit sat beside her, a pained look on her face as she was hit with the awful news for the second time.
"Besides,"
Cisco drawled, straightening his shoulders,
"he came sniffing around at an inopportune time. I was enjoying a rather lively brunch. Couldn't have him spreading that all over town. Only a select few are privileged enough to see me in my true form."
The vampire flicked his tongue across the point of one fang. I blinked. Robert had known that Cisco was a vampire the entire time? Why hadn't he told me before? Shoving aside the thought, I squared my own shoulders. Cisco had a good 6 inches on me in height, but I wasn't going to let him intimidate me. A shudder coursed through me. I knew what I had to do, but it was the one thing I'd vowed never to do, for fear that it would set me on a one-way track to my own undoing. Cisco's eyes shifted to Lucas. He was growing bored with our verbal dance. He wanted a feast. "You missed a tiny detail," I told him, drawing his attention back to me. "I'm not just some silly girl who can see ghosts." One dark brow arched, curious.
"Oh? Then what are you?"
Sucking in a breath, I raised both hands, stretching them toward the vampire. "I'm the freaking Grim Reaper." Chapter 19. A few things happened all at once. An uproar of commotion rippled through the lounge at my declaration. Wanda, Nora, and Lydia all flinched, along with the rest of the people in the room, as I sent a surge of my soul magic towards Cisco, intent on sucking away some of his life force. It wasn't a skill I wanted to use, but when pitted against a magic-slinging vamp, there weren't a lot of options. The magic hooked onto Cisco, like tendrils of a plant, glowing bright yellow and gold. That's when he started laughing.
You know, It really is a shame that I'll have to kill you. You could come in quite handy as a member of the Order.
What was I doing wrong? I'd never tried to use my power on another being, only small plants. With a hit of my magic, a plant could flourish or wither almost instantaneously. As a soul shepherd, I could use it to usher someone over to the other world. Not that I'd make that mistake a second time. I wasn't trying to kill Cisco, but I should have been able to knock him down a few pegs, long enough to break his hold on Lucas and gain an avenue for escaping with Tessa. Teeth clenched, I tried again, pouring every ounce of energy into the spell. Cisco flicked off the tendrils as though they were made of cobwebs, then took a lumbering step nearer, leaning in so his face was nearly even with mine.
The thing you failed to take into account is that, technically speaking, I'm already dead.
Flapjack swore. Cisco glanced at the cat and chuckled.
Indeed.
Straightening to his full height, he crossed his arms.
Well, now, this has all been very entertaining, but I've grown quite hungry. See, you interrupted my dinner time. And while I might be undead, I still like to stick to a schedule.
Footsteps sounded as Fran entered the lounge, her high heels clicking on the tile floor. She went to Cisco's side and gave him a sickening look of adoration. They didn't quite match up as a pair. While Cisco was bone-chilling and scary as all get out, he was a handsome man, and his current appearance made him look a good decade younger than the somewhat homely real estate agent. She turned her cool eyes toward me and spat, "She's the one who called the SPA on me."
Aha! Well then, would you like the honors?
He reached behind him and pulled a handgun from the waist of his pants. Fran grinned as he offered it to her. Beside me, Lucas whipped out his own weapon. He wasn't a wizard, but he had a soldier's reflexes. He tried to speak, but the words weren't able to pass his sealed lips. Fran lowered her weapon to her side, just long enough to raise her hand in Lucas's direction. The gold gleamed under the chandelier's light, and dread coursed through me.
"You don't want to do that,"
she said softly. Lucas's eyes glazed over, taking on the same cloudy, not quite there look he'd had the first time we'd met the woman. Everyone around her was falling under the spell. The only ones not affected were the ghosts, and me, rendering it a 2-against-1 fight with magic that I knew was entirely out of my depth. Or was it? The two lovers might not look well matched, but there had to be a reason Fran had managed to climb so high in the organization. She had something that Cisco valued. Or perhaps he truly did love her, even if he had a wandering eye. My magic couldn't work against Cisco, but it could work on her. And she just might be the only thing he was scared to lose. Before I could talk myself out of it, I gave a final push of power and swung the tendrils of soul magic toward Fran. Her eyes went wide, surprised, and the gun slipped from her fingertips, clanging to the floor. Cisco was caught off guard as well, and quickly went to support her before she collapsed.
"Stop!" he barked. "You're killing her!"
I wasn't. Somehow my instincts had kicked in and slowed the magic to a trickle before it took too much. The power had been in my veins all my life, even if I'd never used it on this scale before. There was something embedded inside me that knew what to do, even as my brain screamed at me to stop. Fran slid to the floor, a momentarily unconscious puddle. Her own spell faded, and the room around us burst back to life. Lucas raised his weapon again. This time, it wasn't his gun. He wielded a wooden stake with one clenched fist. My grip on my magic nearly slipped. What in the other world? Where did that come from? Cisco's spell seemed to have melted away too, as Lucas was once again able to speak.
"Lesson number 1. Always be prepared,"
he said with a flash of a smile.
And in your world, baby, I decided I needed a broader tool belt.
He lunged forward, the stake pointed at Cisco's back, right over his heart.
Don't move.
Behind me, the door burst open.
SPA, we have a search warrant.
Oh, great, Flapjack moaned. Just when things were getting interesting. Agent Bramble led the charge, her eyes going wide as saucers as she tried to figure out what she and her team had stumbled into. Lucas didn't back down. Even at the agent's arrival, he remained fixed in place, the stake at Cisco's back. Bramble approached and folded her arms, staring at the cowering vampire.
Hello, Christopher. We meet again.
Cisco swore. Bramble jerked her head, and two of her agents swooped in and took over the arrest. Within minutes, both Fran and Cisco/Christopher were cuffed at the wrists and ankles and being hauled out of the club to a waiting SPA vehicle. The other agents worked to secure the club. No one was leaving without Bramble's approval. "Christopher?" I said, when Bramble finally circled back to me. She nodded. "When you were at my office, there was something about your story that sounded familiar. The names were different, but this isn't Christopher's first time playing cult leader. I'm sorry it took us so long to get out here, but as you no doubt know by now, Christopher is a very powerful vampire mage, a rare breed. We had to take all precautions and make sure we had an airtight case before acting. The last time we caught him, things fell apart on the legal end and he walked. I couldn't risk that happening again." She looked me up and down, her eyes intent. "We'll get into the nitty-gritty once my team has cleared this place out. But for now, are you okay?" I exhaled and nodded slowly. "Yeah, I think so." She turned and started to walk away when I called for her. "Agent Bramble, there is one thing I'd like to do while we wait." "Right through here." I pulled open the door to the shed, and one of the SPA agents flicked a conjured ball of light into the air while we looked for the nearest light switch. The overhead light blinked on, illuminating the orb and Robert's ghost. "Daddy!" Lydia surged forward, stopping short when I barked for her to be careful of the orb.
"Liddy? Is that... But how can you..."
Robert reached for his daughter only to get zapped by the walls of his prison. He flinched, and Lydia cried out.
I'm okay, he assured her. "What are you doing here?"
The SPA agent approached and took a full circle around the orb, a look of deep concentration on his face.
"Where's Tessa?" Robert asked. "Is she okay? I've been so worried about her. About you both."
"She's with a healer," I said, stepping into the light. "Her mind has been altered by a powerful spell, but they think she'll pull through without lasting damage." Relief flooded Robert's features.
"Thank God."
"Robert, why didn't you tell me that Cisco was a vampire?" The ghost recoiled, as though the word alone were dangerous.
I didn't think you would believe me. I could hardly believe it myself."
He hung his head.
"I'm so sorry if I caused more harm."
"It's okay, Daddy. No one blames you for any of this." She reached for him, then pulled her hand back from the orb. The SPA agent came around the side of the orb and held up his hands.
"Okay, everyone, I need you to step back."
Lydia clasped hands with Wanda and Nora. The three trembled as we waited. Lucas took my hand as well, leading me back toward the door of the shed. Flapjack, Gwen, and Hayward followed, though I doubted the magic could hurt them. The agent spoke in a language I didn't understand. His eyes closed. A storm cloud of magic formed between his outstretched hands, the currents of magic swirling faster as his voice lifted. After what seemed like an eternity, but was likely only a few minutes, he released the spell he'd gathered, sending the full weight of the blast at the orb. I held my breath. The magic collided with the orb in a deafening bang, and we all flinched away from the ensuing explosion. When the waves of magic cleared, Robert remained, holding his arms over his head in a protective stance. It took a moment for him to realize what had happened. The orb was gone, blasted to pieces. He was free. Lydia choked out a sob and threw herself into her father's arms. Dad? Are you really in here? I turned at the thin voice over my shoulder. Tessa. The young woman walked into the shed, her bare feet slapping the concrete floor. She still looked dazed and exhausted, but the cloudy look in her eyes was gone. Whatever the SPA healer had done seemed to have worked. Lydia and Robert turned, their faces stained with tears. Tessa looked around, disoriented. That woman, she said my dad was in here? Is it true? Can he hear me? My throat swelled as I went to stand beside the girl, my own eyes filling with tears. Tessa, here. I grabbed her hand and slipped the onyx ring onto her middle finger. Agent Bramble had swiped it from the evidence for me without question, as long as I agreed to give it back before I left the scene. It was a long shot, but it just might work. Tessa looked down at the ring, bewilderment on her face. Then, her eyes went wide, and her whole body jerked. A quiver of panic raced up my spine, wondering if I'd just made a terrible mistake. But the feeling in my gut told me I was right. What was? She stopped and looked up, her expression crumpling as tears instantly sprang to her eyes. Liddy? Is that really you? She stumbled slightly as she took a half step back. It can't be. This can't be real. Dad? I placed a hand on her back and gently propelled her forward again. They're real. Lydia has been with you the whole time. She never left your side. She's the one who told me you were in danger. Tessa! Robert and Lydia cried, swooping toward her. Then, something truly magical happened. And if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it possible. Lydia and Robert's spirits embraced Tessa. She hugged them back, the points of contact glowing with a faint yellow light where ghost flesh met human skin. Sometimes I could hear you, Tessa exclaimed, looking at Lydia. You could? Lydia said, almost laughing with the thrill of it. I thought I was going crazy, or that I just missed you too much, but it was real. It was really you. You were there with me. Lydia smiled. Always. As the family embraced and talked and cried together, a bright light appeared, different than the one surrounding the family. Two distinct points radiated down over Lydia and Robert. They glanced up. What's happening? The other world is calling, I said, through a bittersweet smile. It's time for Robert and Lydia to leave this realm and go on to the next. Now? Lydia said, pain in her brow as she looked at her twin. But who will watch over Tessa if I'm not here? Wanda neared, reaching out to place a hand on the young woman's shoulder. I will. Me too, Nora piped up. Although I must warn you, I'm not quite as speedy as I once was. Robert scrubbed the tears from his eyes and looked at me. This is really happening? We have to leave? I nodded. Now you can go and rest in peace, knowing that Tessa is safe and your murder avenged. The three embraced again, exchanging tearful goodbyes, before the two spirits turned into the light. I shielded my eyes against the surge of white, though it only lasted a moment before fading. Tessa sobbed when they were gone, and I took her into my arms. There wasn't anything I could say to ease her pain, so I simply held her and let her cry until there wasn't anything left to give. The poor girl had gone through so much. When she collected herself enough to pull away, she smiled sadly at the place Robert and Lydia had been. She slipped the ring off her finger and handed it back to me. Thank you for letting me see them one last time. I'll never forget it. I tucked the ring into my pocket to return to Agent Bramble. It was the least I could do. Tessa laughed. I wouldn't say that. They told me that without you, I'd be Tom's little Stepford Barbie dream wife forever. What do you mean? It's a long story. she said, exhaling. But Cisco basically sold me to one of the big fish here at the club. That's why he had me under that spell. There was no way I would be with a guy like Tom willingly. She shuddered. He's a power-hungry monster. Probably why he and Cisco got along so well. Why would Cisco do that? Your father's debt was repaid. Tessa looked down at her bare feet. I found out that my father was murdered. It wasn't a heart attack that killed him. Or it was, but it was drug-induced. I was going to go to the police and tell them everything I know about the club and the order, as long as they agreed to protect me. I didn't have anything here. My dad was gone, and so was Lydia. I haven't spoken to my mom in forever. And the one person here that I thought I could trust went and stabbed me in the back. Who was that? Trevor, she said bitterly. We got to talking one night at the coffee shop. He asked me why I was sticking around. So I told him I was there just long enough to collect evidence or whatever. As soon as I got enough, I was going to the cops or the FBI. Whoever would listen. And Trevor told Cisco. Tessa nodded. He told me he was so done with the order and just coming here for free drinks. But it was all a lie. He was working for Cisco the whole time. Of course, by the time I realized that, it was too late. He practically brought me to him in a gift-wrapped bag. I'm so sorry, Tessa. That's awful. She shrugged, trying to appear detached, but the horror of what she'd been through lingered in her eyes. What will you do now? Do you need someplace to stay? Or money? We can help. I glanced over my shoulder at Lucas. I think I'm going to call my mom, Tessa replied. She lives here in the city now. I guess, after all that, she gestured toward the place the orb had once stood. I'm realizing how important family is. I don't want to wake up one day and regret not making peace with my mom. That is, if she'll have me. I smiled and embraced the girl once more. Something tells me she will. Come on, we'll walk you back and get you a cab. Lucas and I didn't make it back to the condo until the wee hours of the morning. We'd had to speak with the agents, recounting every detail, and then stayed until Tessa was cleared to go so we could get her a ride to her mom's place across town. The ghosts followed us home, all 5 of them. Both Nora and Wanda seemed a little down after losing Lydia. I stayed in the living room for an extra minute once Lucas trooped off to get ready for bed. What a night, I'll say, Flapjack complained, settling into his usual place on the couch. Tomorrow, I'm going to be a vegetable. Fishing shows all day, and no interruptions, he said, casting a menacing glance at Hayward.
Fine by me,
Hayward said, smiling at Gwen.
Lady Gwen and I will be at the theatre for our big hurrah. I'll have to enjoy it while I can, although I must say, there's a part of me that's quite eager to get back and smell the ocean breeze. Don't you think, my dear?
Gwen nuzzled in closer, contentment radiating from her. Yes, quite, she agreed, adopting his Oxford accent as she reached up to tweak the brim of his top hat. What's next for you? I asked, turning back to Wanda and Nora. The 2 women exchanged a smile, and Nora inclined her head, letting Wanda speak first. The agency offered us a job, Wanda gushed. Instead of being the Bad Ghosts Club, we'll be the Bad Guy Busting Club. The bad guys better look out, Nora added, shaking one finger at the empty space before her. Flapjack sputtered out a laugh, but before he could add any further commentary, Nora swooped in and ruffled his fur. Oh, you just hush up and let us have our fun, you old putty-tat. The look on Flapjack's face made us all laugh. Well, everyone except for Flapjack, that is. After a few more minutes, I said goodbye to Wanda and Nora, wishing them the best on all their bad guy busting quests. Once they'd gone, I said goodnight to Flapjack, Gwen, and Hayward before padding into the bedroom. Lucas was sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting. He patted the space beside him, and I gratefully sank down and leaned into him. A wooden stake, huh? I said, grinning up at him. You're just full of surprises these days. He flashed a sheepish smile.
I thought I was being paranoid when I put it in my jacket. I thought maybe all of this magic stuff was getting to my head, but now I'm pretty glad I did.
I'm even more glad you didn't have to use it. I winced, thinking of the way it felt to pull some of Fran's life force from her. The damage wouldn't be permanent. Agent Bramble had assured me of that. But I was having a hard time shaking off the guilt over hurting her all the same. I don't want to be that person, Lucas. I don't want to hurt people, even if they are terrible. Lucas tucked an arm over my shoulders and drew me in close.
I know a little something about that. When I joined the Navy, I never wanted to have to use my weapons. But the point is that you have to be prepared. You have to know how to handle yourself when you're in dangerous situations. And you did just that. I'm really proud of you.
Thanks. He kissed me deeply, and then pulled back the covers.
Now let's get in here and promise never to leave again.
Laughing, I joined him. I second that motion. Chapter 20. As planned, I returned to Beechwood Harbor on Wednesday afternoon. I always hated leaving Lucas, but it was time for me to get back to the shop. Thursday passed in a blur as I played catch-up on administrative tasks and helped Lizzie bust out arrangements for the fall festival. When Lucas called Friday afternoon with news from Yvonne, I was almost caught off guard, having nearly forgotten all about the property we'd offered on.
We didn't get it,
Lucas told me, though I couldn't detect any disappointment in his voice.
The seller got a better offer, all cash. Can't compete with that. Cash is king, as they say.
I exhaled and leaned against the work table, abandoning the basket arrangement I'd been working on for the past hour. Well, I guess we can start the search again in 2 weeks. The town's fall festival is this weekend, and then next weekend I'm doing a bunch of arrangements for the Lilac House. They're hosting a big family reunion and sold out all of the guest suites.
Wow, sounds like business is booming, even without the tourists.
I smiled, allowing myself a moment to bask in the upswing of success. The town's really been working on drawing in visitors year-round, and I think it's working. The manager over at the Lilac House told me they've already booked out all the weekends for March through August of next year. Most of those summer weekends are wedding packages, which means I'm going to be a busy lady for the foreseeable future. A pang of sadness hit me as soon as the words left my mouth. Well, either that or whoever winds up buying the shop. I chewed on my lower lip as I glanced around the studio space. Lizzie had her headphones in, dancing a little as she worked on a tall arrangement of sunflowers and lilies.
Right.
Lucas cleared his throat.
I guess we'll see. So listen, I know you're all tied up with work, but I was thinking of coming down tonight and staying through the weekend. That is, if you'll have me.
My spine straightened. Really? But what about work?
They felt bad about all the emergency calls I got while you were here last weekend. They wanted to make it up to me.
Huh. Well, that's nice. I checked the clock. I should be done by 5. But come by whenever you can. Maybe I'll put you to work. Lucas chuckled.
I'll text you when I'm on my way. Love you.
Love you too. We hung up and I hustled through the stack of orders on my workspace, wanting to be sure I had the night off to spend with Lucas. I was taking out the last of the trash when Lucas arrived at the shop. Smiling, I stepped out of the alleyway where the dumpsters were stationed and waved as he got out of his SUV. You're good. I just dumped the last of the garbage, which was the job I'd saved especially for you. Lucas chuckled as he came over to give me a hug and a kiss. He held the embrace longer than usual, as though we hadn't seen each other in weeks rather than days. Not that I minded. After the roller coaster visit in Seattle, I'd left feeling like I'd barely spent any time with him at all. All right, you're forgiven, I teased, smiling up at him after a second kiss. You hungry? I haven't restocked the fridge yet, but we could go to the market and get a few things. You want to take your bag upstairs first?
Sounds good.
He backtracked to his vehicle and opened the rear hatch. I stepped off the curb to join him and laughed when I caught sight of the cargo area. Whoa, you need all this for a weekend? 3 large military-style duffel bags lay spread across the back compartment. Or have we reached the part of our marriage where you expect me to do all your laundry? Lucas barked a laugh, and hauled the first bag out. Yeah, I'm sure that would go over well. I've never slept on that sorry excuse for a couch you've got up there, and I don't plan on starting now. Laughing, I grabbed one of the other bags and immediately decided it was time for me to get back to the gym. To quote my dad every year when I went away to summer camp, "What you got in here, rocks?" Lucas heaved the third bag out and dropped it onto the sidewalk in front of my shop. I hadn't locked up yet, but the interior was dark, the small neon open sign turned off. I was going to tell you at dinner, but I guess I kind of got my cart ahead of my horse here. I frowned up at him. Lucas, what's going on? He sighed and pocketed his hands. I wasn't entirely honest with you on the phone earlier. Work didn't give me the long weekend because they felt bad about calling me in on vacation. I've been put on a 2-week suspension. What? The big-time boss wants to do a full audit of the department to sort out what went down with the fraudulent time cards and billing errors. He gestured at the overstuffed bags. I figured I'd come spend the time with you and sort out my next move. Oh, well, okay. I mean, I'm happy to have you here, but are you okay? What do you mean by your next move? Lucas blew out a short exhale and glanced past my shoulder for a beat. There's one more thing. I braced myself. First, we'd lost the dream house. Now his job was in jeopardy. I wasn't sure what else was coming next. I got into town about an hour ago for a job interview. I hadn't noticed before, but as soon as he said it, I realized he was wearing slacks and loafers, not his usual look when he came to visit. A job? Here in Beechwood Harbor? Pine Shoals, he corrected. Oh, fancy. He smiled. Pine Shoals was a neighbor to Beechwood Harbor. It was similar in that it was a small beach town, but that was about where the similarities stopped. Pine Shoals catered more to wealthy tourists and those who could afford to keep million-dollar secondary homes in exclusive gated communities. The retail skewed toward the higher end, and the town was dotted with luxury amenities like full-service spas and upscale restaurants. Is it a security job? Like for a hotel or something? No. This is something a little different. A new career path. Lucas shifted his weight slightly. I'd be going back to my personal training business. I blinked. When did you have a personal training business? I didn't even know you were licensed for that kind of thing. I got my certificate when I was living in Colorado, after my time in the Navy and travels through Europe. I smiled. I sometimes forget you've had just as many lives as Flapjack. Lucas chuckled. Has he had multiple lives? It seems more like one really long one, I replied with a laugh. A personal trainer, huh? And this is something you want to do? I haven't accepted the job. I wanted to talk to you about it in person first. I know it's a big shift of plans, but yeah, I think so. Something you said the other day really hit the nail on the head and summed up how I've been feeling. I miss working for myself in a smaller setting. For this job, I'd technically be an employee, at least to start, but I would have the flexibility to set my hours and grow my client base. I wouldn't have to travel and be away from you so much. He paused and rubbed the back of his neck. Then I got the call from Yvonne about the house deal falling through, and I guess I took it as some kind of sign that maybe Seattle isn't where we need to be. Wow. I laughed, a little thrown off balance by all of the new information. While I'd been fussing over spreadsheets and baskets of flowers, my entire life had been doing a 180 in the background. You don't have to decide right now, Lucas said, misinterpreting my stunned silence. But I did run the numbers and it looks like we could still buy something, even without my full salary. Your shop is doing great, and we have our savings. Not to mention our money goes about 3 times as far out here when compared to Seattle. He smiled at me. You think you still might want that blue bungalow? My heart swelled. This is really happening? I asked, my voice thick. We can stay here in Beechwood Harbor? Lucas cupped the side of my face, running his thumb along my cheek.
We can stay for however long you'd like."
A tear slipped free, and it hit me like a giant tidal wave. Just how badly I'd wanted to hear those words. Nodding, I smiled up at him.
"We're home,"